Can you guys hear me okay? Am I coming through? That silky, sweet voice, that TikTok voice. Everybody loves.
He's got a Marlboro clenched in his teeth, ashes falling like snow on the street, a storm in his eyes, a war in his chest. He plays his cards and burns the rest. Smoky man bad, they cry, they shout. Smoky man bad, but he snuffs them out with a flick of his wrist, a puff of his plan. He laughs through the hay. Smoky man bad. The air is thick with his nicotine fog. He sharpens his words like a butcher's saw. Progress is fragile like glass in his grip. He crushes it slow, takes another hit. Smoky man bad, they cry, they shout. Smoky man bad, but he snuffs them out with a flick of his wrist, a puff of his plan. He laughs through the hay.
Let's fuck this guy up.
Prophet, a sinner, saint. The left can't handle the pictures he paints. Through the flames and the smoke he cuts the air. A villain, a hero, he just doesn't care. Smoky man bad, they cry, they shout. Smoky man bad, but he snuffs them out with a flick of his wrist, a puff of his plan. He laughs through the hay. Smoky man bad.
Just waiting on a link tonight, boys. Last night I felt like I didn't get any good blood sports going. Usually we do during an invasion. We're going to do another invasion tomorrow night, by the way. I just had to switch it around because I had this debate tonight. But we're still going to do another one. We're still going to do another one. By the way, congratulations. We raised 50,000, boys and girls. $50,000 for charity last night. Holy shit. But now it's time for business, boys and girls, and business is a booming. Just waiting on a link, and I'll pop on over there. Oh, shit. Hang on 1 second. I got to do something real quick. 1 second. Got to adjust some things. Stupid ass lighting. Still working on the studio, but we'll have it done soon.
is a gig.
Gotta get the right mood lighting. I don't know who put that in there. That was fucked up.
They say there's a land where the kangaroos play with koalas in trees munching leaves all day. But I've seen the maps, they're just...
What's up, man? Can you hear me?
Hey, how's it going, Andrew?
What's up? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you good.
Good.
Noise, noise. Yeah, just waiting for Connor, and then as soon as Connor gets in, we could begin.
Sounds good. This is a great opportunity for my wife to get me a drink.
Perfect. Awesome. Hell yeah, brother. Hey, congrats on the Thanksgiving stream last night, man. I didn't see all of it, but I heard you raised a lot of money, and I donated myself too.
$50,000.
Hell yeah, that's fucking awesome, dude.
Yeah.
That's some damn good work.
Been dispensing it all day.
Nice. Yeah, dude. That's awesome. Is that the most money you've ever raised for the Thanksgiving grip?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. By far.
That's awesome. That's so cool, dude.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Well, let me know when Counterpoints gets in, all right? I'm going to mute myself on this end.
All right, for sure.
Clock hits 10, we're just waking up. Day shift's gone, they've had enough. Stupid, tarded, and clueless, they crawl away. Thank God night shift's here to save the day. Tick-tock wars, they can't even fight. Lost in the scroll, can't get it right. Their debates fizzle out like a flat soda can. We hold the line, we've got the plan. We've got the plan. Night shift wins again, my friend. We grind the liberals down and win. Daylight crew can't comprehend. Night shift wins again. Day shift's talking loud but saying less. Arguing circles, a tangled mess. Their logic's weak, their points are thin. Night shift is better, they always win.
Since we're waiting for this fucking guy, we're waiting for. I says,
Points are
say something else. Something a little more appropriate. It's about to go down. Yeah. Yeah.
She cried to the southern wind about a love that pursued her in. Every dream in her heart was gone, heading for a showdown. Bad dreamer, what's your name? Looks
good. Should be a good one. Okay. Connor said he should be joining right now.
Came to me like a friend.
Thank you. We already got 2 super chats. Thank you very much, guys.
Now
Let me
my heart is
see.
ready to start again. It's gonna be a showdown.
Thank you very much. Podcast Lover for $5. First for the grid. Thank you very much, brother. And then Blaine for 20, showing some
Ruining
love from the snake pit. Thank you
ruining our
very much,
fucking
brother.
song.
Hell
Shut
yeah,
the
you guys
fuck
already
up.
off
We're
to a
trying, I'm
great
trying to
start.
fucking trying to listen to a song, you fucking dick. Shut
Hopefully
the
everyone's
fuck
having a
up.
good
Gee, this
Monday.
fuck, what a rude
Got
dick.
Turkey Day. Good to see everybody. Good to see Potato. Good to see you, Benjamin. Liz. His words of love. Mrs. D. Good to see you. Righteous Butter. Always good to see you. Love Butter. Big fan.
Fucking
Good to
enjoy
see you, MMA
Electric Light
Fighters.
Orchestra. This fucking guy.
Postal Joe. Good to see you. And Dave. Mushmouth Joe. Oh, Counterpoints is in.
About fucking
Hey, what's up,
time.
buddy?
Hey, how's it going, Connor? Good to see you.
Hey, are you biologically related to Post Malone?
No, but I've gotten that quite a bit. That's like the number one celebrity lookalike that I get is Post Malone. I was him for Christmas one year, so you know,
Nice.
yeah, it all works out. But good to see you guys here. We're already live. We're already started. Um, so thank you everyone for joining us tonight. Tonight we have a debate. Is Christian nationalism good or bad for society? Andrew Wilson will obviously be taking the affirmative, and we got counterpoints. Connor here will be taking the negative. So so how about you guys introduce yourself first, and then we'll get to your guys' introduction. So Connor, introduce yourself for everybody.
Yeah, hi guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. I stream to Counterpoints Politics and Valor Media Network. I also do Counterpoints 40K. Counterpoints 40K is breaking down the wonderful world of Warhammer. So I love science fiction, and then also I do politics on the side. It's pretty fun.
Awesome, brother. Hell yeah. Well, good to see you here. Thank you for joining us. And Andrew, if you want to tell us a little bit about yourself too.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. That's that's it.
All right. Yeah, let's do this. All right. So you guys will be having a 7 minute intro, your openers. And then we're going to go to the hour-long free discussion. And then afterward, we'll have about a 5 minute closer. And then we'll go into super chat Q&A. So that will be today's format. So let's get this started. Who would like to go first?
Generally, Challenger goes first. If Connor, if you want to open, um, that'd be fine with me.
Sure. Give me 1 second. I think in Cool's DMs, I sent him a definition of Christian nationalism. So I'm just going to pull that up real quick, and I'll do that as a part of my opener. Okay.
Andrew's
So,
microphone.
and sorry, are you guys ready for me to kick it off?
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Okay. So the way that I'm defining Christian nationalism is that's the belief that Christians should form a people with unified principal interests who use the state to further promote their collective interest. I think that that aligns with both the definition of Christianity, which I think involves a belief in the Trinity, that Christ is the Messiah come to earth, that he is a incarnation of God. I also think that that strongly roots to the word nation, which is oftentimes synonymous with people. And so that's why I feel pretty strongly about my definition.
Now, I don't.
I know there's
Hang
very
on 1 second, Connor. I don't ever interrupt on opening statements, but because you're actually giving a definition here, I want to make sure I get it right. You mind? Believe Christians are a uniform people, and they have a government which represents their collective interest. Is that correct?
I don't think they're a uniform people. I'll read it again.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
Slow,
to
slow for me.
sure. Christians should form a people with unified principles and interest who use the state to further promote said interest.
Got it. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
No, no problem. And so what I would say is that we see Christian nationalism in the right wing raising up, and I think that necessarily within that definition is a ideological supremacy. That doesn't. There's obviously better ideas than other ideas, but we have to argue about whether or not those ideas are true. So I had this conversation with Jim Bob the other day. We don't necessarily have to talk about the Trinity, but realistically, if we're basing a political ideology off of something, I think that the foundation of that ideology should probably be true, like factually true. So we can get into theology and all that kind of stuff. When it comes to the United States of America, I actually think that liberalism is a pretty successful project. I think we're the largest economy on the planet. I think we run a successful, hegemonic, capitalist, mixed economy capitalist empire. I think that our military is the most powerful on the planet. I think we're effectively the new Rome. I think that our civilizational achievements, if you actually measure them, are pretty gosh darn impressive. And I look at the Cold War, World War II, World War One, the 19th century, with a lot of pride. And Thomas Jefferson, one of our founders, who set up this entire liberal libertarian project, he was pretty specific and intentional in forming the First Amendment that he believed that Mohammedans, he believed that Muslims, and he believed that Jews could be tolerated under the system. And yeah, so I think American civic nationalism is superior to Christian nationalism. I think Christian nationalism is probably to some degree contrary to the American project. And I'll leave it there, and we can dig into it further later on.
All right, thank you very much for that opener, Connor. And Andrew, whenever you're ready, we can begin.
Yeah, there's not a lot of meat on the bone here. Um, so the belief that Christians, uh, I'm sorry, should form a people with unified interest to use the state to promote it. I would quibble a bit with the definition of should. Um, I don't think that there's like an ought or you must. I do think that Christian nationalism does want to use the state to promote the interests of Christians. I think that that's correct. As far as political ideology being true or the Trinity, I don't know what that has to do with anything. The Constitution's not true, right? That's not unless you're kind of making the statement that well, the Constitution is true in the sense that the axioms that we came up with and the rights that we socially constructed are true because we follow them. If that's the case, then I mean the Trinity would be just as true if we followed it or didn't follow it, right? So I'm not sure what we're using as a truth claim on that. As far as some of the other points, these are just kind of basic liberal points, Connor. You have the largest economy on the planet. That's true. That's because it's a very resource rich nation, which was only recently colonized in the last few hundred years. And it's a completely landlocked across the ocean. And so our enemies have no access to us. And in North America, we did fight some wars between us and South American nations. But again, we're highly resource rich. So that's the main reason that we're the largest economy on the planet, honestly. It's not because of any liberal fucking ideology. I would contend that if you had Nazis who took this whole place over and had access to all the resources, that would still probably be the largest economy on the planet. He says the military is most powerful. Well, it kind of should be because again, we're landlocked and have access to a huge amount of resources. As far as achievements being impressive, I agree that the achievements of the United States have been very impressive. I'm just not so sure that that has anything to do with liberalism as to why they're so impressive. He says that Jefferson's necessary to the liberal project, and I mean, kind of, I guess. Who said that Mohammedans and Jewish people could be here? That's true, but he definitely did not prioritize them at all. Like in no way, shape, or form did any of the deists prioritize Mohammedans or Jews. In fact, Jefferson ended up fighting a war um, with the Barbary states, and this did not end well for the Barbary states. And as you guys know, those were Muslims. So if we can get into the Treaty of Tripoli and what the entailments were there, if he wants to, but the entailment there for the Treaty of Tripoli was not secularism either. It was just a pragmatic compromise, and that's why later forms of this treaty don't actually have the secular standard of not Christian nation. So I don't really know what he's talking about there. Ultimately, I would just say this: The reason that this argument or this debate's happening at all has nothing really to do. It has to do with just one thing. It's like status quo versus non-status quo. Counterpoints is a status quo guy. I get that. I understand that. But kind of the problem is his form of liberalism is a liberalism which exists only now in the modernity, right? In modernity. Our founders did not have any of this intentioned at all. And where counterpoints goes wrong is where most of these liberals go wrong. Universal suffrage completely destroyed any idea that this guy has of a liberal project or any sort of constrained project. And the second you gave everybody universal suffrage, you put yourself at the mercy of people voting in politicians and voting in priorities, um, which those people will then go and amend the Constitution how they see fit. And like that's what you want. That's the status quo. So if Christians utilize that for their own political purposes in order to amend the Constitution how they see fit, that's what you fucking people want, man. And so if you can't kind of speak out of both sides of your mouth here and say, "Hey, I want somehow the original 10 amendments which or the Bill of Rights and say, "Hey, I really really believe in those." Those were not meant for universal suffrage, Connor. Those were not meant. None of these original rights that you source were ever meant to have a population where everybody could vote. That's fucking crazy. Our founders never envisioned that. They didn't envision women voting, black people voting, and most men voting in under any capacity did they ever envision this. And this doesn't work. You can't have these sorts of rights if you have everybody enfranchised because they just vote to take them out whenever they want. And part of the amendment process that you guys did was you enfranchised everybody, and now you're fucked. You're all fucked because what ends up happening is since you forced voting blocks for special interest, is Christians are now forming their own and they're taking over the government, and it really fucking pisses you guys off. But it's like you did it to yourselves. You all did it to yourselves, and then you come and you blame us. You're like, well, wait a second. What about my constitution? You fucked that up a long time ago. You guys fucked that up a long, long, long time ago. The second you started mandating universal suffrage, you fucked the Constitution right. It was never meant for that. It was meant for a population of moral people, and it was meant for people who had stake in the nation, not for every fucking asshole to just go and vote their conscience. Right. The problem with that is you end up with special interest groups who can then bribe voting blocks and they carve pieces of the electorate out for themselves and they carve pieces of the economy out for themselves, right? This whole idea of modern liberalism being in some way compatible with how the Constitution was set up is fucking crazy. You're arguing for a whole different type of universe than what our founders envisioned. And if you're crazy enough to think for a fucking second that our founders would have agreed more with you than me, you're insane. They did not envision the modern liberal project. And the reason that you guys keep running back to the First Amendment, even though you don't seem to understand that that was a compromise as well, that came from the fact that we had the Articles of Confederation and the states were concerned that they would put one type of
10
Protestantism
seconds.
above all other types of Protestantism. And what happened was they compromised so that that wouldn't happen. And the states were allowed to have their own religions inside their prospective states. And they did. And they were able to, you could only vote, in fact, if you were a part of that religion. So,
7 minutes are up.
okay, everything you're saying is ahistorical, I guess.
All right. Thank you guys very much for those openers. So, before we begin the open discussion, I just want to let you guys know, all you guys out there watching, that at the end, after the hour back and forth, we're going to have a Q&A. So, if you want have any questions for either Andrew or Connor, send in a super chat and we'll ask them at the end. So, yeah. Now, with that said, let's officially begin.
Also, Connor,
Uh,
these are really fucking good. These like little Jack
What are
Daniels
they?
mixers. They're fucking delicious. I know that they're like a chick drink, but they're really fucking good, dude.
What are they called?
They're called like Jack Daniels Down Home Punch. Yeah, it's such a fucking chick frou frou thing, but they're just fucking delicious. But anyway, go ahead.
Hey, if they go down smooth and they get you hammered, it is what it is.
Agree.
Okay, so number one,
Yeah.
I have no problems going into history. If you want to ignore theology, we can. If you want to talk about truth, we can. But what one of the things that I wanted to make sure that we nailed on, since it's like Christian nationalism is good, I guess is like the positive statement within this like dynamic. And you're right, it is a status quo versus the non-status quo.
Yeah.
So I gave my definition of Christian nationalism, which I think is necessarily exclusive of Jews. I think it's necessarily exclusive of Hindus. I think it's necessarily exclusive of Sikhs or atheists or whatever. And so you're right that it's a tribal voting bloc within the United States of America, but I'm not calling to end that tribal voting bloc. I'm arguing about that voting bloc getting so much power that they effectively institute a Christian theocracy that's against the liberal and libertarian project of the United States of America. That's what I'm advocating against.
I understand. I mean, broadly, I don't even think that your definition is too far off that we can't just kind of go with it. The only thing that I would put out of it would be should, that there's some sort of ought statement that they must do that. I don't think that that is a proper part of Christian nationalism. Christian nationalism is just prioritizing Christianity and saying that Christianity has every bit as much right to rule as any other class does based on its own virtues and ethics. And I think that that's a fine. I think that that's basically what you're trying to say here too, isn't it?
It relatively is, but then we kind of need to drag it down though, because so for instance, like when we're talking about Christianity, we probably have like I don't know a thousand sects and interpretations, and we probably have sub interpretation within sects,
Yeah, but you would have to
and
say that
different.
about any political class. So MAGA has 1,000 different microsects in it. You could say that liberals have 1,000 different microsects, but it's the shared unification of value structures in which you're fighting for. So would you agree with me, for instance, that there's some unifications that Christians have, even if they have theological distinctions? For instance, almost all Christians would be against abortion. Almost all Christians would be against pornography. Almost all Christians would be against X, would be against Y, would be for X and for Y, though there would be deviation within, particular churches or particular agendas. They would have some sort of shared unification like you do on the progressive side. You don't agree with progressives about all sorts of things, but you agree enough with the things that they're talking
I
about
was
that,
about to say,
yeah.
yeah, part of the thing within your opening argument that might not be the same as most of the debates you take on this topic is I'm not a liberal maximist. I don't think liberty or freedom is like the sole virtue that we should be prioritized with. I do care about other things, and I do think those other things the state has a role in promoting.
Yeah,
But
I understand, but it is you are still promoting the status quo, and
correct,
that is
but I wanted to ask you,
progressivism,
so for instance, like, abortion, Roe versus Wade was effectively legislated from the bench in what, like, the '70s or something,
and it was
a
overturned from the bench.
and it got overturned from the bench.
Yeah.
So that happened probably because a substantial amount of Christians, but also pro-life people in general, created a political coalition that got certain peoples in power that
Well,
overturned it. That
yeah.
all happened within the liberal framework. So my question is, uh, because you kind of went on like, okay, yeah, there's going to be certain things that we all agree on though as Christians.
Well, that's not a
Besides
liberal.
abortion,
Wait a
what
second.
else do Christians
Well,
believe needs to be instantiated in law?
like, I would say anti-corn laws. I would say that there would be decency laws. I would say that they would eliminate homosexual marriage, for instance. I think that they would get rid of that. There's all sorts of microcosms we could go into for things that they would be unified for, but I don't even think that you would disagree with that, would you?
Um, there would be some things like so for instance, like I'm a deist. I'm not a Christian. So I don't believe in Christ. I don't think he's the Messiah. I don't think that he's God instantiated, but I do think he's probably one of the most important prophets to ever walk the earth with like moral teachings that every single human being should and could learn from. So when it comes to like prohibitions on homosexuality, we don't have to fall into that as like an argumentative trap. But like I wouldn't give two fucks about civil unions between a homosexual monogamous couple. I
You
wouldn't
guys
give two
should have
shits
told
about
me that
that.
I was on the wrong mic. Does that sound a lot better now?
It does sound better.
Okay, yeah, it
Yeah.
does.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Always for you, Mod, in the future, if it sounds like they're on the wrong mic, they probably fucking are. So
Okay,
All right,
but
yeah, I'll keep that in mind.
I don't necessarily know if we want to get into a debate about whether or not like homosexuality is natural, but it's just the
I don't
point
think
that
that that really matters.
well, good.
The proposition here that matters ultimately is a political proposition. What we're arguing about here is political paradigms. The political paradigm of the status quo versus the political paradigm of Christian nationalism and what Christian nationalism is and wants for the country, and if that's good. The thing is that whether or not it's true has no bearing really on anything ultimately, because whether or not there's any truth in the Constitution and the rights which you're given has no bearing. They're axiomatically correct to the people who hold them, and that's that. So we can see this, for instance, when we have the Declaration of Independence. We see these axioms come out, and what do they base the axioms on? God, right? These are axiomatic rights which are given to you. We believe that these are based on God. So without God, this God character, there is no axiom from which to ground rights. So we have to agree that that's a starting position. So if go
The
ahead.
real quick though, I don't. Yeah, let me hit that real quick. So I agree that rights are pretty much only as good as you can enforce them, right? So freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, right to self defense, limited government, and a constitution. That doesn't mean shit if you live in an authoritarian society. So it's only
No.
as true as we believe them to be true. However, I would say that we can observe the way that authoritarian societies operate. We can observe the way in
I
which
mean, they
liberal and
operate
libertarian
fine.
societies operate,
They operate
and
fine.
we can make a moral judgment on which one we prefer.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that you can make judgments based around preferences for societies you wish to live in. I'm not really so sure that this is not that the progressive status quo isn't particularly authoritarian. I think it is, and I think we just have to look back to COVID to note if you're thinking about a fascist dystopia, what are the things you think of? They can come in and shut your business down whenever they want to. They can make you wear state mandated clothing, right? Which they did, called masks. They can make you have travel papers so that you can go to and from work, which they did, called COVID passports, and they can mandate things which you do with your body from external uses, like they did with vaccines. They can also shut down your church whenever they want for the interest of the public good. And the thing is like that sounds way more like a fascist dystopia than fucking anything I've heard Christian nationalists propose, to be perfectly frank with you. On top of that, Connor, let's point this out. That's the fascist dystopia. Okay. We lived in it. And it was all promoted by the status quo leftists. And the thing that's really funny about this is like, what is it that Christian nationalists are really proposing that you're even against? The truth is that you guys wanted universal suffrage. The progressives wanted it in the worst way, and they've been fighting for it, and they're still fighting right this second and under the status quo to expand it. I've heard it even like 16-year-olds should be able to vote. That's a real thing. You see it in Western Europe already. It was passed in a couple of countries there, and that's coming here too. They want to expand it to people who have been disenfranchised because they were felons and all sorts of things, which should prohibit them from voting. If you give a stake to every human being, Connor, right? Then what's going to end up happening is they're going to be able to vote out and vote in rights, meaning things that they prefer whenever they feel like it. Well, if your largest fucking voting block is Christians, which it is, then you're at the mercy of the thing you did, dude. You're at the mercy of that.
Yeah, but of course, I've never been an advocate for direct democracy. That's we're realistically, I'm
Oh,
gonna
that's
work in
not the
reverse
status
order.
quo then.
You gave me a lot, so I want to give some of it back. Okay, so I'm going to work in reverse order. Okay, in my ideal world of worlds, I would actually make everybody take a citizenship test. I think you should have to pass that in
Starship
order to vote.
Troopers, Connor?
Um, yeah, yes,
Yeah,
unironically.
okay.
And if I could
Was that
snap
a
my fingers.
fascist government though, Connor?
Actually, technically, no.
Yes, it was, but anyway.
Nope, not. Are we talking about book or movie, man? Because if you want to talk about fascism, number one, I know Gentile
The
pretty
whole
good.
book
Number
was a
two, I
critique on
know Starship
fascism.
Troopers pretty good.
The whole critique
So
was a critique on fascism. It just ended up sounding so cool when
yeah,
it
but
was done.
Verhoeven doesn't know what Paul Verhoeven, the director of the movie, he doesn't know what fascism is.
Yeah,
So
but in
that
the
like
books, it also looked very appealing, honestly.
well, yeah, but the books were effectively, I hate to say this, but it was a minarchist society. The private society was like libertarian with a tax rate, and you could do whatever you want within the private society. But then the volunteer society was militarist, where you had to do a certain amount of service in order to gain the
And those were the
franchise.
ones who could vote.
Right. Listen, man. Like I know that compared to the Wignats, Chris Nats, dissident right wing people, and Trump people, I'm to the left of you guys. But I'm telling you, I don't claim conservative arbitrarily. I don't claim
I
conservatarian
understand. I guess
arbitrarily.
getting to the meat of it though, I'm not making the
Well, you
claim
asked
that you're
me.
some big leftist. I'm just saying what is the actual proposition here that we're quibbling over for Christian nationalism if it's the case that we're enfranchised because progressives made us enfranchised and we can vote in or out whatever the fuck we want?
And you asked me a question to that point that I want to answer. So you said, what are Christian nationalists advocating for that's more authoritarian than what people did during COVID? And to give you a full answer on that, COVID was largely a temporary measure. We don't have to wear the state mandated clothing anymore. We don't have to present our vaccine passports. We don't have to, we don't have limited travel when it comes to travel. All of that stuff was temporary. And by the way, 1.1 million excess deaths did occur between 21 and 22. We don't have to get into the details, but if that's a fatality rate effectively of like 0.3% of the United States population, even with all the restrictions. If we had the fatality of, let's say, Ebola, then I'm pretty sure that we would be having an entirely different conversation where we might even argue that those steps weren't far enough if it was similarly violent to Ebola. So for me, like
Yeah, but
measures
that
from the
would
government
make
during
but
an
this makes my
emergency are not
point.
necessarily
Yeah, but do you see
fascist.
how that makes my point for me? That the point is that based
Probably
around
not.
based around joint preference, we can easily restrict behaviors in society that we don't find preferable, because
But that's
society
true within
hang on,
authoritarian societies, and
because
that's true in
society
free
suffers
societies.
because of it, and so the thing
That's
is
just true of society in general.
well, the thing is, though, Connor, is that if that's the case when it comes to universal suffrage and that's a demand which is made, you can't then get upset because one of the voting blocks happens to be the largest, is fucking Christian, and they're going to push their agenda through. You fuckers did it
Sure.
to yourselves. So, how do
But
you, I
I
don't
want
know how
to
you reconcile that position.
because there's two games, okay? Because I do not presume that you are a Christian nationalist who wants to take secularists, liberals, Jews, atheists, creaster Christians, moderate Christians. You probably don't want them to create a tribal group that beats you at the state game. You want to win. You want to win. You want to
Yeah,
impose a
that's
Christian
correct. I
nationalist
want power.
society.
Yes, for
And
Christians.
what I'm
Correct.
trying to argue is that you should not want to destroy the entire game of constitutionalism, republicanism,
Yeah, but this is
mixed economy
a
capitalism.
but Connor, this is a counterintuitive point. So you can't
I don't
make
think it is.
I'll show you. You can't make the point. Think about how circular this is. Everybody should be enfranchised, but we know if everybody's enfranchised that they're going to create interest blocks. When they create interest blocks, the only way that you can actually have power is through joint interest blocks. You yourself as a voter have no fucking power at all. You as a collective voter have a lot of fucking power. Okay.
Right, but I'm
Hang
arguing.
on a second. Let me just finish the
Uh-huh.
circularity of the argument. If that's the case, when you say, well, Christians are forming this fucking block in order to maintain power before somebody fucking else forms a block and maintains power, then I don't know what you're arguing. Of course, we're going to do that. If we don't do that, Connor, then fucking Marxists will do it. Leftists will do it. People like this will do it. And they don't have our best fucking interest in mind, dude. So what choice do we have but to form a block and pass our agenda now when we fucking can do it? What choice?
Okay. So what I would say is I also hate leftists and probably hate them for the same reason. I also hate fascists. I also hate them for the same reason. And when it comes to Christian nationalists, if you're just talking about a political alignment of people of shared values who advocate within the republic for their own legislation, that's all we've ever been doing for 250
No,
years.
it's
That's
more
all we've
no,
been
no,
doing for
no. You're missing a
250
point.
years.
You're missing a
Yes,
critical
no,
point.
I'm not missing the point. And by the way, I'm sorry, you just keep interrupting me, so I want to continue for a little
All right,
bit.
go ahead.
Okay. You're saying that, oh, well, we create special interest groups that then advocate for policy. That's just been true. That's just been fucking
Well,
true.
it hasn't
So
been
that, like,
true.
how is this any different
It
than the republic that
wasn't
existed in the
true
19th
pre
century or the early 20th
well, I'll
century or the
tell
middle
you.
20th century or the late 20th
It
century?
wasn't true pre two the two-party system is an emergence which happened from universal suffrage. There was no two-party system before that. Okay? That's an emergent property of universal suffrage because
The
why?
two parties are made up of a series of special interest groups who have
Yeah,
aligned into the
but
two-party
let me
system.
explain why that is the case. It's the case because of a consolidation of power. The idea here is if we're going to have voting blocks, then we want to have power, right? And the only way to have power is in numbers. So if you have one that's adverse to the other, we have a block that's large enough that we can actually maintain some sort of power. The problem that comes in here is if Christians don't have authority and power, and they're able to maintain authority and power by changing the Constitution to suit them so that they're not out of power, then Marxists and others will come in. And when they have power, change the rules so that they never lose it. So the question here is, we're all running for the finish line here. The question is who gets there first? Is it gonna be
Okay, I think
hang on, is
liberals
it
and
gonna be
libertarians
Christians?
outnumber all
Hang
of the
on.
groups that you're talking about by a factor of 10.
I don't think that that's correct. And, let me
Okay.
give you a demonstration for why I don't think that that's correct. I think that what you see is you see coalitions now forming based around the idea of not just ethnos. Now, you remember when ethnos was the thing that coalitions were trying to kind of bring up. Now, the reason that was a terrible plan is because if you just base it on ethnos, you don't have the numbers inside the United States, and you haven't for a long time. Maybe you could have pulled that off, when it was 95% white, 70 years ago, 80 years ago, something like that. But that's no longer the case. Whites are 60%, and white women vote against white men anyway, unless they're married. So now the coalition is generally under religion or some other political faculty, but religion takes the priority because it's still a shared value. So me and Hispanic people have this shared value. Me and Chinese people have this shared value. We all have this shared value. Because of that, that does create and form a very powerful voting bloc. If we get in and we don't change it so that we don't have mass migration and so that we can't keep Christianity as the most powerful voting bloc, other voting blocks will form under Marxists.
Okay, but
Hang on, they will
there's a
form under Marxism
contradiction.
and they will do it.
Okay, but here's a contradiction, and also I want to know your definition of Marxism in a second. So, number one, I would say that the contradiction in what you just said is that 90 to 99% of the mass immigration coming to the United States is from South and Central America. They are infinitely more Christian and infinitely more socially conservative than Americans are. Now, moving to the economics, you're saying, oh, well, they're, maybe they're more economically redistributive. Well, I would say that Christian nationalists as a block, with you being representative of maybe the Ortho sect and Nick Fuentes being representative of the Tradcaths or whatever, the Tradcaths are infinitely more interested in redistributive economics. And so when you say Marxism, what do you mean? Because I don't see Donald Trump, who was picked as the
I'll
guy
explain it.
who could be the vanguard for the far right wing. He's currently embracing Mamdani, and they both got into power through economic populism. So how is
No.
Christian nationalism going to guard against number one, economic populism? Number two, how are you defining
Well,
Marxism?
first, the economic populism of New York, not of the nation. That's one. But let's dive into this so that there's a couple of different points to address. Marxism is the movement towards people having control of ownership, right? All private ownership being abolished. That's what Marxism is. If you're talking about socialism, that's the idea that the state has control over all private ownership. Okay, that's the now we've never been able to get from socialism to real Marxism. It's always stopped at the socialism level. But in order for the state to hold all private equity and private ownership, which is what they want to do, Marxists want to do ultimately, they need to have power in order to control the state. That's what they have to have. So they are going to do this, Connor, whether you like it or not. They've done it and done it and done it and done it and done it. And they're doing it right now in New York. They're trying, I mean, that's what fucking Marxists do. When you're talking about importing people from South America, you still also have to have other shared cultural values. And it is true that by the second or third generation, they begin to have those, which is why they're starting to break for the right instead of the left. But the left doesn't want to just flood us with South Americans anymore. They're looking elsewhere. And so the thing is like, look, ultimately, there is a shared voting block here. And the shared voting block is Christian values and Christian ethics. And if it's the case that we can control power so that we can keep other people out, and our voting block is assured to be in the power position for the social order of society, that's good because otherwise some fucking buddy else will. Now, even if you disagree with me on mass migration, or you disagree with me on immigration policy, or you disagree with me on economics or things like that, you're not going to be able to disagree with me on power distribution. Marxists fucking
No,
want it.
I don't.
Yeah, Marxists
That
hang on, man, Marxists want it, progressives want it, leftists want it, they all want it, and by the way, when they fucking get it, they're gonna try to maintain it, and if that means that they gotta change laws to do it, they'll fucking do that too. So it's a race to the finish line, and man, I really want us to fucking win.
Okay. I appreciate what you said. But what I would say is liberals and libertarians and Republicans, by the way, people who believe in a republic, people who believe in the
Don't have a
Constitution and
republic.
ordered law and
There
ordered
is no
liberty. I just
republic.
listened for a few minutes, so I'd like an
Alright,
opportunity to
go
speak,
ahead.
please.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, so people who actually believe in the Republic of the United States for which it stands and all the shit that we get taught as children, they want to perpetuate the game as we currently have it, which means keeping the First Amendment, which is freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, the Second Amendment, which is the right to keep and bear arms up to and including against a tyrannical government. It's shit like the Fourth, Fifth, and Eighth Amendment and the 14th Amendment, which are basically due process laws. And so they want to keep all of that shit. So when you're talking about, and I would say a majority of the population, you have to bear in mind a third of the population votes left, a third of the population votes right, and a third of the country doesn't vote at all. And also, even within the Christian bloc, which you keep mentioning is the largest demographic within the United States, let's be real 30 to 35% of the country is secular or atheist, meaning that they actually don't believe in God at all. And then the 70% of the Christians, probably, let's say half of them to probably 80% of them are Creaster Christians. And what I mean by that is they don't take their faith seriously. They don't think about God. They don't think about Jesus. They don't think about heaven. They don't think about divinity. They just go on Easter and Christmas. And so what I'm saying is, I have no resentments towards you trying to build a Christian political advocacy block. What I'm saying is that civic nationalism covers all of those people. And civic nationalism only involves the proposition that you believe in the Constitution of the United States. It's a far lower bar to entry.
Yeah, so again, these things are contradictory in their own right. First, we don't have I'll tell you. First, we don't have a republic. A republic, if you have everybody enfranchised, that's no longer a republic. Okay,
We vote for representatives.
yeah, but we never were supposed to.
No, no, no.
We
Hold on.
never
Andrew,
were supposed to. Ever.
excuse me, but black men getting the vote, I'm just going to see as a moral good. Women getting the vote, we could argue about. I don't really care. But the point is that, like, we still choose representatives. The average citizen does not write
And were we
legislation.
supposed to ever select representatives, Connor?
Yeah.
No.
Wait.
No.
We started as a representative republic. What the fuck are you talking
No,
about?
listen to me. Maybe you just have no idea. How do you think the president used to get elected? Do you think that the people got to vote on him?
No.
No. Exactly. No.
Right.
The
Who
people
was
didn't
he
get to
chosen
vote.
by?
The people didn't get to vote on anything except their state reps. The state reps were the ones who then sent the federal reps up. And only certain people inside of the states were able to vote at all. And most of the requirements were that they were Christians because what? You had to be of good moral standing. They didn't want
I don't think
people.
you contradicted me at all.
Hang on. They didn't want people who were in bad moral standing. The second you
So I'm
claim,
sorry, who picked the
bro,
president in the
I didn't
19th
interrupt
century and
you. I
the
let you
18th century?
go. Can I finish? So
Absolutely.
the thing is, man, is that the big problem that you have, the contradictory nature of what it is that you're stating is you start first with a presupposition, which is false, that we still have a republic. We don't. We now are moving towards direct democracy. And that's probably what we're going to see in our lifetime or something more akin to it. That's the ever expansive flow is towards that, not a republic. When you're talking about checks and balances and things like this has been out the door for a long time because now the public can vote directly on issues. And so they can be bribed. The whole system's fucking done. The republic has already fallen. That's not even here anymore. The original statement of our founders for what a republic was, which was based on a compromise, due to the fact we had the Articles of Confederation, and that was a fucking mess. It was a mess. We couldn't govern anything. Okay? Republic is dead. I don't know where you've been. Now it's a Zerg rush to power based on the enfranchisement of people. And now that people have realized that you can collectivize through enfranchisement to seize power, it's a matter of who gets there first and who's willing to change the laws when they are there, Connor. And the thing is that if we don't do it, they're going to fucking do it to us. So I don't even understand the proposition that you're giving here. You already know that that's true. You know if Christians don't
No,
rush
I
to
don't.
do it, others will. And by the way, when you talk about secularist here, A lot of secularists are voting the way that Christians vote now because they're sick of social morbid degeneracy and still see Christian ethics as being superior to the alternative of progressive degeneracy. So, again and again and again, telling me that we can't have a voting block when we've already had tons of successful elections based on the emergent political party of Christian nationalism or Christian populism. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about because we seem like we're kicking the
Okay.
shit out of everybody, Connor.
Okay. I'm going to try to be very specific because I'm not sure if you heard me before. So I'm going to say it again. I don't care that Christian conservatives with aligned values vote in their conscience. I don't give two
Yeah,
shits
but
about
what
that.
about
I
them
don't,
changing
and I
stuff?
actually wouldn't even care, real quick. I wouldn't even care if they got a healthy chunk of what they wanted. I'm a dude. I don't need an abortion. Okay. I'm not black. Maybe whatever you want to do with black folk. Not you, but Nick or whatever, right? Like I don't this isn't skin off of my ass. What I'm saying is that the liberal, libertarian, Republican project that the United States is not dead. And I don't concede that. And I don't agree with you. We vote for representatives. There is not a single person in the state of Florida who has ever crafted a piece of legislation that has gone through either house of Congress.
You're
It hasn't
wrong.
happened except for the elected
No,
representatives.
that's
No,
not
you're
true.
wrong. The only thing
I'll
that
prove it
we
in a
vote
second.
on, the only thing that we voted on in the state of Florida is we voted on state level memorandums that had to reach a certain threshold to even be considered by the state. I'm sorry, what piece of federal legislation have I been capable of voting on in the past
Well, no, 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 no,
40
it's
years?
not the capability of voting, but drafting. It's
Well, then
pro
it's not direct
hang
democracy.
on,
What the
chill
fuck are you
out.
talking about?
Private citizens are actually the ones who draft almost all federal legislation who are part of think tanks. Those think tanks then bribe the electorate, and they pass through NGOs to the representatives things in which to vote on. So the thing
How do you think
is
a republic works? Do you think a representative crafts everything from scratch?
well, I mean, originally, I do think that they had assistance, but generally this were from property owners or stakeholders. Stakeholders had a lot more to lose inside of the republic than the average citizen does. The average
Isn't one of the
citizen
chief
hang
complaints
on, chill
from the
out, bro.
left.
Can you let me
Uh-huh.
finish the point? It is the
Absolutely.
case that if you have a perpetual underclass that you want to appeal to, even though all of the things have been taken care of for them. Food, hunger, water, basic needs, they're basically a thing of the past, at least here in the United States. It's true that people have economic hard times, but the idea that we just have people fucking starving everywhere or can't get access to clean water is fucking insane. We've defeated most of these problems by and large. What happens though is that there's a consistent appeal to the underclass. As people get richer, the people on the bottom end of the get rich, they're appealed to by another form of the electorate to say, hey, these guys over here are really fucking you. So you need to form a block so that you can pull their resources down. Now, that was never the intention of the Republic. Now the electorate can be bribed. And because the electorate can be bribed and they can vote their own bribe money to themselves, okay, the Republic is fallen. It is fucked. It is crushed. There is no safeguard from this. None. And so now it's just a rush to power, bro. That's it.
I mean, I think you're just describing societies, but
That's not how
anyways, the
societies are
chief.
supposed to work. You're not supposed to be able to form a voting block to vote yourself other people's money. That's
Wait,
fucking
you don't. So,
crazy.
so you think in medieval Europe, you've appealed to history, and you've said that my analysis is ahistorical, which I don't agree with. But you think that in medieval history, it wasn't like interest blocks forming power blocks
No.
that then advocated to the top level in order to get to the. You don't think feudal lords were who made power, like power plays in
Well,
medieval
that's a
Europe?
different
What the fuck are you
proposition,
talking
but let me
about?
explain in the feudal system, and you can find this in both Japan and Europe because they followed a similar type of feudalism. It wasn't quite a caste system, but it was a nobility class versus a non-nobility class. The nobles had all the stake. Knights held the land, or samurais held the land. The knights of, Japan. They were reporting to daimyos, who were family leaders. Okay, in this case, they were reporting to either jarls or viscounts or whatever, depending on where you were in Europe. They were the ones who were collecting the duties on the land, and that would get sent over to the king or to a prince or to some other middle manager all the way up. The truth is that only those people were allowed to have a say because they were the only people who had a stake. The peasants were living at their behest.
You did not refute that there were power blocks. All you did was describe them.
The
That's all you
peasants
did.
couldn't vote themselves the knight's money, dude.
Yeah, but
Do
the
you
peasants had
understand
to
the
remain
difference?
industrious in order for their lords to have the
But
tithes
it
and the
was
men at
completely at
arms
the
and the
behest of
knights
the
and all that kind
lords.
of
It
stuff in
was
order to
totally
be
at the behest
politically
of the
relevant. You're
lords.
basically acting like politics was invented in the 20th
No, I'm just
century.
telling
That's
I'm
not
trying to
true.
explain to you how power blocks
You don't need to
inside of
explain it. I understand a lot
enfranchisement
of
work.
things.
I get
I'm
it,
being polite because I like it when you
but
yap, but you didn't
enfranchisements.
need to explain those things.
Yeah, but Connor, I think I do because when you're talking about
You don't.
enfranchising a peasant class, would medieval Europe have worked if peasants could vote themselves the fucking knight's land?
Probably
No.
not.
No, and this fucking republic isn't gonna work because that's what they're doing. They're doing the
Okay, hold
same
on.
thing.
Number one. Okay, I don't agree with you descriptively at all. So I'll just go into that. So the chief complaint from the left, by the way, not necessarily me, is that the current legislative system is captured by billionaires, energy companies, military industrial complex folks, tech bros, and that they're the ones that are crafting the legislation via think tanks that then go in front of legislators to be rubber stamped and issued into Congress.
All true.
That is the technocratic elite.
It's
Those
all
are the
true.
people who make hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. If you're saying that the American Republic has fallen because we're letting the swarthy plebeian masses make their voices known too hard, the complaint is the opposite, that we're almost being exclusively run by elites.
No, what's going on is that those think tanks and those NGOs and those technocrats and those billionaires, what they do is they craft mass propaganda campaigns in order to get carefully selected politicians who are in their pocket elected by bribing certain parts of the electorate. This is why you see the propaganda coming out of the think tanks on the left for things like DEI, for things like reparations, for things like this. These are all bribes to the electorate in order to get specific politicians to get elected who will then pass whatever their non-governmental organization, NGO, or think tank has set up for us.
You understand that in
This
developed
only
countries,
hang on.
Americans are uniquely bad
This
at
is
bribing the
only
peasant class, right?
or no, they're really good at it, actually. That's one of the big
I think they're pretty
falsehoods.
bad.
That's one of the big falsehoods of the left. These last riots, for instance, that happened in California, the No King's Day was not organic at all. It was grafted by 500 to 1,000 specific NGOs, and I read a list of them. And what they did was they began paying the peasant class to show up to these things, which they often do. And they were trying to propagandize portions of the electorate against Donald Trump because he's some type of thorn against their agenda. So they were saying he's
Sorry,
a fascist, he's a
how
this,
is
he's
that
a that.
different?
It's crazy.
How is that real quick? How is that different from what you or I do?
What do you mean?
Because I wake up every single day, I go onto a live stream, I have a certain ideological set, and I get financially rewarded as an ideological set
Sure.
by my chat. And as a result, I advocate for a certain set of beliefs that I'm trying to convince a maximum amount of people to believe in.
So you
So
want
how are these people, because you're using scary words like
So your
NGO and
goal
propaganda,
is to use the
how are
electorate for
they
power.
different than you
Well,
or me?
first of all, I'm not I guess both of us would be non-governmental organizations, but we're not think tanks. The thing is, though, is that what all
I
you're
mean, I'm a
doing
tank and I like to
yeah, all
think,
you're
but yeah,
doing is
sure.
affirming my point. The idea here is that we're trying to mobilize the electorate to put them in position or put people in positions of power who reflect our belief structures on the country, knowing that if we don't get our people there, somebody else is going to get their people there.
Okay, but hold on, real quick, right here. I think this is the argument right here. Okay,
Okay.
Do- Donald Trump did specific things that are contrary to the Republic of the United States. And what I would cite
What?
specifically is the fake elector scheme by John Eastman, where he tried to say that the vice president's role
No.
is not ceremonial and
Mm.
that because there's alleged fraud in XYZ ABC states, then Meg Pence can declare that because of this fraud, these ballots are cast out. Therefore, Donald Trump is the president.
So
Then they had like another backup plan. Then they had a backup
so
plan and a
what?
backup plan. Then they had the
I'm
protest.
just gonna grant
Okay.
all of it's true, so what?
Okay. All of that shit is people are getting called seditious for saying that the military should follow legal orders and not unlawful orders right now. All of that shit was illegal as fuck and treasonous
I'm
as
gonna tell
fuck.
you a truth of the world. The only
Yeah.
thing that's fucking illegal is what the guy with the fucking gun tells you is illegal, and
Yeah. So
ultimately,
you don't believe in a constitution
I'm
anymore.
just
This is
well,
exactly
there
what I'm
is
advocating against.
well, okay, but hang on, calm down, right? The truth is that even if I granted all of this, if it is the case that power is seized in this nation by Marxists at the barrel of the gun, or it's seized by somebody else at the barrel of the gun. The truth of the matter is that that's how power works. Now, do I agree that
There's
we
not enough Marxists to seize the power of the
not
United
saying you
States.
know
There's not
what?
enough Marxists in
I'm
the
gonna
United
tell
States to
you
overthrow the
yeah,
republic.
well, you know what? That's exactly what the fucking Czar thought too. Because they thought they were all fucking nerd buckets. They thought all the Leninists were a bunch of fucking dorks and nerd buckets, and the White Russians had all the power, and they were the Omega Chads, and they never saw it coming when they fucking got overthrown. His whole family got drug out and shot in the fucking head. Nobody saw it coming, Connor. None of
I
them saw
think
it
they
coming.
all saw it coming for a prolonged period. I don't think
No,
that's
you're
accurate to late
wrong. You need to
Russian
look at what
history.
happened with the White Russians and the White Russian Party. They thought they were fucking dorks. They thought they were nerds. They didn't expect it. They didn't expect it at all. And suddenly there
Yeah,
was a
but at the
cleave
same time, you're
through.
talking about
Chill
like
out,
a
Connor. Let me
feudal
finish my
system that was
point.
like
Let me
200 to
finish.
300 years
Let me finish
materially
my
behind
point.
the rest of Europe.
Connor, just let me finish my point. They seized power from the rightful power that was there, the czar. They did it. A bunch of fucking dorks. Okay?
Wait.
A
So
bunch of
hold on.
Weasley
So if you
dorks.
need to seize power first, then why isn't January 6th super fucking based? Is it
What
not based
what do
because
you
they
mean? What
failed?
does that have to do with anything that we're talking about?
Be- you're
I'm talking
okay.
about the
What you've been
mechanisms of
saying for the past
power in
two
a
or 3 minutes.
philosophical way, not the event itself. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. I'm talking about
Yes, it.
power.
Okay, hold on. Absolutely. Whether or not we continue to propagate the peaceful transfer of power in a republic absolutely matters.
You don't
And it
have a
sounds like what you're
republic and
saying,
there's no peaceful transfers of power
it's
anymore. I don't know what you're talking about. What peaceful transfers of power are you talking about? Donald
I'm
Trump
talking
gets
about
elected and
when
they
you
go to
vote.
California and they start fucking destroying vehicles and burning the fucking town down and starting fucking little small riots everywhere. They go to the ICE facilities of the federal agents and do everything they can fucking do to get them shot or killed or shoot and kill them themselves. This is not a
Okay,
peaceful transfer of power. What are you
this is why
talking
I
about?
really don't like internet politics, by the way. If you look at any time throughout history, you could pick any time in the 19th century, this is more peaceful than the 19th century. You could pick any time in the 20th century, the current era is more peaceful than that time. You could look at a whole host of political intrigues that are infinitely more fucked up, except for Donald
Well, then can
Trump.
you tell me why
And
it
so
is that Destiny's running around saying that there has been more protest under this president than any other president in U.S. history?
protests
Hang
aren't
on.
violence. What the
Yeah,
fuck are
they
we
do
talking
lead to
about here?
violence. These ones have nonstop. What are you talking about?
I'm
Do you
talking about
remember
the fact that the
BLM,
homicide rate
Connor?
has been
Do you
cut in
remember
half
these
since
people? Do
1992, and
you
half of you
remember these
fucks aren't even
people?
aware of that.
Do you remember what happened with the BLM riots? Do you remember what happened with
Yeah,
the unrest
billions of
going
dollars
on?
of damage. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. These and
And then
but by the
Kyle
way,
Rittenhouse smoked
yeah.
3 dudes and everybody got bored. What
Yeah,
the fuck are you talking about?
and again, when you're saying that there are now peaceful transfers of power, here's what's happening is mass polarization. The left is not
The
ever
'60s and '70s were
the
infinitely more
left is
statistically
not
violent than this right
okay,
now, by the
yeah,
way.
the thing is that's really funny, Connor, is that the left right now is never going to accept a right-wing politician, and the right wing is not ever going to accept a left-wing politician. That's where we're at. We don't
How
accept
much do you
them.
wanna bet?
And so we don't accept their authority. We don't like their authority. We resist their authority. That's what's been going
Do
on
do
for
you
the last
wanna
20
do you wanna
years.
bet $50?
On
I could do,
what?
like, 50 or
On
20
what?
on whether or not the left wing broadly or the right wing broadly will accept a president of the United States from the opposite party.
They don't see his authority as being something that needs to be followed. They see it as authority which needs to be resisted. At every level, they see it as authority which needs to be resisted, Connor. They see it from I mean, you can see go to
If they're
TikTok and
doing
listen to these
so
people. You
legally and via the courts, that's not a problem.
Yeah,
That's the way our
Connor,
political
it is a
system
fucking
works.
problem. Yes, it is because once people decide that there's a whole voting cast of or group of people who put others in authority and their authority is not recognized, we've got a big fucking problem, and their authority is not being recognized.
Okay, 6 Democrats said the other day that if the president disobeys the law and orders them to do something unlawful, then it is their job to refuse the order. This has been labeled largely on social media as a seditious action. Have we seen the United States military rise up and seize Washington, D.C.? Have we seen a rebellion that's deposed Donald Trump?
What does
Or is
that have to do with
everybody,
what I'm saying?
relatively speaking, following his orders as long as they think they're approximately legal?
Yeah, well, I'm talking about erosion, right? You're talking about a specific event. The thing is that the erosion is happening because neither side concede the authority of the other side. In other words, Donald Trump's not my president is what you'll hear from a leftist a lot more than he is my president. They'll agree that he was elected. They won't agree that his authority is something that they need to actually adhere to. And the problem is that this
To
is,
the point of
can
illegality or to
can
the
you
point
chill
of
out?
protest?
Not just to the point of protest. These people will go in, agitate, burn things, destroy things, and then have bail funds ready for themselves and have
And haven't they
powers.
been
They have
incarcerated?
powers and mechanisms in place to and they're going to expand this. This is not contracting. This guy's gonna be there for many more years, and the polarization is going to continue. So what happens right now is here's what every side sees from the bird's eye view, right? It's a rush to who gets power and who gets to fucking change the laws to stay in power. That's what every
Okay,
side. Hang on, Connor,
this
just let me
is, like,
finish,
ignorant of
bro. Let
what's
me
actually
finish,
happening,
bro.
though.
No, it is what's happening. You're just fucking blind.
No, it's not. I'll be happy to
Okay.
describe it whenever you're done.
Go ahead, Connor. Tell me what's really happening.
Okay, Donald Trump has not been able to pass legislation. He has not, besides the big beautiful bill, he's not been able to pass shit, which means that the only thing that he's done is executive orders, which means the next time that a Democrat gets back in there, the same way that he reversed DACA, the same way that he reversed Remain in Mexico, the same way that he reversed all these things, a Democrat is going to be able to reverse all those same things because they weren't passed via legislation. So, no, like, and by the way, this is all perfectly legal because what he's doing is he's doing random things using the executive branch, and people think they're testing the limits of the authority that's invested in his seat, and they're challenging him in court. That's the way the system is supposed to work. If some dickhead for 20 bucks said, "You don't understand force doctrine," I understand force doctrine more than you, dickhead. The society only works, number one, as long as we believe in it, and number two, as long as people are forced or compelled to do it. So, no, I understand that completely. But pretending that we're in this like fallen direct democracy anarchic shithole on the verge of civil war is fucking cope. It's just absolute.
Well,
Statistically, it's
that's
cope.
also what's real cope is when you straw man a position. I didn't say any of those things. Here's what I've said, and I'll be very
I feel
clear.
like you painted that picture
You're
pretty vividly.
you're focusing what we're focusing on right now is erosion, societal erosion. And
Well,
that's
you also said that we don't live in a republic anymore.
I don't think we do. Not at least the way our founders intended it, not at all. And I think that enfranchisement destroyed a lot of that. And so the thing is that and we can pull up the original way that people were supposed to vote to notate this. But let's point this out. You're dealing right now with social erosion. And what happens with social erosion? Right now, you're dealing with old school boomers and shit who are still in office. They're dying off, Connor. The old guard's dying off. There is not going to be the Nancy Pelosi's and the kind of this old guard status quo anymore. It's leaving. Instead, you're getting communists who are getting elected in New York. You're getting something different now. Okay. And this different thing that you see is a maxim of polarization that there is no more room for the center. And the reason for that is because either they get power or we get power, is now how we're looking and viewing politics at the national stage. You're talking about systems and mechanics which are in place to assist against this, but they're being eroded, whether you like them or not. And if it's the case that the left can change these laws and Marxists can change laws and amend laws, if they could get an abortion amendment through tomorrow, they would. If they can get an amendment for no more guns tomorrow, they fucking would. If they could amend the Constitution to suit them, they will do it. And so,
And
yes,
they can't.
they can. The problem is
You
like you're
think that they can
fucking
eliminate the
wrong. They
Second
can.
Amendment?
Yes, they
You think
can.
they can eliminate the Second Amendment or the First Amendment?
I think it's very possible that you could have a constitutional convention in our lifetimes where you could have some of these amendments which are being viewed. Yes, I think that that's a full possibility. We've been talking about having another constitutional convention for years. It would not surprise me if the polarization got so bad that other states decided that they wanted to move towards a constitutional convention. It could happen. But this
Okay, so
aside, the
let me
fun
make
thing
this.
about
Let
this
me
though is
make
like,
this.
let's just say it doesn't. Let's just say it doesn't. Let's just
Yeah.
say that what happens instead is like social populism happens this way. Let's say that there's a bunch of leftists who get together and they're like, look, people hate this mass migration shit. They go ahead and elect into office tons and tons and tons of social fucking progressives who are against mass migration, but want their economic policies passed. Okay. Let's just say that that's extremely popular with the electorate. If it becomes very popular with the electorate, yes, they probably can begin to unwind some of these amendments, which would help them with power in the future, Connor, because they've been doing it now.
Okay,
The
I want
whole
to shift
point
it a
of
little bit.
enfranchisement was to secure power. That's what it was for.
Okay, so I want to shift the conversation just a little bit, okay? Because what we're saying is probably for the past like 30 or 40 minutes or whatever. I actually I'm not trying to be rude here, but I feel like you've just described like societies and power blocks. I think if you went to the 1960s and you were describing what was happening in American politics, they would probably describe it similar to the way that you were doing. Same with the 40s, the 20s, the 1880s, the 1860s, the 1840s, the early 19th century. I think they would just describe
You mean
society
at the
almost
time that we were
exactly
having
how you
social
described
unrest
it.
and civil wars and Marxists were seizing institutions?
Yes, read the history of the 60s and 70s, the
I just
entirety
said
of the
that,
Cold
yes.
War.
Yes, where
The
Marxists
entirety
are
of the Cold
seizing
War was about
institutions.
prohibiting Marxists from seizing
Yes,
power
but they
within the
did,
Western
but they
world.
did. They seized the institutions, didn't they,
No,
Connor?
they
They
didn't.
did.
No,
Yes, they
they
did.
didn't.
Yeah, they
Gay
did.
black people being in movies is not the
Bro,
same as a Marxist
are you
revolution.
saying that all of academia wasn't seized by Marxists? Are you
No,
really
I
gonna
think
make
it
that claim?
disproportionately was, but great. Hold on, real quick,
That
because I'm
Hollywood
familiar with
wasn't
this
seized
history.
by Marxists?
Real quick, I'm familiar with this
Tell me some
history,
more
so I would
fucking
like to say it.
lies, bro. Tell me some more
Real
bullshit
quick, I would
lies.
like to highlight this because I'm familiar with this history. Okay, Gramsci in the early 20th century was a Marxist. He was a socialist, and he was wondering why that socialism hadn't happened in developed Western economies. They'd only happened in feudal places like China and Russia. And so he's like, "Well, what the fuck's going on?"
It was the
And what he
stupidity of the
realized,
people, that's why.
I would like the opportunity to finish. What he realized
Well,
is
you're really
that
good at not letting me the opportunity to finish. I just wanna point that
I'm
out.
sorry, but you say a lot of things that frustrate me, so my apologies. The the thing is, he realized like, oh, well, law enforcement, the military, the political class, the industrial class, pop culture, these are all forces that are contradicting a socialist message, and therefore we're not able to get socialism through. So what we need to do is we need to take a left-wing lens and we need to apply that to the social sciences and to culture, and we need to advocate for more left-wing ideas and propagandize the population. That way, eventually, they're
And it
more
worked,
favorable to
and
socialism
it
and
worked.
communism. Okay. I don't think most people talk about decommodification of basic human needs or workers owning the means of production
Oh my
or any
no,
of the shit that
bro,
Gramsci gave a
they
fuck
do
about.
though, they just do it in a different way. They
Yeah,
advocate
they
it.
do it with like gay race shit.
No, not just with race shit. No, in fact, they do it the opposite way. Oftentimes, they do it through DEI agendas. They do it through egalitarian agendas instead by convincing one form of the electorate that they're getting fucked by this other form of the electorate. So that electorate needs to go against them. This is very common with what are called color revolutions, which has nothing to do at all with skin color. It has to do with flag color, right? So the idea of a color revolution. And this is how you're trying to pit one side of the electorate against the other. This is why universal suffrage is also a fucking terrible idea, by the way. But what's going on right now, whether you like it or not, Connor, you can't convince me that we're not polarized because I talk to leftists all fucking day, and I talk to the young kids coming out of college, and I know exactly
I
what they
never made
fucking
that
believe.
claim.
I know exactly what they believe. I know exactly what the poli sci fucking kids believe. I know exactly what the fucking psychologists who are coming out of universities believe. I know exactly what's going on with these people because I've talked to thousands and thousands of them across the world. By the way,
Okay,
hang on.
but
Let me
you
just point this
acknowledge that
last
within
thing
the
out. I'm
past 5 to
almost
10
done,
years, a lot
Connor.
of this
I'm
shit has been
almost done,
rejected,
Connor.
right?
I'm almost
Hold on.
Okay.
not. It's not. What's going on is a polarization. You see that the right is swinging with young men. Okay, that's happening, and that's good. Okay, but ultimately, why? They're trying to find a power block that they can be a part of. And it seems like Christian nationalism is a power block that is very appealing to them. That's some sort of shared something, some sort of community, some sort of tying block for people that they don't ordinarily have. And leftists can't provide that. That's why Christian nationalism has become so popular. They don't provide a sense of community. They're anti-natalist. They don't care about families. They have no shared ethics or virtues. They don't give a shit. They're mostly fucking productively, they're nihilistic. And so because of that, you see young men moving over to the right. That's why.
Okay.
So ultimately, yes, this is becoming a battle over centralizing power. And you still haven't told me why it would be bad for Christians to have it, which is the whole point of this debate.
Because no, I've already told you multiple times that I think that we should continue playing the Republican game, and I don't believe that we're as far down the track as you think we are. And by the way, hold on real quick because this was a few minutes ago. You were saying like, oh well, you see all this like left wing thinking and pop culture, and it's going through DEI and CRT and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, you know what happened though? is because we're largely in a free society in which you're able to express yourself. There was like a draconian
You're
1984-ish
not allowed to
social
express
media
yourself.
attempt. Hold on,
Stop
I'm not
fucking
done yet. I
lying.
listened to you for several minutes. I would like
That's
the opportunity to
bullshit.
finish my ideas as
Go
well.
ahead.
So there was an attempt in the late 2010s to kind of force feed people this progressive bullshit. And what's happened is it's been so thrown up, it's been so rejected by the popular consensus that Donald Trump won twice. And the broad consensus on the left is that, like, oh shit, we have pissed off so many people that we are the least popular we've ever been, despite the fact that Donald Trump is one of the most dumbass, incompetent, bumbling presidents in American history. So no, there isn't like this primed Marxist revolution that's on the verge of taking over. It's been solidly kicked in the dick.
This is complete revisionism. Here's what was actually happening.
Not
I'll tell you
you
exactly.
think the left is as
Like,
relevant
am I gonna be
now as
able
it
to
was
Hold
in
on,
respond?
hold on,
Can I
2019?
Connor. Hold on,
respond,
Connor.
Connor?
Let
Is
Andrew
that
talk.
okay with you now? The thing is it is
Sure.
revisionism. Here's what the left was actually doing. What they were actually doing is anybody who had any good ideas on the right, they were shutting them up and removing them from fucking any public platform, period. That's what they were doing. And we find out that they were co-opting these other public platforms. They were sending goons over to threaten them if they didn't fucking do it for them. That includes on Facebook, that includes on YouTube, that includes across the fucking board. And so what happened? One of these one of these guys, right? Elon Musk bought a fucking tech platform. When he did, he opened it up so that all ideas can come in. And what happened? The left's ideas is they're getting fucking shit on. They're getting their asses kicked. They're getting their asses handed to them. But what happened as a system of this is that these right wingers went and they started building their own systems, which what the left said, make your own fucking platforms. They tried to shut those down too. Okay. That is a bid for power. Do you understand that? Do you understand that when the left says you're not even allowed to fucking talk or we will deperson and debank you and throw you out of society for life? And what they say publicly is if you have those views, I want you broke. I want you bankrupt. I want you destroyed. I want you not able to feed your family. They say it publicly everywhere. I've heard it on public platforms as large as Pierce Morgan. Okay? That's what they're fucking doing. That's a bid for power, sir. What that's doing is that's saying, look, you don't get to talk. You don't get to participate. You're fucked. We're in charge, and it's going to be our rules or no rules. Okay? That's it. And they were co-opting that for 20 fucking years. Now the right wing is moving back in and everybody's in a fucking panic. The status quo people are in a panic. Oh, I'm sorry, are we winning elections again? Are we kicking the shit out of you again? The thing is though is that it seems like our ideas are winning in these arenas. So how long before they start the fucking mass deplatformings again? It ain't going to be long. How long before they start depersoning the right? Not long. How long before they start shooting our fucking commentators? Well, that didn't take very long either. The thing is that for you to naively try to fucking tell me that these people are playing within the system and that we're all just playing fucking kumbaya and all the checks and balances are working is fucking naive and it's retarded and it's not what's been happening. It's total revisionism. And on top of that, let me point this last thing out. You still haven't told me what would be bad about Christians being in charge. Not one thing.
Okay, yeah. But maybe I could address that. So, so what you just said, regardless of whether or not you'll admit that this is what you just said, is that a country that has freedom of speech and freedom of conscience, private individuals who were barred from private platforms from expressing their conscience then bought a platform and also created their own platforms that then became economically viable. And this was tolerated within the liberal system and libertarian system because of freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, and the free market. That's what you said.
Yeah,
That's what you
right.
just said. You
Well,
just said that the entire
no,
problem was corrected via the freedoms that were already enshrined in the
no.
Constitution of the United States. And on top of that, the left wing has to take you seriously because they don't have the ability to deplatform you. I'm sorry, how would they deplatform Rumble right now? How would they deplatform Kick? How would they deplatform Twitter when it's owned by one of the world's richest men?
Well,
They're
that's
not
a
capable of doing it because we live in a free society. And by the way,
boy.
Andrew, you asked me an important
That's some
question at the end of your
rose-colored
rant. You
glasses you're
said,
looking through
what
there.
would be bad? You said, what would be bad about a Christian taking charge? I would say that if a Christian authoritarian took charge and they didn't believe in freedom of conscience and freedom of speech, and they started doing what the left did in the late 2010s, I would view that as just as evil and pernicious as what the left tried to do in the late 10s and early 20s and failed. You basically just said the left failed.
Well, the thing is that their failure, at being able to do this has no bearing on what it is that they're attempting to do. This rose-colored
They're not
naive
capable.
the rose-colored naive glasses that you have that rumble a Canadian company can't be shut down via legislation or that they won't is fucking stupid when you consider how many times European nations have passed legislation to stop any form of tech companies, giving any sort of platform to what they call the right. They were throwing people in fucking jail because the dog was making a Sieg Heil song. I mean, come on. These fucking people in UK right now are being thrown in fucking jail for publicly praying. Give me a fucking break.
Fuck the
These
UK. You're
okay,
not gonna
okay.
find me
But
defending that shit.
again, right? These are what we see when secularists are in charge. And the secularists are moving to be in charge, and the atheist nihilists are moving to be in charge. The only thing that you've told me is if Christians get into power and they do things I don't like I don't know, deplatform leftists, then I won't like that. That's your whole if that's your whole thing for what is bad, then I would just counter and say, okay, but if they're going to do it to us and they have been doing it to us, what the fuck are we supposed to do exactly? Except
They
combat it. Hang
failed.
on, bro. Except combat it the same exact way by seizing the means of power so that it can't be done to us. And if it's the case
I
that
don't
we
know,
have to
maybe
do other authoritarian things like, oh, I don't know, shut down OnlyFans. Who cares? I don't fucking care. Good. Use the authority of the Christian government and shut that shit down and shut the porn sites down too. I don't fucking care, and neither does anybody else. They don't fucking care either. What I mean, what? It's just Coomers can't fap, and so fucking Christian nationalism bad. Like, what is the argument here for Christians being in charge bad? What?
okay. So Christian sorry, you gave me a lot. So the First Amendment, freedom of conscience, freedom of speech. I don't have to extend that to pornography to still think that's good. That's not the line that I would die on. I wouldn't, do I support it? Not really. Would it happen? Maybe, probably not. I think 80% of the population is actually wanting to enshrine. I think that was for fertility aids. Never mind. It was for like birth control. 80% wanted to protect the right to birth control. Anyways, the point is like, no, technically you could have like blasphemy laws, pornography laws, obscenity laws. You could have all that within the liberal United States framework. What I care about specifically is freedom of conscience, the ability to criticize your government, the ability to criticize the status quo, by the way, the ability to criticize religions, ideologies, all that kind of bullshit. That's what I care about. And it's hard for me to be like, oh, yeah, actually, you know what? Christian nationalism's based, your Christian nationalism is going to win over Nick's Christian nationalism, and we're not going to have a Christian theocratic benevolent dictator the way that half of Christian nationalists talk about, by the way. They don't want to stop just at pornography. They don't want to stop just at gay people going back in the closet, or you can only be trans as an adult. They don't want to stop at that shit. They want to resegregate America. They want to recreate the nations of different people. They want to disempower Jews from political power and economic power because they're like a rival competitor. So you can present this like more sanitized version of Christian conservatism or this more sanitized version of Christian nationalism. But the truth is, you don't even know if you're going to win within your own block.
Yeah, the thing
Why the
is,
fuck would I trust your block to seize power when you don't even know if
yeah,
your more sanitized version
I
is
don't
going to
know.
win?
I don't know where you're coming up with. So Nick Fuentes would not resegregate anything. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Bullshit.
That's not his position.
Bullshit.
Bro, calm
He talks
down.
about race realism half the fucking
Do you
time
want
that
me
he's
to
on. What are you talking
do you
about?
want me to tell you the position or not?
Sure, I just don't believe what
Okay.
you just said.
Well, that's nice that you don't believe it, but what Fuentes has said over and over again is that there's no hope for that. Right? That's done, and it's been done since the Glass-Steagall Act, right? You think that Fuentes, one of the most popular political commentators, isn't a realist? He is. He's a pragmatic realist. He understands these things as well. The thing is that on the one hand, when the guy is talking about race realism or the various things that he's discussing, whether or not that's true and whether or not that is politically pragmatic are two separate questions. When you're talking about what is politically pragmatic, what is political pragmatism, all the things that you just said, that you just stated that you feared from Christian nationalists is exactly what Christians fear from the left. The difference is that the left's already done it to us. Okay, so we have every business to fear it. They've already done the deplatforming, depersoning, shoot us while we're fucking publicly speaking, blockade our fucking events, terrorize our families. They've already done it. And so we have every right to fear when leftists are in power, and every right to try to make sure that we're in power instead, because it seems like when we're in power, we're a hell of a lot more fucking benevolent than our enemies are. And so the thing is,
Yeah,
Connor,
but you're
if
also
that's
arguing
not the
for an
case,
end to the
if that's not the
benevolence.
case, if that's not the case, then tell me where the fuck all these Christian nationalists who are in charge were fucking oppressing anybody, because I haven't seen it once. Where?
Hold on. So you want number one, I would cite Fuentes. I don't think like a Christian nationalist has gotten into the Trump administration to the point that they've been able to advocate for anything. And like
So nowhere. So you have
the
no,
strongest. Okay,
yeah,
but that
nothing.
doesn't mean shit
But
to
you
me
can
because you're like,
definitely
oh, we
look at our
haven't done it yet. Why
opposition and
would I
see what
let
they've
you
done.
do it?
You've seen what our opposition has done to us.
And fuck them too,
Yeah, but we
Andrew.
have every reason. Christian nationalists like Charlie Kirk, people like this, Christian
I don't even
populists,
think he was a Christian
he
nationalist. I think he was a
said he was
conservative, but
moving
okay.
towards that side. Matt Walsh says that he's moving towards that side. They're all saying that they're
Yeah, but
Matt
doesn't
Walsh
that
calls
just mean that
himself
they're
a
fucking
three
pussies who are
theocratic
bending the knee
fascist.
because they know that Fuentes is more like algorithmically relevant? I
Yeah,
don't
but
think that has
here's
anything to do
here's
with
the thing. Here,
ideology.
whether or not this has nothing to do with anything. What I'm telling you is this specifically. Christian populist, Christian nationalists, whether I agree with Fuentes or not on certain issues, has no bearing on the fact that when these guys are saying, look at what our fucking enemies do if we don't have power, they're right. And we can demonstrate it over and over and over. And all the things that you fear Christian nationalists are going to do is what are being done to Christian nationalists. That's the whole problem with your argument. And that's why it's
Okay,
very
hold on, hold on, hold on,
obvious
hold
to
on.
me. It's very obvious to me,
Okay,
right? That
then
you that you
let me make
yourself
an
don't even
argument.
understand the proposition of Christian nationalism.
I think I do quite well, actually. But here's my frustration with exactly what you've just said. Okay. The left wing tried to and failed with the deplatforming. They said create your own social media companies. The right wing did create their own social media companies. They said, oh well, Twitter's a private company; it can do what it wants. Well, now it's owned by a private individual who believes in freedom of conscience and freedom of speech, and Twitter is doing whatever the fuck it wants. So the system in that regard is actually still working quite well.
No, the
One of my
system is
frustrations,
diametrically
hold on, I'm not
opposed
done
trying to
yet.
shut it
Thank
down.
you. I've listened to you yap,
Go
and
ahead.
I
Go
feel
ahead.
like I've been pretty polite. I
Yeah,
would
yeah,
like
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah. That's fine.
opportunity
Go
to
ahead,
go on
Connor. It's
myself.
fine. It's fair. Go ahead.
Okay. So when it comes to that, I don't think that you're asking for my permission, nor do you need it. But I don't think you're asking for my permission to create a political block of self-interested people who form a political tribe and participate in the system. That's already possible within the liberal system. What you're saying is, and what it sounds like, is that the left wing has done all this vile, evil shit to us. Therefore, if we do vile, evil shit to them, you can't complain.
No, the
But
opposite.
that's not true. I've complained it when they did it, and I'm going to complain it when Christian authoritarians or right wing authoritarians did it. Last point, and then I promise I'll
Yeah,
shut
go
up.
ahead.
Here's the fucking thing with the right wing that actually does legitimately piss me off, okay? Y'all have let January 6, 2021 go off of you like water off of a duck's ass. And yet, what was really going on there is a guy who was not able to prove outcome determinative voter fraud, claimed it in half a dozen states, did not prove it in or out of court, tried to stage a political overthrow of the Republic of the United States. And you guys act like it's a no big deal. No offense, but a million podcasters, including myself, could get shot every single year, and that would not be an existential threat to the Republic of the United States. Having somebody lie about the way that our republic functions in order to seize and maintain power, that's an existential threat.
Yeah. So the
And
couple
that's
things,
coming from the right, by the way.
couple,
That's not from the left.
yeah,
That's not from
couple,
Marxists. That's not from
yeah.
Leninists. That's
Okay,
not from
got it.
progressives. That's not from
Couple.
blue hairs.
Am I allowed to respond now?
Yes.
Okay. So this is pretty simple, right? What you just got done saying again, it was just a straw man of the position. What you said is, Andrew, I'll be just as mad at Christian nationalists for doing the things already done to Christians and Christian nationalists when Christian nationalists get in power and actually do any of those things. But you can't point to any examples of Christian nationalists doing any of these things or people who could identify themselves as Christians and nationalists. They don't do it, Connor.
You
Hang
think
on,
Christian
stop,
nationalists
stop,
support
bro.
the
My
Trump
turn.
administration?
Connor, calm down. We don't
I'm
do
very
it.
calm. This
It's
is me very
already the
calm.
case. It's already the case that these horrible things are being done. We have every right to believe that if we don't have power, that they'll continue to be done to us. You get to have the rose-colored glasses of saying that you get to talk. You don't have to delete all your fucking content, Connor. You don't have to. It's not necessary for you, right? You don't have to utilize the alternative platforms, Connor. You don't have to do any of these things because you're considered a fucking human worthy of dignity. The left considers us to be fucking animals, barnyard animals who need to be depersoned, deplatformed, whatever they can fucking do to us, they'll do. And they've done it over and over and over and over. You're going to pretend and sit here and say, oh, the system has worked fine. It hasn't. It hasn't checked any of this shit at all. The only reason that this is even happening with X, and the system's trying to shut that down too. There's Fed spooks, everything else all over that place, doing everything they can to put political pressure on Elon Musk to shut down speech they don't like, just like they did with Facebook and others. And that's going to continue. And so the thing is like, no, the system's not checking any of that. And ultimately, Christians have no fucking reason at all to believe that leftists are going to suddenly become benevolent when one of our great speakers was just shot in the fucking throat for talking. All he did was talk to people, and they shot him in the throat, Connor. And I know that you knew how bad it was because you were the guy who sent me the original video before almost anybody else had it in their hands. So the thing is, man, is like, look, you can play pretend all you want. You can play pretend that the system is working and it's checking and balancing, but it's not. One side has been unfairly treated for 20, 30 fucking years. Okay. And they finally do something about it. They give just this tiniest amount of pushback. And these people are in such fucking panic mode about, oh my God, the fascists are coming to take things over. They're going to destroy our fucking republic. They're going to destroy everything. And it's like, no, I don't think so. I think that they'll get in power. And if they're in power, then our enemies aren't going to be able to fucking continuously destroy us over and over and over and over again, deperson us, right? Debank us, make it so that we can't live, we can't have jobs, we can't do any of these things. And Connor, they've been doing it to us for years. So it's like we have every incentive to move our people into positions of authority. And there's not a fucking thing that you can say that's going to change any of our minds on that.
Once again, I don't think that I've advocated that you can't create a political block and then advocate for
No, you're
power
just
within
saying
the
that
liberal or libertarian
if you
system.
get it, you're going to do bad things. But prove it, fucker. What's the proposition we're proposing
Okay,
that's going to fucking do a
do
bad
you
thing?
agree that Christian nationalists have disproportionately promoted and supported Donald Trump?
Well, not Fuentes.
Right.
Not
But
Fuentes.
do you think
He
that
supported
do
Kamala Harris.
okay. Do you think most Christian
Okay.
conservatives have supported Donald Trump? Okay. So what I would say is you're saying y'all haven't or we haven't done anything. We haven't done nothing. Okay. Number one, I would just recommend reading the John Eastman memo. I would just recommend checking out December 6th, 2021. I would just recommend that. It was actually an attempt to overthrow the Republic of the United States for bullshit reasons. I would also cite the 2022 tweet where Donald Trump basically said, oh, with such proven mass voter fraud, we can suspend all laws up to and including the Constitution of the United States, despite the fact that he still hasn't proven outcome determinative voter fraud in or out of court. What I would also say is that drone striking in the Caribbean without an authorization for use of military force and also declaring like Antifa and narco terrorist organizations unilaterally from
This
the
isn't about
executive
your
branch,
TDS,
that's
Connor.
setting up. You asked me a question about how Donald Trump has violated things that are
I
actually
didn't
fucking
ask you
dangerous. I'm
anything
answering
about
your
Donald
question.
Trump. Fucking
Okay,
TDS
this
spurt.
is the right wing, and these are things that are
Yeah, they
potentially
voted for him because
extremely
Kamala was
dangerous.
worse, dude. Come on.
Okay, well, then again, we don't agree right there because with the slashes to PEPFAR and USAID, Doge was supposed to cut 2 trillion. They cut 10 billion. It just so happened that the 10 billion that they cut wasn't, scaling back the military or technocratic reforms or any of that kind of shit. What it ended up doing is causing like mass death in North Africa and South Africa and West Africa.
Oh my God,
Projected
we didn't send all
like
of our money to third world nations, Connor. Oh my
nobody
God.
said that, but
Oh
it's
my
not exactly
God.
Christian to
What are we
kill
gonna
hundreds of
do?
thousands or millions
The
of people
fucking
through
AIDS
incompetence,
kids in
is it?
Africa, Connor. What about the AIDS kids in Africa? Oh my
Yes.
God. Oh my
Yes,
God. Fuck
Andrew.
you, bro.
Andrew,
Fuck
hold on,
you.
hold
It's
on,
our
hold on.
shit.
Hold on,
Fuck
hold on.
you. It's
This
ours.
is
Fuck off.
crazy. No. Andrew, this is what's crazy.
Okay, what's
I
crazy?
don't claim that I believe in Jesus Christ as the judge of my spirit. I do not. And yet, what you just did is you were like, oh, hundreds of thousands or millions of people died due to incompetence from the right wing. Who gives a fuck because they're not American?
It's
That
not.
has,
Wait.
there's not a
Incompetence.
single fucking Christian instinct that you could cite to me that has that as normal behavior.
Wait, Connor, how much of a Christian's money do you think that they're allowed to keep?
How much Christian money are they allowed to
Yeah, how
keep?
much is in like, if you're a Christian and you have
Uh-huh.
money, how much of it in Connor's world is the Christian allowed to keep?
Well, I mean, I would cite tithing at 10%. So biblically, you're allowed to keep 90. I would say that in a state, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. I would say you pay what taxes are in your country.
Okay, I see. So we're allowed to keep
If you want a
90%.
specific number, I got specific
Yeah.
tax brackets for you. They're probably more
There's no
libertarian than you would
10%,
think.
there's no 10% tithe requirement, but where you came up
Okay,
with that.
well,
That is common that people will tithe 10%, but it's not a requirement. The thing is though is that if it's the case that you're rendering unto Caesar what is Caesar's, but you're in a representative government, and it's the case that people are saying to their government, "Hey, we don't want you to send our fucking money elsewhere. We want to keep it here with our people group in order to benefit us." What the fuck is wrong with that, Connor?
weirdly enough, I want you to hear me and I want your chat to hear me, okay? I have no problem with the United States ending USAID or PEPFAR and returning $10 billion dollars to the national coffers. What I do have a problem with is that we did not look for anybody to fill the stopgap. So, as a result of just turning off the financial spigots, we are arguably killing hundreds of thousands or millions of people. If you wanted to ask Europe to do it, if you wanted to ask the Africans to take it over, if you wanted to ask the Asians to take it over, I would not give a fuck.
So
But
our whole
incompetence is killing
Yeah, I
people.
got it. So the United States has to make sure that the entire world is fed and clothed and taken care of
I
and has their
said the
fucking AIDS
opposite.
meds.
I actually, hold on, Andrew. I want to point this out because I do enjoy speaking with you. I actually just said the exact
And then
opposite of
contradicted
what
it.
you said I said.
And then contradicted it. Yes. So the thing is like can't have you
No, no, no,
speaking
no,
out
no,
of
no,
both
no, no.
sides of your mouth.
I said that we could off ramp our international programs, and you said that we need to perpetuate. That I said we needed to do international programs in
So
perpetuity,
your whole thing is like, why didn't we get another country to have their fucking money go over and take care of them instead of our money, Connor? That's the more moral
including
position.
countries in
That's
Africa,
the
so you
more
don't kill
moral
hundreds of
position for you,
thousands or
Connor.
millions of people. Andrew,
So let me get this right. The more moral position here for you, Connor. Yes, we keep our money away from the starving African AIDS children. Oh, but only if we can convince another country to spend theirs. How's that a moral proposition, Connor? That's the
because
dumbest
some
shit
of
I
those
ever heard.
countries are in because some of those countries are in Africa and would probably be interested in the program. It's
Then
$10
why wouldn't
billion
they
dollars a
just do
year.
it themselves? Why did they need us in the first place, Connor?
Because we're more competent and we have more technology and
Oh,
more
so we're more
medical personnel than any
competent.
other country on the planet.
I see. So the thing is that the Africans need us to take care of them then, or no?
They need competent technical people to run these programs.
And did we have charities that used to do that through Catholic ministries that would go set up wells and everything else in these nations?
Guess who the number one recipient of USAID funds was? Can you guess?
Yeah, it should be.
No, 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 no. Can you say the name of
I
the
don't
number
know.
one
Who is it?
recipient of
Who is
USAID
it? I don't
dollars?
know who.
It's Catholic
Yeah, it
Charities.
should be. That's what I just said. It should be.
It was
Yeah, it
until
should
we
be.
cut their funding.
Yeah,
You know
but
what they were
the
doing with
thing
that money?
is, yeah, but the thing
You
is
know what
that
they were doing
that's
with that
not
money? They
supposed
were
to
running
go,
hospice and
bro.
orphanages worldwide,
The
and we cut their
government's not
budget by millions
supposed
of
to
dollars.
fund private charities. We don't even need them to. And they're not supposed to steal people's fucking money at the barrel of a gun and tell them that they have to fucking feed starving children in Africa. That's fucking insane.
I didn't say that you needed
And
to
by the
do that.
way,
As a matter of fact, I said the opposite 2 or 3 times.
imagine having the moral proposition here. By the way, Connor, how could any Christian not do this when then you go on and say it was the Christians who were helping them, which is ironically
Where did the
hilarious.
Christians get the money,
They
Andrew?
were getting Catholic Church has tons of inflow of money, man, that they dispense in charity all over the world. The fact that they weren't getting some USAID fucking funds is not going to make their fucking mission any more critical or less critical. They'll still be able to raise funds for the starving AIDS African children, Connor.
Andrew, I am telling you, memes and conversation aside, hundreds of thousands of people have died. Arguably, millions of people will die in the next 3 years.
Well, you know what, Connor? I'm going to tell you something that's
Fuck
really
them, they're
funny.
African.
When you
Lol.
have if
Right?
you
Fuck them, they're
no,
African.
but
It's funny.
if
It's funny
you
when AIDS kids
if you
die,
have
right?
if you have a
It's
people
funny.
group, if you have a people group that continuously thinks that by having sex with babies, for instance, will cure HIV, right?
Oh, yeah, fuck them. They're all backwards barbarian savages.
Well,
It's actually funny
the
when they
thing
die.
is I didn't say it's funny. I think it's tragic.
Well, I mean, I think you laughed a minute ago.
Well, no, what I laughed at is the ironic nature of you saying that somehow we're doing something horrific or awful by saying
Yeah, killing hundreds of
that
thousands
we're
or millions
not
of people
going to
through
take
incompetence is
and
awful.
dispense the public treasury, which is designed for our people, and dispense it elsewhere. It's not for us to do. That's the public treasury for our people, Connor. That's what it's for. It's like when
Okay,
they raid Social Security so that they can fucking then give that trough to somebody else. It wasn't meant for that. It was meant for people who paid into that system to get the benefits of that system. That's the
okay.
correct and moral
Num
thing to do, not
number
rob
number
those
1.
people and then give them to other fucking people.
Yeah, so this is what annoys me, okay? Number 1, the expense of the public treasury for what was cut was 0.16% of the federal budget. It's
Oh,
fucking piss in the ocean. It's 90, it's like point, it's less than a
really?
cent. It's fucking nothing, okay? Now, on top of that, the United States is the largest global commercial empire on the planet. Our security systems, our military, and our soft power is responsible for 70% of the world's global trade. You can look at unilateral, bilateral, multilateral alliances, and we are responsible for probably $70 trillion dollars of $100 trillion dollars of economic activity. You are the beneficiary of PEPFAR and USAID through soft power. You are the beneficiary of American empire. You are the beneficiary through international trade that gives you consumer goods that makes the life of a medieval king look like a fucking modern peasant. Okay. The problem is that explaining geopolitics is tough because the average American is a fucking idiot. But that doesn't mean just
What
because you're
is
confident, oh, taxes are going overseas, that's going to non Americans, fuck them. Just because you have a simple conception of things doesn't mean it's correct.
I'm sorry. What's the complexity that's going to show that us sending money to the AIDS African kids? How is that going to assist us in geopolitics exactly, Connor?
Because we get access to like the rare earth minerals that are in West African
Oh, you
nations.
mean the same fucking
We get to
minerals
train their military against
minerals
jihadist
that we would have
terrorists.
access to anyway, because we have the world's
No, we
largest
don't have
military on
access to them
fucking
anyways.
planet Earth, and we can do whatever the fuck we
We
want,
don't have
Connor?
access to them anyways.
Connor.
You cited,
Oh
hold
my
on.
god,
In the
Connor, we
beginning
have
of our
access to whatever the
conversation, you
fuck we
cited
want,
the
Connor.
Barbary Pirate Wars. You cited the Barbary Pirate Wars. Why did the Barbary Pirate Wars happen again?
Over slavery,
Enslaving who?
whites.
Americans,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Well,
American
specifically
commercial
whites.
interests
Like I think if they were
American
stealing
commercial
black
interests
slaves,
overseas were
eh,
being attacked by random
yeah.
people. How did we solve the Barbary Pirate Wars?
Well, we used, I think it was Mark and, what was it, Mark and Appraisal or whatever. We basically made sure that we had privateers who went out and killed them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we had, and then we also negotiated a truce with the Ottoman Empire that they would do what's within their power to reduce Barbary piracy, right?
Yeah, that was the case, but that was because we'd already destroyed them by utilizing basically privateers and paying them a bunch of money to go kill them.
So the reason why I'm saying this is because it was a combination of hard and soft power. That's the
It
same
was
thing we're
mostly
doing
just hard
today.
power. We had killed most of them.
No bullshit. We
It's not
obviously
bullshit.
you wanted to tell me about the treaty that we signed with the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, and?
Is that hard power?
Yeah, well, it was because of hard power that they signed it. Yeah, we were fucking killing them. I mean,
No,
overwhelmingly. The
the
privateers
Ottoman
were fucking
pirates didn't
killing
the
the
Ottomans didn't view the Barbary pirates as a part of their command structure.
Yeah,
They
that
viewed
has
them as
nothing to do
brigands.
with anything, though. That the truth is
Yes,
that they
it
were
does. If you
benefiting
negotiate with a
greatly.
state a soft power position in order to reduce an action caused by non-state actors, that's clearly soft power.
Okay,
It's
but
obviously soft power.
can I tell you again what solved that was privateers killing Barbary pirates. That's what solved it, Con.
Okay. I'll quote to you Clausewitz. War is diplomacy by other means. Believing that there's some fine line or some hard line between war and diplomacy is again naive and stupid.
Yeah, I'm not saying that there's no such thing as diplomacy. What I'm saying is that in this
Do you agree that
particular
a combination
in
of soft
this
and hard power
particular
can benefit the United
yeah, of
States
course.
internationally?
I'm not saying that's not the case, but I don't think that AIDS kids in Africa is doing that for us, bro. I don't think so.
Okay.
And by the way,
I I
I
disagree.
think that for us, one of the big things that's really funny is you act like these things don't have a snowball effect. It's like, okay, then we do this program, then we do this program. Now, this is only 2 cents though. Now it's a dollar. Now it's $2. Now it's this. And before you know it, we're trillions of fucking dollars in debt because we're continuing to subsidize the entire fucking planet, Connor. And the thing that's funny about this is like, that this is true. You know that our debt's not sustainable
Yeah, you
ultimately.
also know what
And
I
hang
do
on,
you
Connor,
also
let me
I
finish. Let me finish,
mhm.
bro. Right? You know that this is the case. And it's like anytime that there's a fucking cut, I don't know why you status quo guys are always freaking the fuck out as though it's the case. Like, if it's a more moral proposition that we should fucking cut our debt and make sure that our people group is taken care of before anybody else, that is always the more moral proposition. Here's why: I can't take care of you if I can't take care of me. And guess what? We got to be able to take care of us first, Connor. America
Sure. Do
first,
you
Connor.
okay, do you hold on, let me go ahead and take a look at, hold on. How much did the F-35 pilot helmet cost? Okay. I'm just Googling something real quick, but okay. Just go with me for a second. That way I don't have to Google the specific price. We developed an F-30, and by the way, I love the military industrial complex. I think it's based. We spent arguably hundreds of millions, maybe billions of dollars on getting a helmet that used cameras on the outside of the F-35 so the F-35 pilot could look around and see through his own airplane. We probably spent billions on that. We've also spent billions on putting a laser inside a C-130 close air support vehicle. That's awesome. It's cool. It's great. But I'm saying before you kill Africans with AIDS to countries that we want to get into for their mineral wealth, maybe we slow down the C-130 laser or the F-35 pilot helmet where we can stare through the
I
fucking
mean,
fighter
I
jet. And
guess,
by the
but
way, hold on, I need to make this point
yeah,
as
go
well.
ahead.
0.16% of the budget is what was cut. It
Yeah,
was
but that's not what's
nothing.
in dispute. So the
It was
thing is,
nothing,
it's funny is
but it's
like,
gonna kill
look, you
millions.
can harp on military spending, but you know that the biggest
I mean,
spending
I
is
fucking
on
love military
it's on
spending, but
entitlements, Connor. That's where most of the
no,
spending
I agree.
is.
2/3 of the budget is
Yeah,
Social Security, but I just didn't wanna bring up Social Security
hang
before.
on, Connor, calm down, dude. It's on entitlements, okay? Not on the fucking military. Our military does actually benefit us, America first, okay? Us having the most cutting edge technology against our enemies does benefit us, America first, okay? I would think that you would even be able to make a stronger case for entitlement spending on the domestic US as being an America first policy. I would even be willing to grant that as something. But this idea that we need to spend endless billions or hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars abroad for these programs, which most of them are fucking scams too, by the way, Connor. And you live in the fucking real world and you don't know by now that these fucking NGOs, they have CEOs that make fucking hundreds of millions of dollars a year, okay? And we're sending all sorts of subsidies and money to these various organizations. And how much of it even gets distributed there, right? Especially when their government gets a hold of it, I think we'll never fucking know. And so the thing is like, yeah, if you want to fucking spend that money on entitlements here, that's at least a case. If you want to spend the money on military here, that's at least a case. But telling me that we have to exercise soft power for African children somewhere so that maybe one day we'll have access to diamond mines, it's fucking crazy. Okay, and
Why is it crazy?
it's also silly
Sorry,
because there's no
do
way
you
for us to not end up getting access to the things that we want in that geopolitical area if we fucking want them anyway. Because we make those nice helmets where we can see through the entire fucking F-35 and we can see fucking digitally everything that's going on. We can do whatever the fuck we want because that's what we can. We have the power to do that.
what do you think about so sorry, real quick. In my opinion, you're arguing for like a pre-World War One, pre-World War II style, like self-interested isolationism. And one of my frustrations with that is I think that if you look at the 20th century, let's just say I don't like it.
Why?
How do you feel about the
Isolationism
Korean
wasn't what
War?
caused that.
How do you feel about the Korean War?
What do you mean? How do I feel about it?
Well, I mean, in the 1950s, we were done with World War II. We'd already negotiated a peace with Japan. We'd already negotiated a peace in Europe. We could have just dipped out. We could have just picked up stakes, left Western Europe. It could have gotten conquered by the Soviets. Who gives a fuck? It's not our problem. We could have let South Korea get taken over by the North Koreans, and it would have been a communist state now. So what I'm saying is that there's
The same
tens
way
of millions of
Vietnam's a
people.
communist state now?
Well, yeah, but there's all sorts of
Is
geographic
it
reasons
really
for
a
that.
communist state, though?
Well, I
Is
mean,
it
it's state
really?
capitalist, but
Yeah, it's
let's
really not a communist state, though, is it?
no, I said it's state capitalist.
It's really not, and the thing is that the North Korean the
Wait,
reason the
but you
North
still agree that
Koreans.
it's probably an authoritarian dictatorial shithole,
Yeah, I don't
right?
know, when Pol Pot was killing everybody, it was the fucking Vietnamese who went in and stopped him. I'm just pointing that out,
Yeah, the
right? I'm
Cambodians
just
were worse than the
Yeah, I'm just
Vietnamese. That
pointing this
has
I'm just
nothing.
pointing out that, like, the authoritarianism of Vietnam, the Vietnamese have always been basically an authoritarian people, same as the
I asked
Chinese,
you about
the same
Korea.
as the Japanese, and the same as the Koreans, by the way. What happened in Korea was because MacArthur didn't finish the job and butcher the fucking Chinese like he should have, we ended up with Chinese utilizing hard power on the North Korean border because they were terrified of us having access to China mainland. And so they prop up North Korea so that we don't have access to China mainland. The thing is like South Korea there in that peninsula has actually, I'm not even sure that that's done us a shitload of good. And I'm not even convinced that the South Koreans ultimately may not have won that war. They may have, even without American
I mean, no,
interventionism.
they wouldn't have won. They got pushed back all the way to the Busan perimeter.
So did we.
So
But that's what the thing is like we got pushed way the fuck back until we had a
yeah,
counteroffensive. And the thing
yeah.
is,
If we
man,
weren't there, the South Koreans would have clearly lost.
maybe, or they may have had other European allies who came in, I don't know. But the thing is
I
that
very much
if
doubt
it
it.
is the case that we're doing revisionist history and we're armchair generaling, right? If it
No,
was
but this
if
is.
it hang on, if it was the
Let me get to the
case,
point. That way, we don't have to talk
I
about
don't
Korean
well, I wanna
history.
just make this point real quick, okay?
Sure.
I think that if North Korea had won the war, okay, and we had not ever gotten involved, that they would be communists the same way that the fucking Vietnamese are communists, which is not really. They're not really communists. And I think that the reason that that place is such a dark, horrible, awful, fucking horrific place where they have fucking rape gangs and everything else going on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week is because China will basically prop this country up indefinitely so that we're not on their front doorstep. And I think if they had the peninsula, that the Chinese would do much like what the Vietnamese did to Pol Pot, and they'd go in and stop the travesty. I think that they would have done that, just like the Vietnamese did with Pol Pot. And so, no, I'm not so sure that our intervention there was particularly helpful. I don't know for sure, right? I'm just armchair speculating. But ultimately, like our intervention around the globe has not necessarily been good for U.S. interests.
Uh, just like that's I think tens of millions of South Koreans would probably disagree with your historical assessment. I think that tens of millions of people in Europe would probably disagree with your historical assessment. I think that beating communism during the Cold War was probably a historical good. I think that our involvements in the Middle East and North Africa are largely surrounding energy in
Yeah.
order to
Well,
beat
all we did
communism on
was
the world
import them
stage.
here,
And
bro.
just because, and sorry, real quick, you were just saying, oh, well, the Chinese are more benevolent than we give them credit for. So if we had let the entire Korean peninsula fall to authoritarian communism, then realistically, maybe China would have gone in and cleaned up the Koreans Act. I
Well,
have no idea where the fuck you're
the
pulling that
question
from.
is, we have a
And then hold
classic
on, I'm not
trolley
done.
cart. Go ahead.
So no. There are worlds that we can live in, and I think this is part of the reason why I'm annoyed and I'm pissed off, is because China unfortunately has become state capitalist, but they are
Yeah, they're
where they
not
have a
really
combination of the
communists.
market, but the government. What's that?
They're not really communists.
Right, they're state capitalist. But I'm actually using a technical term. Communism is a moneyless, stateless class of society. Socialist is decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. State capitalism means that the state runs the market. There's not a single thing in China that the CCP does not technically have stake in,
I agree.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. So with China, because it has a state capitalist market that is really fucking powerful, they can kind of do what they want. So there are people who get disappeared routinely in China.
Yep.
There are the Falun Gong, arguably, at least according to reports, are getting harvested by their vital organs.
I
Christian
don't disagree.
minorities are persecuted in
Yep.
China, and the Uyghur Muslims were effectively culturally genocided over the past decade or
Totally
two.
agree with this assessment.
Okay, so my point is that authoritarianism in and of itself, I view as a moral wrong.
Well,
So
that
if you're
okay. Well,
saying that like, oh,
that's a claim that's
authoritarianism,
too much, man.
what's
Like
that?
it's saying authoritarianism in and of itself is evil is silly. You can't
Why?
say, well, you can't say that if you have a king, they're going to be evil.
Yeah, of course. Like Tito was better than Stalin.
No, I mean, you have benevolent kings who did great things for their nations. You had great
Sure,
emperors who did the
Charlemagne.
same thing. Yeah, just the
But what
idea
what what
that
happens when the
because you're
king
in a
dies?
that, there's authoritarianism, it's evil is silly.
What happens when the king dies?
Well, usually there's, some type of successorship, and this was
And
something w
isn't
Yeah,
isn't
go ahead.
history of monarchy and authoritarian societies effectively that even if you had a benevolent dictator or a benevolent king, there's oftentimes a piece of shit successor that fucks up the country?
That's no different than democracy.
All right.
So,
I honestly, like for me,
that's the
that's such like
problem, right? Is like
a ahistorical anti-American statement. I just
it's
can't really
not I'm
wrap my head
talking
around it.
about democracy right now. You think that
You
America was the first fucking
you think that
democracy or what?
250 years of our democratic republic is as bad as like Nero
Yeah,
or Pol Pot?
do you think that, like, for instance, when we went through and we killed off all the Plains Indians, when we did all of these things which you would perceive as being these horrible, unjust evils, that because the transfer happened from one person to the next person, that was how that was able to happen, just like these perceived evils you're talking about.
Yeah.
Intrinsically, systems of government themselves cannot really be evil. You have to be talking about the actions of people who are inside of these systems. That's what makes them evil. For
Okay,
instance,
I think when you
take communi
consolidate
hang
and
on, calm down,
concentrate power,
Connor, let
it's
me
more
make the
likely
Hold
point.
to
on,
be
Let me
Connor.
evil.
make the point,
Yeah,
Connor.
hold on, Connor.
Okay, so if you have a commune and they're all practicing communism, I don't give a shit, and neither do you, right?
Wait, sorry, say that again because I
If
might
you
give a
have a
shit.
commune and they're practicing communism in the commune, nobody cares, right? And why would
Right.
they care? And they're not and by the way, they could do a lot of good inside that commune and probably do, okay? The idea here for communism at a grand scale and for why that leads to evil outcomes has nothing to do with the system itself. Systems themselves can't intrinsically be evil. The thing itself is not evil. It's the actions done with it, like a gun. If you have a gun, the gun's not evil. The gun, it doesn't do anything evil or not evil. You do a thing which is evil or not evil with the fucking gun. That's how that works. There's nothing intrinsic, though, that you can point to and say, well, authoritarianism's intrinsically evil based on what? How the fuck
Can you
could you
think of
ever
any
make such a
positive
claim?
can you think of any positive examples of fascism or authoritarian communism? Or jihadism?
Well, wait a second. Like positives?
Yeah, I mean, you just said all ideologies are effectively tools.
Yeah.
It's how you implement the
Yeah, it could be the
ideology.
case, for instance, like
So
let's
hold
take
on, I just wanna
jihadism.
restate my
Yeah,
question
go
in
ahead.
case people didn't hear it. Can you think of historically any
Yes.
positive examples of authoritarian communism,
Yeah.
fascism, or jihadism?
Yeah, for instance, the jihadis who were attacking the Russians, right? Who put a jihad on Russia going into Afghanistan. From that proposition, it seems like they had the more moral proposition there. Wouldn't you agree?
Um, I wouldn't
Ah,
put them in as like a system
ah.
of government. No, but I don't yeah,
Yeah.
jihadists fighting communists is
So
probably
I mean, the
no,
thing
no,
is,
no, 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 Andrew, hold on. I don't want you to pretend that that's like a huge, like, unnuanced W, okay? Pitting a jihad what I asked you for a positive example of any of those
I just
ideologies
gave you
being in
one.
power. Yeah, no, 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 but you didn't say any example of them being in power. You said an example of good time in history was when one ideology was fighting the other ideology.
Yeah, so I'm giving you what I'm saying is that there can be within the system itself positive examples of how the system can be used for the good of whatever the people group is. And if that's the case, if you're talking
Okay, but,
about yeah, hang on. If you're talking about
uh
authoritarianism, I can give you many, many examples of great kings who did wonderful things in Byzantine Empire, for instance. Even Alexander the Great and what he did in the region that he conquered before he died. Like there's tons and tons in fact, the longest lasting civilizations were authoritarian, and the least longest lasting have been democracies and republics. They change their form constantly. So it's like, yeah, I don't, I'm not so
Mm,
sure that when we have these interests, and yes, you look up the longest civilizations, they're all authoritarian. That's not a joke. And by the way,
yeah, but you're also hold
let's
on,
point, hang on,
you're
hang on. I'm just going
appealing
to point this
Hold
out.
on,
Like the
Connor.
uh-huh.
systems themselves, I would not say are inherently evil. I think propositions of evil you have to attribute to men. Men are the evil doers or not evil doers, not
Wait,
systems.
sorry. Jihadism, being the exclusive like advocacy for Islam to dominate a society and the willingness to use violence in order to affect that outcome. Um,
It can
can you
be
think
can
of
that
like
can
a
be
positive
useful. Yeah, of
example?
course. If they for instance, they perhaps they had a more oppressive people group or something like this, or they were being encroached on, and so they were able to bank on this, the idea of jihad in order to protect their people group. From their
Like the
perspective,
Crusades?
well, from their perspective, I could see how they would, see foreign occupiers as being a problem, and then they do jihad, right? And how that could be beneficial for that particular society. I don't know intrinsically, that you could always make the case that this is bad. You see what I'm saying?
I would like to respond to this in depth, okay?
Okay,
So, and I'll try to be as brief as I can.
okay.
So, when you look at the history of the caliphates, Abbasid, Umayyad, whatever, the histories are typically of like expansion and conquest. And then what happens is they seize the territories that they're going to rule over for a long time. And then once a caliphate falls out of power, effectively like power abhors a vacuum. And so as a result, another caliphate comes in. But because um, especially concentrated power doesn't like to go down, there's a huge amount of violence between an authoritarian system changing hands with another authoritarian system.
Can
And
be.
you brought up Rome as an example where you were like, "Oh, well authoritarian systems typically outlast. The longest empire in the world was Rome." Well, Rome was a republic initially, and then it
No, I don't think
became
that was the longest empire.
what's the longest?
I think that the longest unchanging empire was the Byzantine Empire. I think that that's the case.
Well, the from a historical perspective, you could consider them separate from Rome, but realistically, they're the Eastern Roman Empire.
Yeah,
So,
that's not
like,
the same though. That's not we're not talking about the
eh,
same things there. So the thing is
they thought of
like
themselves as Roman, they just
but
spoke
you
Greek.
have to admit they were authoritarian is my point.
Okay, but what I was gonna say, though, is that the Byzantine Empire and the Roman Empire in particular, and the Byzantine Empire is the Eastern Roman Empire, is that they had sure, they had a dictator. I'll admit it, they had an emperor. I mean, literally Czar, Caesar, that's where the term comes from, and it comes from Julius, who was almost a contemporary of Jesus, and they lasted for another 1,500 years, so arguably, as a political entity. However, what I would say within Rome, I wouldn't credit having a dictator or having a king with why they lasted so long.
Me
What
either.
I would say is that they had a pretty rich culture that stretched back centuries or millennia into Greek antiquity. And they also had bodies like the Senate, rule of law, constitutionalism, literacy. They had a whole host of like civic virtues separate from an emperor that made their
I
society
think it was
great.
the virtues that made this society great. I agree with this.
Okay,
But the thing is though is that
uh-huh.
a lot of those virtues were from the top down. That's one. And another thing that you need to look at is that the systems themselves were not intrinsically evil. Now, maybe you could make a case for something like not even slavery necessarily could I make the case that that is an intrinsically evil institution because I can give examples of when perhaps during wartime you would need to enslave a certain portion of a public so that they could not continue to fight and wage war against you. I don't think intrinsically the ideas that we give these descriptors of systems are evil themselves, that the people who engage in these systems conduct evil actions or do not.
I okay. I'm still going to stand by the position that I think evil is more likely with concentrated power. So for instance,
That's
like the
not
whole
what you
argument
said
for
though. That is not
I
what you
think it is what
said.
I
What you
said.
nope, and you can rewind the tape. Here's what you said. I
Uh-huh.
believe that these systems are intrinsically evil.
I think fascism
Intrinsically.
is intrinsically evil.
Why? What about fascism would be intrinsically
Political corporatism and flexible
That's
authoritarianism. So
not what
political
about
corporatism.
that makes it intrinsically what if you use that, for
I'm trying to
instance,
answer your question.
to feed the public and to assist your people group? What if you used
I
it
mean
for
that
that?
shit. That's what Hitler did, right?
Well, okay, so if it's the case
That's what
though,
Franco did. That's
yeah,
what Benito
yeah,
Mussolini
so
did,
what
right?
made it intrinsically evil? It was the actions
So
so which were external to the
I'll,
system.
I'll no, I'll answer. So political corporatism treating the nation state as a body in an analogy sense.
Oh.
And then flexible authoritarianism, I would say the flexible authoritarianism is what makes fascism evil because shit, I'm a political corporatist.
Yeah, but
So,
that doesn't you haven't
flexible,
made you've just reasserted the claim. Oh, it's a
yeah, I
tautology.
was about to explain flexible authoritarianism to you. Give me a
Okay,
second.
well, but don't make
Okay.
it a tautology. Don't tell me it's evil because it's evil. Tell me how it's
Okay.
evil in
I'll
itself.
tell you how it's evil. So, flexible authoritarianism says that you get and maintain power however is necessary.
Okay?
So, effectively, like dog eat dog, Darwin rules. If you can get in there through elections, awesome. If you can get in there through appointments, awesome. If you can get in there through violence, awesome. However you get into power is how you get into power. But then you also have to maintain power. And fascism effectively says that history and individuals in society are ultimately just a great struggle. And so if you lose in a fascist power game, it just means that you weren't the right person to rule. And so all it becomes is a massive struggle over power. And so as a result, since you don't believe in a constitution, don't believe in rule of law, don't truly believe in monarchy, don't truly believe in anything really, you just start worshiping power.
Well, gee, because Connor, I feel like you're just describing societies right now. You're just
To
describing
some
every society which exists right now, which is it's a dog
to,
eat dog world, and everyone's got it. They're all going for power, and however they're going to get it, they're going to get it because that's just society, Connor.
but liberalism in the classical sense, in the American sense, says that we are going to make rules to the game.
Bullshit.
That's what it
Original
says.
liberalism didn't even have term limits for the president. What the fuck are you talking about? He could have stayed there for fucking. He could have
You
stayed
think
there
the
his
Articles of
entire life.
Confederation
What do you
and
mean?
wait, hold on. You think the Constitution weren't rules to the game?
Well, the Constitution's a couple of pages, Connor. These
Yeah, no
rules,
shit.
the rules there were really designed as a compromise so that states could govern themselves. You know, the whole idea here that you're talking about,
Except for
and
the
within
supremacy clause in the late 19th century that said that you had to
also
follow the
not the
Constitution
original
even if you were a state.
Constitution, not the original Constitution, nothing to do
Wait,
with the
and didn't
original
every single state
Constitution.
have a representative body and a
Yes,
governor?
and they all
Yeah, so
ran them
didn't they have
different.
to agree to that rule set? Did they say that individual states could become monarchy
This was part of the compromise. Well, a lot of them are run like monarchies. I actually, especially in the early part
by a
of the
governor and a representative body?
I
We're
don't think
seriously
you
gonna say
knew
that the
I don't think
governor
you
of
know how
Virginia was the
much
same as a
I
king?
don't think you know how much power governors used to have in these fucking states, Connor. It was
Well, relatively
incredible.
speaking, I probably do.
Yeah, well, then you know that it was incredible in comparison to what they have now. It's not even in the same fucking universe. And the thing
Well,
is
I would
that
also say
when
relate
they had the power of a national guard, when governors used to have the power of a national guard, that was an actual fucking threat. Okay, it's maybe not now, but it used to be. And the thing is like, look, I'm sorry that you describe a dog eat dog world, but you haven't explained how that's intrinsically evil. Even if everybody's all vying for power and they all want it because they all think that they deserve it, and then the ones who deserve it get it, that in and of itself is not an intrinsic evil. You'd have to explain how the system intrinsically is evil. I would just argue easily that the morality base of the people group who have power are what make a system evil or not evil. Now, you can argue that there's some systems which maybe would turn out more evil people. I think that's a good argument, and I can get behind that argument. But I can't get behind the argument that a system itself, which is just a social construction of our brain, is inherently evil. That's absurd.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Then we might be using evil differently. So using evil, let me define it, I suppose, as like
Bad thing.
uh, propensity for intentional bad, intentional harm.
Yeah, but you see how that's tautological? Because you just say that bad is
How?
well, because then you're just saying evil is evil, right? So bad is evil, evil is evil.
But you understand, but you and I probably both, we probably have like 90% overlap, 95% overlap on bad, right?
No, I think that evil is the absence of the essence and energies of God, or the energies of God specifically. I consider that to be evil. So we have a different prism on what we consider evil to be. I think that when you say bad, you just mean things which are against your personal preferences.
Wait,
Um,
so hold on. So is a Christian pedophile more evil than an atheist
Well, if he's a
non-pedophile?
Christian pedophile, he would you're giving it an incorrect descriptor. So this would be a person who's not partaking in the energies of God, which is why he's doing this action. So this action would be denoted as evil.
Okay. So so hold on. So a self-proclaimed
Yeah, you
Christian
you can, but you realize
ver
that like
versus an
a
atheist
self-proclaimed
non-pedophile.
man or a woman, right? It's like you can proclaim whatever you want.
Yeah, yeah,
Doesn't make
yeah,
you the
but I
thing.
don't dude, I don't accept this, the reason why I don't accept this is because effectively what you can do argumentatively, which I don't agree with, like, all right, I think that, if you're saying the absence of God, I do
Well, the
believe in, like, a
absence of the
divine.
essence of God. Yeah.
Okay, well,
Or
I
I'm
think
sorry, energies,
most
the absence of the energies of God, not the essence.
okay, I think most humans, relatively speaking, have a divine spark, and yet human beings engage in evil all the time.
And yet it's
And
absent that divine spark that you would consider the evil thing, right?
hold on, hold on. So if a man, like let's say the prodigal son is engaged in anti-God behavior. Jonah engaged in anti-God. David engaged in anti-God
Well,
behavior.
they didn't separate
They still had
themselves.
the divine
Yeah,
spark.
they didn't separate themselves specifically from all of the energies of God. That wasn't the
Right, but they
case.
still did horrific shit,
True,
right?
yes, but people who remove themselves from the energies of God, it's in our belief structure that that is what is contributing to the evil here, the sin. That would be what we would consider evil.
Okay, but hold on, just as an example, like, um, I hate to be so stereotypical about it, but like Samuel and the Amalekites in the Old Testament,
Okay.
right?
Mhm.
In a secular moral system, there is no reason that an entire city should be butchered. Men, women, children,
Yeah,
livestock.
bullshit. That's
You think
bullshit.
that there is a reason
Oh, yeah,
that in a secular.
I think that secularists can create causes for butchering an entire society with ease, without any problem whatsoever, and justify it without
I'm
a
not saying if
problem,
they
and
could.
I'm
I'm talking about like
just point you
modern
to Soviet Russia.
American
I'm just gonna
Western
point you to Soviet
humanist
Russia. That was a
philosophy.
secularist society. Soviet Russia was secularist, and yes, they would butcher whole fucking cities. They didn't give a shit, and they went through and raped all of Berlin. They raped
No, 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 no,
all of
no, no, no.
Berlin,
This
bro.
isn't. Hold on, real quick, real
Like,
quick.
what do you mean?
I'm not trying to because you're making a totally different argument. I'm not trying to say that secular people are not capable of evil. That's not something that I was ever saying. So let's move past that.
Okay.
What I'm saying is a modern human with liberal humanist Western tendencies would view butchering an entire city as immoral and likely
No, they
evil.
wouldn't. It depends on the
Are you fucking
context.
serious? I'm sorry, you're being a fucking debate pedant. If I go down to, like, downtown Orlando right now, and I walk up to 100 people and I say, "Hey, do you think that you could ever come up with a moral argumentation for why you should butcher men, women, and children and the livestock of a single city?" You think that there would be a single fucking person that would be like, "Oh, yeah, I got, like, 10 reasons off the top of my head."
Well, the thing is that the dialectic there is interesting. If you take the trolley cart problem and you ask a person, would you throw the switch in order to hit the one person over the three? They almost always will say yes. But if you ask them if they'll push their friend off of a bridge in front of the train to save the three, they almost always say no.
All
And
I'm
so
trying to
hang on,
argue
hang
with
on,
you
Connor,
is that
Connor,
most
Connor,
people
calm
would not
down,
view
Connor.
Hold
butchering
on,
a
Would you
hold
calm
city and
down so
hold
I
on,
can
livestock
at least
Connor.
as
explain?
good.
Connor,
Connor,
calm
And I
Connor,
down.
let
can't even
Andrew
get
explain.
that.
Calm down. What I'm showing you is that it's how you frame a thing. So if you went in and you said, "Could there be good justifiable reasons in wartime where you have enemies who are ruthless, who are going to fucking destroy you, to go through and conquer and destroy their entire city, even if that means killing everybody in it?" I think you'd get a totally different answer based on that framing than the framing that you
Do you
gave.
think most people would say it was good, or do you think they would say it was necessary
Depends on the
evil?
context. Like
Bullshit.
if you were to
You're
go
being a
ask
debate pedant.
people,
You're
if
being
you
a pedant.
I don't
You're being
think
a pedant.
so. In fact,
You're being a
I
pedant.
even think you'll agree with me.
You think
Hang on,
so
Connor,
your
just
fucking
let me
sorry, your
explain,
chat is
Okay.
bro.
retarded.
Fuck, let me
So
Yeah.
hold
just
on, your chat's
explain.
retarded. I wanna address
Okay.
your retarded chat who just did a super chat. So hold on. Your retarded chat just said,
Okay.
"Hiroshima and
Connor.
Nagasaki, bro." How many
Okay,
people
Connor. Connor, I hate to have to mute you, but can you let Andrew just explain the point
I
and
just
we
wanna
can
explain
address
the
the
point,
super
and then
chats at
you can
the end.
attack it. I think that's
Yeah.
fair. So, the thing is, bro, is it's like this. If you have contextualization for why it is that you did the destruction and there's a justifiable reason, I think people's answers drastically change. So, for instance, I think if you were to go to a leftist and say, if we had to stop World War II by blowing up all of Berlin and killing everybody in it, would you do it? I think that they would say yes. So the thing is like, I don't agree with you. This idea that that people, when they have context, are going to keep this answer. I think that if you feed them incorrect contextualization, of course they'll give you the answer you want. But I also think that that's not pedantry. I think that's you being underhanded and somewhat diabolical with your framing
do you think they would say it was good?
to stop a war. Yeah, I think they would say it's good, justified. Yeah.
I think that most people, most sane people, particularly with a modern historical education, would say, "No, but it sounds like a necessary evil."
So then you're saying that people should do evil?
When it's necessary.
It sounds like you're saying that there's times where doing evil is good.
No, I'm
Yes,
not.
you are. You're saying,
No, sometimes there's a lesser of 2 evils.
and isn't it good
So
to and is it
so
good to hang on,
hold
is
on.
it good to pick the lesser of 2 evils? Is it
Even
good
within
to
your own
pick the
example,
lesser of 2 evils?
even within your own example,
Is it
okay?
good to pick the
Firebomb
lesser
no.
of 2 evils?
Sure.
Okay, then we're
But
done,
I no, no,
Connor.
no, no, no,
That's
no, no,
it.
no. I don't want you no, 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 no. Don't
Yeah, yeah,
declare
yeah,
victory
yeah,
and walk
yeah, yeah,
away.
yeah, 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 yeah,
No.
yeah,
No.
yeah,
No, 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 no.
yeah,
Don't declare victory and walk away because you already
yeah.
know where I'm going, and I think your chat's too stupid to actually pay attention. So let's try it.
All right,
Let's
let's
try
try
it,
it.
okay?
I know my
So,
chat's a bunch of stupid fucks. I know.
yeah, I don't think they have the balls to do what you do.
Yeah, what do they know? What do they know?
They're a bunch of stupid fucks. It's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah, those
So
stupid
hold on.
people. Notice how I
So
didn't insult your chat.
Berlin. No, fuck my chat. I love them. They're brilliant, but fuck them too.
Yeah, see, I
So
would
anyway,
have just assumed that your chat just instantly agrees with
mm,
everything that I say because I'm so fucking intelligent. What do I know?
all
You
right,
know?
all right, all right. Let's make the point.
All right.
Burning Berlin, men, women, children, pets, livestock, everything in order to prevent World War II. I think that if you said, well, look at the human harm caused by World War II, most people would say if we knew that this would prevent World War II, we knew that we would save tens of millions of lives, we knew that we would save all these people. Yes, let's burn Berlin. However, if you actually show them what the burning of Berlin looks like, where you're dropping bombs and you're blowing up kids and you're blowing up puppies and you're blowing up old people and you're firebombing people, you can ask them, is that good? Their obvious answer is going to be no. And so, therefore, a lesser of 2 evils does not mean a good. It could be a contextual good,
Yeah, but do
but
you
it's not a
see
specific
yeah,
good.
but do you see how this ethical system that you're producing makes no sense? And it's because you're trying
There's
to
not a single thing that I've said that doesn't make
I'm
sense.
gonna explain it to you. It's because you haven't thought this position through. The dialectic actually makes no sense. The second I ask you, though, if this is the lesser of 2 evils, is it good that we choose it? Your answer is yes. So if that's the case, then you are doing the moral good. Otherwise, how could it be good for you to choose it, Connor? That makes no sense. That would be P and not P. It would be a direct contradiction.
I swear to God, you guys have become debate pedophiles. This sounds like fucking equivocation to me. Is
What am I
burning
equivocating on?
so for instance, P is not P or whatever the fuck you guys
That's
use as an
just a
algebraic equation in
contradiction.
order to explain basic shit. So sorry, hold on. Is burning a child alive good?
I would say no.
Okay. Is burning a child alive good if it prevents World War II?
I would say no.
Okay. So we're on the same
I have a
page.
different ethical system than you.
Wait, I don't know if you do.
Yeah, I think I
God
do.
ordered the Amalekites to be butchered,
No,
men,
no,
women, and
no.
children,
So
and donkeys.
let me show you the difference. Connor, would you burn a child alive to prevent world?
Probably.
I would not. That's how you know we have a different ethical system. And so, if you would do that, you're saying that that is good for you to do to prevent World War II.
I
You
don't
see
think
the
it's good.
well, but you do, or do you think that you preventing World War II is good?
Yes.
Okay, good. And do you think that you're
Burning a
picking
child is still
yeah,
bad.
but you have done the good action here in your worldview. Otherwise, you wouldn't do it, right?
No. I still
No?
think that there's evils that you do because they're necessary.
Well, I don't think so. I think that you would be saying, in your view, that it was good that the child was burned to prevent World War II, even you're framing it as the lesser of two evils, but you still think it's good that the person picked the lesser of two evils. So this is still for the
I don't
good. You still
no,
consider this a
I don't
good
think it stands up to
action.
any scrutiny whatsoever. Like biblically, the sack of Canaan, the destruction of Canaan, I don't think God was like, "Hey, rejoice at the slaughter of the people of Canaan." I think it was, like, necessary for the Israelites to take the territory. I don't
Well,
even think the
well, hang
Bible
on. You can make the
says that
case.
slaughtering the
Yeah, you
Canaanites or
can
the
make the
Amalekites
case
is
that
good.
rejoicing about doing something isn't good, but you can't make the case in your worldview that you're not doing something which is good if picking the lesser of the two evils is good.
I think I can. I think there's no contradiction here.
There would be directly be a contradiction. It would be P and not
Wait.
P.
Hold on. Even going back to the trolley problem, okay? We have the trolley problem.
Yeah,
There's 2 people on one track, 1 person on the other track,
sure.
and yet a utilitarian says, "Okay, I'm gonna kill the one guy."
Yeah.
All right? that guy can still say, killing the one guy is bad. I wish I didn't have to do that.
Yeah, but what he did was good, right? Because he
Yes,
only yes.
contextual versus
There you
specific.
go. There you go.
I
That's
don't
the
think
whole
you've
point.
proven anything. I feel like we've gone back and forth on the same thing.
No, I mean, I think you've just conceded the point. This wasn't even a
Wait.
gotcha.
So
I'm
hold on.
just
So hold on.
all I'm trying to do is
Let me
show
follow
you
your
the
worldview.
ethical frame. That's
So,
all.
real quick with the trolley problem, there's one guy on one track, there's two guys on another track. You say, well, God wouldn't want me to participate in this at all. Therefore, I'll just let whatever happens, happens.
No, the opposite.
What do you do?
Well, I think
What
it
do you
would
do? What do you say?
I'll explain. I think it would be a sin of omission for me not to throw the lever. I just don't think that you could make the case that either which way that the lever fucking went, that I could be held to account for it. Because this is a me doing nothing in that case, an omission would be the bad, right? That would be the bad.
Okay,
So,
but even within your own worldview, it's not good that you participated in that, right?
well, no, no, no. It is good that I threw the lever because it would be bad if I did not throw the lever.
So how are you any different than me?
Because what you're trying to say is that both actions are bad, and that's not the case from your view. One action's clearly
You just
good,
said
or you
both
wouldn't
actions
take
are
it.
bad.
No, no, no. I said doing nothing would be bad.
You also said when I asked you if you killed the one person, would that be bad? You said yes.
No, I didn't say yes. You just made that part up. I said that
Okay.
on
Then
both
then I might have
instances.
asked the inverse.
Yeah,
Was
but on
you
both
killing the one okay,
instances,
so
it
the
doesn't
omission is
matter
the
which
bad.
way the train goes from there. I don't think it could be held account either way. I
Okay.
think I can only be held account if I tried to do nothing.
I'm not asking about what you can be held to account for.
Well, then
What I'm
but
asking
that's what
for
I consider to be the good, right? Is the participation of the energies of God. For you, it's different. For you, you're saying, look,
I'm a deist, right? I believe in
I
God,
get it,
right?
but we do have fundamentally misunderstandings about theology here between the two of us as you are a deist. So the thing is under your view, if you say, look, I would definitely burn a child alive to prevent World War II, I understand. It makes sense to me that you would do that, right? What doesn't make sense to me is why you wouldn't say that that was a good action. You just say it's a lesser of two evils, but it's also good that you do the lesser of two evils. That's you saying that this is a good action fundamentally. It's the whole
N
problem with
no,
utilitarianism in
you're
general, by
saying
the
that
way.
I'm saying that. I've already said that I haven't said that.
Bro, you said it 3 times. I've gotten you to cop to it 3 times now.
Okay, because I'm differentiating between contextual and specific. So contextual, if I burn so specific, burning a child is bad. There are almost no circumstances in which you should burn a child, right?
Right.
But within and by the way, I'll make it historically contextual. Hiroshima and Nagasaki was necessary from a tribalist analysis of warfare to prevent more American boys from going to Japan and dying in a war when Japan had already lost but refused to surrender.
I understand.
So we're burning children
Mhm.
in order to save American soldiers. I can say that within the context, saving American soldiers is good.
Well,
But
which one ought
specifically,
we
in an
do?
ideal world, we would not have to burn children in order to save
Yeah,
American soldiers.
but you see, this is equivocation from you now. It's using ambiguity in language. I agree
I don't think I'm
100%.
using any
Well, I'll
ambiguity. What are you
explain.
talking about?
You
I
said
was very specific.
you said the ideal would be not to do these things. Okay, great.
That's true.
I understand the ideal, but we're not talking about the ideal. We're talking about if you actually had to accommodate one of these views, would it be good that you went for the lesser of the two evils? Is that a good thing?
Yes.
Well, then
On the
you're
whole, you
yes.
can still do bad things with a good outcome.
So what you're saying is that it's a good thing in this situation to burn the child alive.
No, why the fuck? I'm sorry, Andrew. The reason why I keep using the word pedant, okay? Pedant is where like you're overly focused on words. Can we agree that there are things that are both good and bad simultaneously? You're having tobacco, you're drinking alcohol. I love alcohol. I used to love tobacco. They're delicious drugs. They
Mhm.
make the world a better place. And yet, they are damaging your body.
Sure.
So, is alcohol good?
Yeah, well, I mean, when you're talking about what are called like trivializations and or things like smoking or having a beer or something like this, um, if you were like a drunkard, for instance, and this was, taking you away from participating in the energies of God, I would say that that would be bad, yes. But I would also say that there could be like, for instance, omissions where you would probably want to smoke under certain circumstances or even wanna have a drink in celebration. Um, I would say that there's plenty of times for that. So that's not such a clear-cut question. When you're talking about when it
So is it a mix of good and bad?
well, under context, of course, it could be good or bad.
That's what I'm saying.
That makes my point, not yours.
No, it makes my
No,
point.
because what you're saying is
It
that
makes my
you're
point.
saying
I said that
both
there
of
can be
these
bad
action
things that have elements of good
no,
within
what
them.
I'm
Yes,
saying
and
is
you
that
just said
no,
exactly
I
that about
didn't. You're
alcohol and
wrong. I'm
tobacco.
saying that under certain context, I could say that this action good or this action bad.
Okay,
But
I'm gonna
here,
say
hang on,
your action
Connor,
is
hang on. Let me
bad.
just finish. Under
Uh-huh.
your view, though, you've already given the context for what is good and bad. Understand the difference?
I don't understand the difference between how you're saying like, "Oh, alcohol and tobacco, depending on context, could be good or
And
bad,"
burning a
and then
child
I've used
alive from your
specific and I've
position,
used
yeah,
contextual. It feels like you're doing a direct analog to what I'm
because
saying.
I'm not, because under your view, you're saying that under certain contexts, burning a child could be good or bad. It's the same thing.
Uh-huh.
And when you say that I'm picking the lesser of two evils and that's good, you're actually saying that this is good to do this under these circumstances with this context.
Okay, but what I'm here
And the
let me press you a
equivocation
little bit
comes in
more.
because you
I
tried to
wanna
say,
press you a little
no,
bit
they're
more.
both evil.
I would
It's
like
like,
to press
what?
you a little bit more. I would like to press you a little bit more. There is almost no physiological benefit to tobacco consumption.
Oh, no, that's
There's
not
almost
true.
none.
No, that's
It's
totally
all
untrue, especially the
you think
nicotine
there's a
delivery system.
physiological
Oh,
benefit to
yeah.
tobacco consumption. Can you tell me
Huge.
what it is?
Yeah, for one thing, the nicotine delivery system, which is instantaneous, helps you to, think. It makes sure that your mind decays way less. There's all sorts of short-term
It's also
benefits to tobacco
clogging your
use.
arteries and, like, quintupling your chances of cancer.
Yeah, but you just said there's no benefits. Again, you're making distinct statements here.
You could achieve the okay, so okay. I would say that there are you're also making an argument for why tobacco is simultaneously good and bad again. But what I would say is
No, I'm
that
not.
let's just say the negative effects of tobacco
Mhm.
outweigh whatever positives you have. So, anyways, with tobacco, you are probably shortening your life by years, perhaps decades.
Maybe.
So, as a godly man, someone
Mhm.
who is called to this plane of existence in order to advocate for your beliefs, in order to impact the world, are you not engaging in a bad behavior that is actually cutting your earthly mission short? To what end? To what benefit?
Would you say the same thing for a cheeseburger?
Yeah,
Yeah, so then from your view, should I be a monk?
no,
Well,
but I think
then
you
I
should
don't
live within
what
moderation.
what can I participate in?
I would say obviously it's a balance and that there's good within bad and there's bad within good,
Oh,
and
you're
asking if something is a holistic good or a holistic bad is pedantry.
so I'm not but we weren't talking about holistic goods
Yes,
or
you
bad.
said if burning a child is good, and I said no 10
No,
times.
you said yes 10 times. You
I
just don't
said
know it.
depending on context, but it's still
Right.
a lesser of 2 evils.
That's
I've already
right.
said that
So
10
depending on
times.
context, it could be good to burn a child alive. Thank you, Con.
Sure, the same way that smoking a cigarette, if you're smoking a cigarette in order to celebrate something within your life, it could be good. But if you smoke so many cigarettes that you develop cancer, that you cut your earthly mission by 20 years, that is bad. You
Well
are engaged in a behavior that is both good and
well
bad.
then
And if I
Connor
ask you if it's good, or
oh,
if I ask you if it's bad holistically, I'm being a fucking pedant,
see
the way that you're being a pedant.
See, here we I was about to agree with everything you said until you said both good and bad. And yet here you continuously delineate between what is good and what is bad. Not that they're both good and bad, but that under contextualization can be good or bad. Same thing with your view with the child. The view with your child is under contextualization. Burning one alive could be good or bad. You understand the difference now?
No, I also don't understand the difference because we went through the trolley problem and you said that killing the person would be something that you couldn't be held to account for, which also like wasn't even a part of the equation. I asked you if it was good, not whether or not you could be accountable for it.
Well, but I have a difference. I have a different moral system than you when I say the word good. And part of that moral system is held to account, not by fucking you. It's being held to account by my God, not by fucking Connor. And so when I'm talking about what is moral to me and the participation in the energies of God, this is my reference for the good. When you say the good, you mean something different. You mean intuition, preference, things like this. I completely understand what you mean by that word. I'm fine with it. The problem is the equivocations coming in from you. Because when you say there's certain contexts which make an action good or bad, I agree. But the second you say an action's both good and bad, that is a P not P proposition. It's a contradiction directly. That's what I'm trying to save you from here. You could just cede the point and we would end up in agreement.
I won't.
Okay.
All right, guys. Well, um, I went, I think like an extra hour or so because you guys were having such a good conversation, such a good debate. So seriously, that was awesome, guys. Would you guys want to do your ending statements now?
Sure.
All right. Let's see, Andrew, would you like to go first?
Yeah. Sure. So I would just dive in here and say that I don't think we ever got really good arguments from Connor on why Christian nationalism would be bad at all. He did dive into saying there's potentials there that he would not prefer under Christian nationalism, but couldn't give any examples of any of them happening. Reason he can't give any examples of them happening is because they haven't, but he could agree with me on the endless examples of what have been done to Christians by the left, especially people who are conservative Christians by the left. And he ceded at point after point after point of all the horrible things they did to us, but somehow think that us having some form of power, he says, I agree with you. You should have a power block. But then it's like, well, but if we have a power block, we're going to utilize the power block for our benefit. It's what we're going to do. Right. So if you want to have this kind of like a constitutional republic and then at the same time, this mass democracy, we end up with blocks where we have to protect ourselves through getting into positions of power so that we can't continue to be abused. That's exactly what we're going to do. He seems to see that that's exactly what we should do, but that his fear is that we're going to, I don't do some fucking bad thing to him. But when I point out the things we're proposing to do, he doesn't. There you go. About to sneeze. Never mind. Okay. So anyway, when he says these are the things that the Christian nationalists are going to do, or this or that, when we get into the propositions, he doesn't even really seem to disagree with most of them. He's like, well, if you use state force to stop OnlyFans, or you use state force to stop gay marriage, or you do these types of things, I ultimately don't even have an issue with that. He even said when it came to blasphemy laws, things like this, within the confines of what the 10th Amendment, he agrees you could even do those things. Ultimately, I don't even know what his beef with Christian nationalism is because he didn't really give me one. I tried to hone in on it. The conversation went everywhere except on Christian nationalism itself, though I did try to bring it back multiple times. And then we got into ethics near the end of the debate. I wish we could have dove into that even more because I think it can help Connor with his philosophy there a little bit better. But ultimately, I don't even think we got at the heart of what it is that we were getting after. And so the first thing that we ended up kind of getting bogged down in some historic context, a little bit of armchair generaling, right? Things like this. I understand that all of that is necessary to the context of a conversation, but I don't feel like we've really got to the heart of what his issues are with Christian nationalism to begin with, or why it is that you can't apply those things fairly to what our opposition's already doing to us. When it came to the idea of successors, he says, authoritarianism is inherently evil, things like this. I think that that really starts to dive into what his issues actually are. He really believes that systems themselves, these constructs made out of men's minds, are inherently evil. And I just don't believe that in governance that's true. Maybe you could make some system like a system that's only designed to like buzzsaw little puppies going down the aisle with children or something like that, and that's all the system is ever made for. Maybe you could say that there's some in here. I don't even know if you could do that though. I don't even know if even then you could say the system's inherently evil because it's really just men ultimately that we're talking about and what their agendas are for the world. So I think that that was where we really needed to hone in on the proposition because he thinks in his mind any sort of authoritarianism is a threat. And the thing is like, I don't think that that's the case. One and two, when we got into like king successors and things like this, he says, look, when authority has to pass bad things happen. When I pointed out that's the case for democracy, he ended up kind of agreeing with that true too, because it's true. Anytime power is changing hands, you can easily end up with conflict and things like this. So whatever the actual proposition is for Christian nationalism being bad, I don't think he made. I do think that I made a pretty compelling case for the goods that it would bring, though, especially with the proposals that I was kind of pointing out that Christian nationalists would move towards, plus us protecting our people group from the ultimate oppression of the left, which he agreed were being oppressed by the left. He agreed with all of the things I said as descriptors that the left has done to us. So ultimately, I think I made a far better case here for why Christian nationalism is good than he did that Christian nationalism is bad. And with that, I'll cede my time. And counterpoints, I always like coming in and doing a debate with you. It's always fun.
It's fun, man.
All right, awesome. Thank you very much for that, Andrew. Connor, whenever you're ready.
Yeah. So I do think that my argument is Christian nationalists could seize power and reciprocate what the left has done to the right broadly. We brought up specific examples like censoriousness, taking over social media companies, deplatforming, debanking, socially ostracizing, all that kind of stuff. I think the reason why we haven't seen the Christian nationalists do that yet isn't because they're not capable of doing it. It's because they haven't seized enough of a power block yet. The reason why I'm trying to check them right now is because I do think the right wing, which the Christian nationalists are a part of a broader coalition of the right now. I think that if they get in further charge, I don't want to see them taking out members of the American public with, let's say, vengeance rather than justice. I'm actually trying to appeal to justice. I would actually say during this conversation, Andrew kind of made historical excuses and philosophical excuses for authoritarianism. So while he appealed to the benevolence of Christian nationalists so far, I think he was paving the argumentative roads to excuse Christian nationalist authoritarianism in the future. I think that the left has socially frayed our fabric. I think they've fucked up the republic in a lot of regards by not abiding by the spirit of freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, right to self-defense, up to and
Just a
including
fucking
against the
word
government, et
salad,
cetera, et
bro.
cetera. I also think that some of the evils that Andrew is appealing to are exaggerated. Now, murdering and laughing about a political propagandist in public, Charlie Kirk specifically, that's evil. It's bad. It's something that is horrible and shouldn't happen in a free society. That being said, we could endure one of those every single year and it would not be a threat to the Republic of the United States. Whereas what I would argue, and I invite the people in the chat to check out the Eastman memo specifically in reference to January 6, 2021, Donald Trump did threaten the foundation of the Republic by attempting to overthrow it in an election that he has still failed to prove had outcome determinative voter fraud. I think that Christian nationalism, if they were to seize power and advocate as a block to the exclusion of others, that would include atheists, that would include deists, that would include Jews, that would include Muslims, that would include Sikhs, it would include pagans. And I think that it's only kind of this more ephemeral Christian nationalism that's like, oh, well, you're citizens of the United States, so we would tolerate you. I think that's just appealing to a benevolence that I don't think you would extend if you had power. Systems can be evil. And what I define as evil is not only being capable of wrong action, but almost reveling in
Also,
wrong
somebody in
action.
the chat corrected
Vanguard
me,
communism
I
to
guess
me
earlier
is
when I
wrong.
said,
It's evil. It
Fuentes
basically says
supported
the people
Kamala,
are
that
too
that's not the
stupid in
case.
order to
I
advocate on
went
their
back
own
and
behalf.
verified it. That, in
Therefore,
fact,
we
was
need to
not the
murder the
case.
people in power in order to seize power for ourselves and instantiate our belief system top down. I think
So,
that's evil. I
I
think it's
got that part
inherently
wrong.
evil. Then you also said that like, systems aren't
That wasn't
inherently
intended to be
evil.
a dunk
I
on
don't even
Fuentes
think that you
anyway. That was
believe that,
intended to
Andrew.
be a dunk on
What I mean by
counterpoints.
that
So
is
that was
secularism
intended to be a
and
dunk on this
modernism
guy.
tempts people away from God. And if you read the Bible itself, it says that if you tempt children away from the path of God and salvation, it would be better for you to have a millstone wrapped around your neck and for you to be thrown in the ocean. So I don't even think that you think systems are arbitrary or don't carry moral character or content, because
Yeah, I'm sure
effectively what
someone
you
will try to
advocate
clip
for
it
is
to
for
make it seem like
Christianity
I'm
to
trying to
be
go
the
after
most dominant
fucking
system within
Fuentes,
society.
but
So
we'll easily clip
finally,
it
I would just say
back.
I don't think
Fucking
ideologies are
lying, gutless
arbitrary,
fucks.
and then I don't think Andrew believes that either. Yeah, and I would say once again, I am a Republican. I advocate for a republic. I advocate for a constitution. I advocate for representative democracy, not direct democracy. I'm proud of our nation. I love the United States of America. I love the Constitution of the United States. I'm a civic nationalist. I think that if you believe in the founding principles of this nation, you are my co citizen. And I would prefer civic nationalism over Christian nationalism.
All right. Thank you very much for that ending statement. Thank you both you guys again. Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't hit that like button, make sure you do that. Also, hit that subscribe too. Let's see. Let's get to the Q&A. All right. So remember, guys, you still have time to send in some questions if you haven't had the chance to do that. Let's see. Anthony for $10, just showing support. Thanks for hosting this debate. Just found your channel not too long ago. I'm looking forward for more of your content. Keep it
Yeah,
up.
but for some
Not one step
reason,
back. Thank
people
you
are
very much, brother.
really adamant that me and
W
Fuentes need to be
Moderating,
fighting with each
W
other all the
Andrew, and
time. It's
Crucible
fucking
Crew, not one
crazy.
step back. Thank you very much, Cannon, for
There's like a
$2.
vested interest in getting that to
Um,
happen.
AC for $10. Liberalism is a result of affluence and has reached a threshold. Poor states that the industrialized are still Christian because they needed a social structure, not poor because they are Christian. I don't know if you guys have any response to that. If not, we could move on.
I mean,
No?
you don't think that's a valid point?
Liberalism is a result of affluence. I would say liberalism is like a revolution of what Marxists would call the bourgeois, like the property owning class. I think that's true. Poor states that deindustrialized are still Christian because they needed a social structure, not poor because they are Christian. I mean, I don't have an objection to that. In general, Christianity advocates a certain level of industriousness. I think Christians are oftentimes industrious and rich people. So, yeah, I don't have an objection or a criticism.
All right. Let's see. How long, Nate, for $5? Civic nationalism is a steep slide to degeneracy. Now the left has covered it into an I believe I meant to put astro glide. Any
Yeah, see,
thoughts
next
on
time
that?
I need to fight with Hall Long Nate because I think he'd be making the arguments that I was ready for.
All right. Let's see. Nathan Slippy for $20. I don't have the time or the crayons to explain force doctrine to your koala brain. Any thoughts on that?
I think I understand it just fine.
All right.
I actually do
The
think
dash.
that
Yeah.
Connor, out of many of the center left people that I've talked to, actually does understand force doctrine.
And agree with it.
Hmm.
I think it's descriptively true.
Which is why women shouldn't vote, right?
I
No,
don't
no,
go
I'm
that
kidding. I'm
far.
kidding,
So
Connor.
it
Connor,
goes,
it's a joke, bro. It's just, I'm
I
just kidding.
know, but hold on. You triggered it. They in like Socrates had this conversation 2,500 years ago where he was saying that democracy, Athenian democracy, there was some like rich, powerful military guy who was bitching about how democracy was forcing him to serve all these weak peasant pussies who otherwise he would beat the fuck out of. And then Socrates said, well, the poor and the weak got together in order to vote to restrain your power. Is that not the weak pooling their strength together to restrain you? And so I think weirdly enough, democracy could even be understood under force doctrine.
Well, I think that democracy is you removing the aspect of force, though it's an ever-present thing, which ultimately will end up overriding democracy.
That'll be the next topic.
All right. This is Dashing Rogue for 4.99. Thank you very much, brother. The problem with Christian nationalism is which denomination will it be? I believe this was more toward Andrew.
Yeah, this is a very kind of poor argument, which is made often. You could kind of make this argument for any type of form of government. Which party will it be? Which which form of secular humanism are we going to go with? Which form of this are we going to go with? It's not like these people on the other side who are fighting for their ideals are in universal agreement. They're not at all. There's 100 different flavors, 1,000 different flavors of communism, 1,000 different flavors of socialism, thousands of different flavors, even within the nuance of civic nationalism. The idea here is on major issues, can Christians unite in order to move the goalpost forward? I think that they can, and they are. So I kind of see this criticism as being weak because every single ideology has the same issue.
All right. The dashing road for $1.99, and also that's not a strong man, that was a steel man. Okay. Um, Nathan Slippy for $20. Thank you very much, brother. You don't even understand that the one who makes the laws is the one with the most guns, you bundle of sticks. Don't know how it's directed to, but I'm assuming Connor.
It's me. Uh, I would call you the F slur if I could, but for monetization purposes, I won't.
Yeah, please don't do that.
Go, go. Terms of service.
Yeah. Not for my benefit. I don't give a shit. But I mean, I think this poor guy wants to keep the debate on his channel. I think it'll help his channel a lot. So
Okay. I will say terms of service, and we'll move on.
All right. Thank you very much, fuck it button, for $10. Yep, I will accept the process happen. I will never accept a Democrat or a leftist authority deserving of respect in any capacity imaginable. Last time I did, they cried orange dictator for a decade. Um, yeah, I
that's where
believe
we're at,
that was a
man.
cartoon.
Yeah, you'll say, yeah, they were elected and they're in charge, but it's the respect for the authority which is completely basically gone at this point.
I don't know,
Uh,
man. I don't know if we're romanticizing a time period that didn't exist. When I was growing up, George Bush was called a fascist, dictator, invader, baby killer, murderous piece of shit. And when Bill Clinton was in office, they called him like a philandering, hedonist, nihilist, degenerate piece of shit. And then same, I could come up with the insults with Obama, but those are probably terms of service.
Yeah, there was
So
a
I don't know if
even
there was
growing
ever a
up.
time in American politics where we were just like, oh yeah, we all love the president.
Yeah,
I don't think
even
that
even
happened.
growing up though, listening to Limbaugh years and years ago, even those old talk radio hosts would talk about how you still need to respect the president. And they would say things like, I do want to see my president succeed. I just don't like this particular agenda. It would be things like that. There was still a national undertone of patriotism, which has been enveloped by nihilism, Connor.
I would say that there are moral wrongs that I think Trump is guilty of, but I don't think that we care to the same degree about those wrongs. So I won't waste time moral frogging about it.
all right. Thank you very much for Foreign Bugman for $5. Connor said that the world is a better place with Charlie Kirk dead. Does Connor have any other conservatives that he disagree with and wants to die?
Wait, did you actually say that? You didn't say that, did
No,
you, Connor?
no. I think probably the closest thing that maybe they got a clip. I don't know. I think the clip that I would have advocated for or whatever is I do think Charlie Kirk was responsible for the poisoning of discourse. And I do think that effectively the way that he argued was terrible. I think it made discourse worse. And so, yeah.
How?
And sorry, go ahead.
How? He was like the nicest fucking guy on earth, dude.
Because he dunks on R slurred, again, for monetization purposes, otherwise I'd say it, college kids. And also
Oh,
within the
dude.
argumentation, it's not about no, 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 hold on, real quick. I just want to make this point. There's debating to understand and debating, like debating to find truth. There's also debating to win, and there's debating to find optical dunks. And I think we all know that the internet and Charlie Kirk were dominated by debating for dunks and debating for optical wins, not debating to find
Wait a
truth.
second, though. Okay. You can't say that a man whose mission is to do massive cultural outreach using the leftist tactics because the Deans and the Parkers and the Destinies of the fucking world, they take random callers all the time who are politically uninformed and dunk all over them every fucking chance they get in order to clip that out so that they can pretend that their worldview is better. You can't
And
say
I
that.
would say that they make the
Hang
discourse
on,
worse,
hang
and
on,
also I
hang
think
on.
your
Connor, let me
chat.
finish, bro. Let me finish, and then you can
Sure.
respond. Okay. Thing is that this guy had a massive political outreach program to the youth of America to bring them over to the right at the institutional level. In this case, schools, which have been captured by the left. And he did a great fucking job. And the way in which you capture their attention is with those dunks and the this and the clips and the blah and the blah. And it's like that didn't poison discourse. That was him using the tools at his disposal for what discourse has fucking become.
I don't agree. And then not only do I disagree, like, listen, I'm just going to let the Epstein files come out. But the fact that Charlie Kirk knew that Donald Trump participated in January 6th, 2021 in the Eastman memo and all that crap, the fact that he probably knew about the Epstein files and he was just like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to go for him again anyways. I think it's genuinely okay. If you believe in a republic,
Where the fuck did you
representative
get that
democracy,
idea, dude?
What's that?
Where the fuck did you get the idea that Charlie Kirk had some deeper insights into the Epstein file than you or I?
Because he himself said that he had friends within the administration that were
So?
telling him about the details of the case, and he was gonna wait for them to make the best
Yeah,
decision of
and
the
who were
Epstein
these
file.
friends in the administration? Would that be guys?
Probably Bongino and
Yeah,
Patel. They've
Bongino
been
and
on his
Patel,
show
like
before.
the same Bongino who spent weeks and weeks and weeks talking about all of his various theories about what happened with Epstein, and then when he gets into office, he's like, "Well, wait a second, okay, maybe there's not as much here to see as we thought before." You don't know what Charlie Kirk knew or did not know when he's talking about these people who are inside of the FBI who came out of the political commentator class. It's like, bro, you don't know what insights he had or that he knew that Epstein and Trump were entwined and doing blah blah blah. You're just making that shit up, bro. You're making
No,
it
okay,
up.
hold on. There was a dedicated effort on the right to say that the death of 2019 or the death of Jeffrey Epstein in 2019 was suspicious, that he was likely
It is
intel
fucking
connected,
suspicious.
that he was a part of the deep state,
Yeah.
and that it should be the Trump administration's job to release every detail related to Epstein as quickly
And
as
we still
possible.
believe all of that.
Okay. And well, hold on. No. Charlie Kirk fucking swept for them after the Trump administration said, "Hey, we'll get to you when we get to you." After they pulled that fucking stunt with the binders, he was a
No.
shill for them.
No, bullshit.
100%. You could
No.
find the fucking
No.
clip of him
Here's
and
what
be like,
happened.
"Oh, I have admin officials who are telling me that they're working on it, and you know what? I'm just going to trust the admin until I'm told
Oh, I
differently."
see. So the
You can
same
find that
so
clip.
let me get this right. The same people who you say he had political contacts with who he trusted, who were telling him about these insights, also told him, "Hey, we're still working on this," and that's what he reported. Well, gee, Connor, what a
Yes.
fuckhead.
Yes.
How
I
is
think
it?
he's a
What are you talking?
fuckhead.
How?
Why would you trust the trust admin to do shit after 2021?
I thought you just got
Why
done
would you
saying
trust
he was
them further
claiming
than
they
you
were
could
friends
fucking
of
throw
his
them?
and sources of his.
What's that?
I thought just got done claiming these were friends and sources of his. Why wouldn't he trust that they were
That doesn't
continuing
mean
that?
that you shouldn't look at them with skepticism, considering what Cash Patel and Dan Bongino have pulled off for the past decade or for the past month or 9 months. Why would you trust them after the past 9 months?
Because if he's getting information and relaying it accurately, which is I have friends who are contacts here who are working on this, why would he relay that differently?
Dude, uh, I think that he did not want to lose access. I think he didn't want to lose access to his friends. I think he didn't want to lose access to the Trump administration, and I think that he swept for the Trump admin.
Oh, maybe, but you
100%.
haven't made a great case for that here. And not only that, and let me point this out,
Well, I mean,
Connor.
I would rather just wait a month until we get the Epstein files, and then
Yeah.
I can say, "Hey, the president of the United States is an ephebophilic sex trafficking rapist." That would be
Do you
great.
actually believe that?
I think it's entirely possible that Donald Trump abused underage teenagers in the 80s and
That's not
90s.
what you just said, though. You just said that you can't
So
wait to say
pedophilic
that
sex
Trump is
trafficking
a
rapist. Yeah,
pedophilic. Yeah.
sorry. If you go to a party where there's 14 to 17-year-old girls and you have sex with 14 to 17-year-old
Mhm.
girls, then yeah, you
Are you
participate in a
saying that Trump
pedophilic
did
sex
that?
trafficking
Are you
ring.
saying Trump did that?
Yeah,
Yes or no? You're saying he
I'm
did?
saying there's a high probability that that happened. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so if these files come out and that's not the case, you're gonna eat crow.
I could. I don't think I will.
All right. Thank you very much. Fuck it button for $10. Counterpoints thinks we aren't there yet. Meanwhile, most of us that voted for the Orange Man think the things he is freaking out about are so close to nothing. We are mad about it not being enough.
True.
I mean, sorry guys, I think you got played.
Well, I would say I guess in your defense here, that I have been a little bit, just a tiny bit, because I am a big Trump guy. I'm not gonna lie about that, and I'm a big supporter of his. But I'm not thrilled on him losing sight of the goal of mass migration, the reason that we put him in there. But I'm not willing to give up on him just yet. He's going to be there for years to come, and I think that this is a part of his agenda, which he can easily get back to and move towards when his constituency tells them that that's what they want.
Okay, well, one of my frustrations here, and I'm not trying to make it like too personal or whatever, is that people are bringing up that there was the representative from the U.S. Virgin Islands who was still communicating with Epstein as recently as 2017 or 2019. Steve Bannon was Trump's campaign manager in 16, and I think he got fired in 17. He was texting Epstein. Why the fuck is Steve Bannon, Trump's campaign manager texting Epstein?
Yeah, I mean, there could be a dozen reasons for that, or for one thing, is this confirmed? Have we confirmed this without a shadow of a doubt yet, or is this something that you're just running with?
Um, they have text messages that they say are Bannon. I don't know how to do digital forensics.
Yeah, we're not there just yet. But even if it's the case, unlike you. So the very same criticism you would give a Candace Owens of, hey, you're jumping to conclusions based on cursory evidence and without knowing any contextualization behind it whatsoever, and then framing it as though it's a truth statement and there's something to be gleaned here is the same exact thing you're doing. Trump deserves to have the
I have
benefit of the doubt.
substantially more factual statements than Candace
Well, he
Owens.
deserves to have the benefit of the doubt unless you can prove otherwise, and you fucking can't. And that's that.
I mean, I can okay, so the thing that it says is based off of conversations, we believe this number is Steve Bannon, right? Then they're having conversations about things related to the Trump campaign, related to Russian diplomacy, and related to, let's just say, a direct quote is, I worried because and this is to Epstein. I was worried because I thought that you were the only person that, or I was worried about you. You were the main person that I was worried about. And Jeffrey Epstein says, "Well, you fucking should have been." That's like a direct quote. So, do I
With
have the
no
digital
context,
forensics?
with no
No,
context either.
no. The context is a fucking chain. It's a text message
Yeah,
chain. You
but
can see them going
again,
back and
even
forth.
that we don't exactly have context for. I think that
Well,
you
he's
should
the
so I
world's
think
most
you should
prolific
always
dude,
start.
I'm extending you a lot of charity. If Obama had a series, if Obama's campaign manager had days-long text threads with an ephebophilic sex trafficking rapist, and then and Obama had been accused of sexually assaulting 26 women, and if Obama had been
For all
accused
the fuck
of
you know,
having
Obama's
underage sex
campaign
with a
manager
14-year-old
did have
girl.
contact with Epstein. You don't know. We don't know.
Wait, hold on. We do
No, we
wait, what did
don't.
you just
We
say?
don't know. For all you know,
That
he
Trump had
did.
contact with
Yeah, how do
Epstein?
you know he didn't?
We absolutely know that Trump had
How?
contact with Epstein
No,
through
no, 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 that's
2004.
not what I said, Obama. How do you know Obama's campaign manager didn't? You don't fucking know. We have no idea. We don't have the
Well, the
totality of the
truth is,
files.
okay, but the truth is, if in December 18th, a bunch of this shit comes out and it burns a bunch of Democrats, you're not going to be seeing me fucking crying. I'll be saying burn them all.
Yeah, but I'll be on here making you fucking say, "I'm sorry that I just called the president of the United States a fucking pedophile," with no
No,
evidence at
I still
all.
won't say I'm sorry because Katie Collins still said that he raped her in the early
I
90s.
mean, the woman who oh, yeah, and so did Blasio Ford said that shit about a Supreme Court justice. What did you believe that
And
too, Connor?
26 other women said that he sexually assaulted them.
Connor, did
Sorry,
you believe
when you have
Christine
one woman
Blasio
say
Ford,
something
Connor?
crazy, that's fine. When you have 50 women saying something crazy about you, maybe you're the
Oh,
fucking problem.
geez. Oh, it's not like they don't have massive political support. You come out with an allegation, you get tons of fucking attention. And by the way, the ability of these women to prove these things basically non-existent, right? And all of these cases always get withdrawn because they're all bullshit. Just like the one you just referenced got withdrawn because it was total bullshit. There's no proof or evidence of it at all. You just made the fucking shit up. You guys take it and run with it like Blasio Ford. She made the whole thing up against Brett Kavanaugh. The whole thing was bullshit right from the
Okay.
ground up. And you know it was bullshit. And it was
No,
all
I don't.
politically motivated because it was Trump's Supreme Court
No,
pick.
no, I don't because I've already pulled this shit up. Okay. So it is not with it. These are the series of facts that I'll lay out for you. And what I don't like about this conversation is the fact that if this was a Democrat, you would be all over this like a fucking fly on shit. And maybe if you weren't personally, your audience absolutely would.
And I'm
Okay.
pretty
So,
measured when it comes to evidence and proof, I got to tell you.
okay. Well, you also traveled in different circles. Let's lay it out. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein, Robert Maxwell is Ghislaine Maxwell's dad. Robert Maxwell
Yep.
was a triple agent for Russia, the United Kingdom, and Israel.
Yep.
Robert Maxwell is buried in Israel, and people said at his funeral, an intel operative said that nobody will truly know what Robert Maxwell did for the state of Israel
Mhm.
at his fucking funeral. Ghislaine Maxwell got with Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein went from like a fucking public school teacher to like a multimillionaire financial investor to a
And then
billionaire within a
billionaire,
few
yeah.
years.
Yep.
Then he started partying with everybody in Hollywood, everybody in Washington, D.C., everybody within New York. He ran multiple modeling agencies. None of this is in dispute. And he used those modeling agencies to recruit 14 to 17-year-old girls from flyover states. And he also sexually recruited girls from Palm Beach. What he would
While
do, according
Democrats
to
were in
one of the
office?
girls, yeah,
Yeah.
unironically, with Bill Clinton.
Yeah,
No,
while
with Bill
Democrats
Clinton.
were in office assisting, with if this was an intelligence operation, right? This was Democrats
Yeah,
assisting with
it
the
could have been
intelligence
CIA, it
black
could have been
and
Mossad, who
Clinton
knows?
was one of the ones who has notably been pointed out as being at Epstein Island.
There's a picture of Bill Clinton getting a massage from one of the underage
That's what I
girls.
just said.
Yep. No, you said he was at the island. I'm saying that there's even worse evidence against
Yeah,
Clinton compared to Trump.
yeah,
Okay.
agreed.
Okay. But
Democrats did so Democrat,
some
Democrat, Democrat. Where's the proof for
I don't give
Trump?
a fuck if the Democrats. I want them all to burn. You
Where's
have to
the proof
understand
for
that.
Trump?
Okay. Hold on. I'll get there. I want to lay out the facts. Okay. So Jeffrey Epstein used the modeling agencies in order to recruit girls who are as young as 13 or 14. They would do the modeling work during the day, and then at night they would party, and then effectively after a certain time it became an like an orgy. And so the underage girls were encouraged to participate with powerful men. Virginia Giuffre, the sex trafficking victim who died, said that she knew effectively from her memoir that she allegedly had sex with Alan Dershowitz. I think she allegedly had sex with Yehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel, and that I think. Oh, and then she had sex with Prince Andrew. Okay,
Hmm?
those are the three people that we already know. So the English royal
She's
family,
pictured with Prince Andrew.
right?
Yeah.
The prince and so the royal English family, the Israeli politicians, and then also Epstein had, this is only slightly related. Epstein had direct government and intel contacts with Russians that he was communicating with as a part of this file dump. Okay.
When are we gonna
So
get to the
Virginia
Trump
Giuffre
part
said
here?
that she, relatively speaking, knew of 30 other rich and powerful men who had engaged in the underage sex trafficking ring. Okay. Alan Dershowitz is the lawyer who wrote in a 1997 op-ed that the age of consent should be dropped to 15 and there should not be any kind of like statutory rape charges until the age of 15. He went on to be Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, and in 2004 to 2009, he negotiated sex trafficking between 40 and 80 women down to, I think, a single charge of solicitation of prostitution of a 17-year-old, and got Jeffrey Epstein 18 months with
Can
work
we get to the
release.
Trump part?
Yeah. Alex Acosta was the federal attorney who negotiated that sweetheart deal.
Yep, I
He had to
remember.
resign from the Trump administration because he was appointed randomly to be the Department of Transportation head. Why the fuck is Donald Trump's campaign manager texting Jeffrey Epstein? And why is the guy who negotiated an 18-month sentence for a serial sex trafficking rapist being appointed to the Trump administration?
Do you
That's
understand
fucking
that what you
crazy.
just did was you asked 2 questions but presented no evidence?
I would say that the evidence is that Alex Acosta, the lawyer who, the prosecutor who negotiated the sweetheart deal for Jeffrey Epstein, was appointed to the Trump admin while Trump's campaign manager was texting Jeffrey Epstein. That's evident.
That is not evidence of any wrongdoing by Trump at all.
Yeah, the evidence against Trump is the Katie Collins testimony that basically
That
says that
was
she participated in the
retracted?
sex trafficking
You
ring and raped her along with another
you mean
13-year-old girl.
you mean the thing that was retracted? The thing that they dropped?
It's not dropped.
It
That
is
her
dropped.
testimony, she's part of the victims who are testifying now in order to get the files released.
Okay, I'm sorry. The testimony by I'm sorry, Stanton, right? Is that right?
I would have to look up her name. I think
Yeah,
the
I don't
pseudonym was like Katie Collins.
yeah, oh, Collins, sorry, not Katie Stanton. So, Collins, if I remember correctly, this was retracted. She dropped it. She dropped the actual criminal
No, I think
complaint.
she dropped the suit, but she never dropped the
Why did she
allegations.
drop the suit?
Probably because she didn't think that there was any physical evidence after
Because
30
there's not
years.
any fucking evidence, that's why.
Okay, Jeffrey Epstein was known for sex trafficking women through the 80s, 90s, and thousands, and Donald Trump only stopped being friends with him after he recruited Virginia
That is
Giuffre
not
out of
evident. Those are
Mar-a-Lago.
again, that's not
And
evidence that he
communications
did
went on for another
anything.
decade.
You understand that none of this is evidence Trump actually did any fucking thing wrong at all?
Oh, except for sworn written testimony from a victim, and also photo evidence of him hanging out with them, and also like
Yeah,
40 victim statements that have been
the
under
victim he
seal for
was
the
found
past 20 or
liable
30 years.
for
And on
digitally
top of that, another
fingering
80
her.
women who have
Uh-huh.
said that this happened to them.
And just like Blasio Ford, who came forward and said, and all the Democrats said she was super credible
Dude, you can
because she
hold
was
on to that
crying.
if you want. I guarantee you, I don't give a fuck what if this was, let's say Bill Clinton was in power, once again, you guys would be on this like flies on
Bill
shit.
Clinton,
You
when
are
he was in
extending
power,
so much charity
when
to
Bill
this fucking
Clinton
man
was
for
in
no
power, he
good
was
reason.
actually fucking one of his interns in the Oval Office. That actually happened. That was
Fuck
actually
him. I
happening.
hope he burns.
Yeah, but
What
do
I
you
don't
understand the
like is the
distinction
right
here?
wing's
Like
lack of
you're
curiosity when it
very
comes to the Epstein
I am
files. That's what I don't like.
listen, I'm very curious, but I want actual evidence. And what's not evidence is everything you do. So for one thing, when you're talking about witness testimony, I saw what happened to Brett. You can't tell me women are not being paid to testify against Trump and against Trump administration appointments when Kavanaugh was appointed by Donald Trump. You agree with that, right? You agree?
Sure, I think
Okay,
women
and
can lie
Blasio Ford
sometimes.
was given a sweetheart multi-million dollar fucking book deal to go in and testify against Brett Kavanaugh and say that he did all sorts of horrific things to him when he actually had evidence that that couldn't be the case based on an old calendar he had. Luckily for him, the guy had it. This woman was trying to destroy his reputation just so that these fucking Democrats could try to get their own nominee in there. They didn't give a shit about what was true. And I remember watching every single fucking Democrat say how credible she looked, even though she had not a single piece of fucking evidence, couldn't remember the date, couldn't remember it. I told a girlfriend about it and she remembered though 20 years. Get the fuck out of here with this shit, dude. Show me some real evidence.
Okay, well,
Oh, I got paid operatives who were willing to testify like this other fucking chick did when Democrats offered her a multi-million dollar fucking book deal.
there's still 26 other fucking women who said that Donald Trump sexually
Yeah,
assaulted
and you
them.
know
It's
what
not as bad as the
happens?
ephebophilic sex trafficking, but it's
It's
still fucking 30
really
women who are
funny.
willing to say the exact same
Yeah,
thing.
it's really funny out of a country of 300 million that you could find a bunch of women who want fame and fortune who will testify about things that aren't even fucking true because the ends justify the means, especially if you're going to end up with a huge book deal and you're going to end up with a lot of press and you're going to end up with a lot of money. Convenient how that
Do you
fucking
think
works.
Stormy Okay, so do you think Stormy Daniels was lying when she said that, "Hey, Donald Trump paid me like 5 grand in order to have sex in 2004 while Melania was pregnant?"
Yeah, I'm not sure and if that actually happened or didn't happen. The hush money definitely happened, but even if it did, right? Even if you say, "Ah, Trump went and he bought a fucking hooker and paid her some hush money." Okay, I can at least wrap my head around that. There's at least something there for evidence that I can at least be like, "Okay, that deserves looking into."
What about
This
the Jeffrey Epstein what
this
about
is
the
not.
birthday enigma letter?
Yeah, the thing that they said is a fraud and you haven't proved is true yet.
Wait, it came from the Jeffrey Epstein estate. How is that a fraud?
Yeah, you have not proven that this is actually from Trump. That has not been proven. They say it's not.
It hasn't been proven, but at the same time, wouldn't you think that like, hey, here's a bunch of birthday cards, including a drawn cartoon of Jeffrey Epstein grooming children, and then you flip the next page, and then it's a page from Donald Trump saying like, Jeffrey Epstein, we're great friends, blah 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 blah. You know what I love about enigmas? The fact that enigmas never age, and it's literally the silhouette of a woman with small
Right
tits.
this second, there's hundreds of thousands of people on the internet who believe that I have a black ex-wife and black bastard children. And there's nothing I could ever say that would ever change their mind, even if I showed them all of the evidence in the world. And here, right, the opposite is the case. Here, I'm willing, right this second, if you can provide real conclusive evidence that Trump has in any way, shape, or form engaged in sexual intercourse with minors on Epstein Island or in any way with Epstein, that I would love to see the evidence and I'd be right behind you with him to fucking string the guy
That
up. But you
we can break bread
don't
on that.
have it, Connor. You don't have it.
Well, we can break bread on that because realistically, we should probably just wait until December 18th, see what comes out, see what gets sealed by the DOJ, and we should just see what we have on December 18th, and we can take it from there.
Yeah, except you're already making the accusation. That's the problem.
I am making the accusation.
All right. So next one is the dashing rogue for $1.99. At the end of the day, everyone joined a gang. I'm not quite sure what that's referencing, but thank you very much. Fell runner for $5. Please open a fresh jar of pickles. All right. I'm assuming that's for Andrew.
Olives.
Yeah, it was olives. Yes, get that correct. Um, air airborne airborne animal for $10. Notice that the leftist liberal is not in control of his emotions and cannot help but to spurg out. No real argument about why Christian nationalism is wrong. Just everything's fine. What a joke.
Let me
And
defend
just put our
Connor briefly here, right? Connor's always been a very animated personality. He comes out of the Twitch. But listen, Twitch poll, a lot of you guys don't know this, but that was a really brutal place to be, even as a centrist. And being an animated person was kind of necessary to the way discourse was done on Twitch politics. And that's the battleground Connor came out of. And so a lot of that is carryover. I don't consider that to be like a dunk on him that he's super animated or that he gets loud or things like that. He was, in fact, dealing with some of the worst fucking human beings on planet Earth. Though I would say that he, with like the progressive victory stuff, you still deal with some of the most horrible, or did deal with some of the most horrific people on planet Earth also. And I do hold that against you, Connor, but I don't hold against you that you're animated in debates. I know that environment. I was in it myself for a long time.
I was about to say I was almost on my best behavior tonight. You guys don't. You think this was animated? You think this was yelling? I was chilling. Sorry, continue.
no worries. All right. Zombie for $2. Andrew, thank you for bringing truth.
Happy to do it.
All right. The Jabroni Big Time for $5. Thank you very much. Question for Coomer Point. Why do you think Trump is such a poopy pants meanie?
Off the top of my head, January 6th, 2021, the false elector scheme. Google the John Eastman memo. I really, actually, sincerely invite you to do that. I would also say backstabbing Ukraine was pretty fucked up. I think that if you're a neoconservative, somebody who's interested in promoting liberalism and republicanism internationally, then the betrayal of Ukraine is actually pretty fucked up. And then I also think that eliminating PEPFAR and USAID the way that we did, that we're going to contribute to hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of deaths through incompetence. Even their little black AIDS babies, and they're not our problem. I would have liked to have seen a competent offshoring of the program to someone else rather than abruptly ending the program, resulting in predictable human misery and death. So yeah, those are. I got more, but those are my like top four.
All right. Michael Hatchtube for 4.99. Thank you very much. Andrew describing regular human politics and basic civics like it was some kind of bad thing was funny.
That's not really what happened. Instead, I think that I was given a very ahistorical account of things. And I don't think that we're in the same position that we were when institutional authority was respected by the greatest generation during the 70s and 60s and things like that. Even though kids were fucking, doing this hippie revolution. And boomers settled the fuck down even after that. I don't think we're in the same place, and I think that that this idea that we are, and that this is not a rush to who gets in power first to change things how they want it, is fucking insane. And I mean, it's pretty obvious to everybody, or you wouldn't have these emergent political groups coming up, which haven't come up before, like Christian populism, for instance. That is not a thing that you would have seen in days past, but now it's become a necessary condition because Christians can't even talk. So
All right. Thank you very much, Philip Rivard, for $2. The left to us. Don't believe your lying eyes. All right. Uh, XBTWXD for $10. Connor, your entire defense is my system as if it's a counter to extremism on the right. The Constitution was written by Protestant heretics who did a literal coup against their government.
Yeah, you're right. No, I Connor, your entire defense is my system as if it's a yeah. I don't think that we're there. And it kind of I think weirdly enough, I think Andrew's probably the most sane Christian nationalist out of all of them. But I don't think that overthrowing the Republic of the United States, the Constitution of the United States, the way that we've established laws, the way that we do due process, um, I don't think that the material circumstances that we're in right now are worth overthrowing the government. I also think that there's a bunch of fucking Civil War LARPers, and I would use the F slur if I could, but for monetization purposes, I won't. I think there's a lot of people who think that you're going to get a gun, you're going to run outside, you're going to get into a gunfight, the government's going to be overthrown, and then boom, you're done. whereas an actual civil war is losing friends, losing family, losing power, losing access to guaranteed food, drinking dirty water, being miserable, and maybe getting shot or killed by complex either anti-governmental forces or governmental forces. And I think that if you look at the misery in Ukraine, I'm not in a rush to see the United States of America be like Ukraine. So I think when people are like, "Oh, you hate it, you hate political extremism, you hate revolutionaries," ugh, like I think you're a fucking dumbass.
Well, I
No
think
offense.
I think that this is a kind of an ironic argument, as nobody is making the proposition for civil war at all, but rather to utilize the systems to their ultimate advantage to change them for the purposes of Christians being in charge over the long term. So, who would have a revolution against that would be the opposition side, right? And not only that, let's point this out, and this is kind of funny. Connor says, wait a second. These bunch of Civil War LARPers out there, blah, 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 blah. Nobody's making that proposition, Connor. Nobody's proposing civil war. And I would also argue this that the overthrow, the laws and the system that you're advocating for, only 50 years old. Laws weren't really made the same way that they're made now. They weren't. This is a brand new experiment inside of the experiment. You're advocating for a very, very young system within the system. If we go back
I
to
think
really what
that
the framers wanted and what you've done with universal suffrage, I think you've already destroyed this very system you're trying to maintain, and you're just trying to maintain it. And I don't know why.
because I think
I mean, it's
the
50 years old.
alternative is a rush into anarchy and violence. That's
I don't
why.
think so. I
Uh,
don't think so. And the
I
thing is like,
I
why do
think
you
so.
want to maintain
Also, I
this
think there's
50-year-old
profiteers.
system?
I think there's profiteers as well. And I'll just say it. I think Tim Pool is a profiteer. I think that he caters to the disenfranchised sentiment. He caters to the sentiment that we're already in a civil war. The shots just haven't been fired yet. Or the shots that have been fired have been only been fired in one direction. I think he caters to that. I think it makes him money, and I think it's ahistorical, statistically bullshit. And yeah,
Let me tell you something, man. I know Tim Pool. Okay.
I've
I'm
met him
not
twice.
saying
To
I'm
be
not saying
clear,
I know him super well, but I know him pretty well. Okay. And the thing is that that's a real smart guy. He ain't no dummy. Mama didn't raise no dummies. And he's been following with great detail the news. Now, does he do the headline thing a lot on the Civil War? But he's also often reaching polls where the polls are talking about what Americans think is going to happen, which includes civil war. And
I don't.
he's not a grifting profiteer. This guy was
I
out.
didn't say he was grifting.
He,
I
this
said he was a
guy
profiteer.
this guy was out and he was watching all of this shit unfold during the Occupy Wall Street. And all he's done is study the news, watch the news, and report on the news for years. What when you say profiteer, then like what is he doing that's any different than you, Connor?
I think he because
Just better
I
at it? Like what is he
Well, yeah,
doing?
that's true. But no. I think that it's one thing to basically say what you believe earnestly, make a buck from that. And I do think that I say exactly what I believe.
I think he
It's
does
one thing
too.
that I'm guilty of. I think that Tim, consciously, subconsciously, I don't fucking know. But I effectively think that he knows where his bread is buttered. His bread is buttered at not an improve, and I think he's big enough that he could improve discourse. He could literally say, "Hey guys, shit's getting off the wheel so bad that I think that we need to bring these sides together and we need to start looking at a productive way for America to move forward." I think he would lose viewership. I think he would lose money. But at the same time, I think he makes money by saying it's a catastrophe, it's an apocalypse, it's lawfare, it's one-sided. We're in a civil war in which people haven't shot each other yet. Yeah, I think he profits from that
Yeah,
line
I
of
think that this is
argumentation.
fucking you keep on bringing this up. This guy over here who's much more successful than me could improve discourse. The fuck? What are you doing
I'm
to
doing okay,
what the fuck are
by the
you
way.
doing?
I'm doing okay on the internet. I'm not trying to say I'm a millionaire, but I'm doing
Yeah, you
okay.
ain't doing
Just
as
share.
okay as Tim Pool, not even in the same arena. So the thing
Sure.
is like,
What does that
no,
have to do with anything?
what are you doing that improves discourse? What?
I think I do a lot.
You're utilizing the same exact principles as Tim Pool. You use the same
No,
thing.
I
You
don't.
just got done saying that Trump was a pedophilic lunatic and you couldn't wait for him to get exposed with no evidence. How the fuck does that improve discourse,
I
Connor?
don't. Okay. I earnestly believe what I'm saying, and I've also laid out the evidence
So
for you.
does
And on top of
he.
that, if you came to the stream, or if anybody came to the stream, I can show you in meticulous detail why I believe what I believe. I
So
can back
does
it up very
he.
specifically.
So does
What's that?
he. Does the same thing. He's using
Okay,
polls, he's using data, he's talking about
but
what
you
he
don't.
believes.
Okay, I'll
How is
give
he
you a
bringing
very specific
discourse down and
example.
you're
I'll give you
elevating it?
a very specific example. Okay, Pisco, friend of mine, goes on to the debate, like IRL debate with who is it? Like Gavin McInnes and a few other people. I forget where they're at, but they're at a bar. They're doing a debate, and the debate brings up Epstein. And Pisco basically says, "Hey, we got like a shitload of evidence. Trump admin is sweeping for it. You guys basically know that something's going on, and you need to fucking call this shit out, or else I think you're being hypocritical pussies." And Gavin McInnes says, "I don't give a fuck." Like I would have to find the exact quote, but he basically says, "Oh yeah, Trump might have raped a few underage girls. Who gives a shit?" And then he just makes a joke out of it, and the entire audience laughs. Now, if I was Tim, putting
Well,
myself in
Gavin
his
McInnes
shoes,
has
and
charisma
I
and
was a
Pisco doesn't.
serious person, I just want to finish this. If I was a serious person who actually like gave a fuck about the Trump admin and gave a fuck, I'd be like, yo, what the fuck? I'm a fan of Trump or whatever. But if he was an ephebophilic sex trafficking rapist, I would throw his ass under the fucking bus. That would be a sane response. But instead, they just swept, moved the conversation right
Why do
fucking
you
on.
keep saying they as though Tim Pool's Gavin McInnes
Because it was
won?
like
Hang
three
on, hang on,
people. I
hang
think
on.
I don't remember the
First
other
of all,
person, but it was Tim Pool,
Tim
Gavin
Pool is
McInnes, and there
not
was
Gavin McInnes. Gavin McInnes
was
is a.
it the
Hang on, and
it might have
Connor,
been the crazy
Connor,
guy,
I
the
just
crazy
let
guy
you
who likes the
go. Just give
penis,
me 1 second.
Alex Stein.
Again, Tim Pool is not either Alex Stein nor is he Gavin McInnes. Gavin McInnes is a comic first and foremost. He's a funny man.
Oh, come on.
Okay,
He's been a political commentator for infinitely longer than
and
he was a comic.
well, the thing is his political commentary is based around comedy. That's what makes it so successful. And the
Oh my
thing,
god. No, no, no,
Connor,
no, no, no.
chill for a
I don't
second. Let me
accept
make the
this.
fucking
Him
point.
sticking a dildo up his ass in
Can
order
I
to own
make the
jihadists doesn't mean
points?
that he doesn't actually believe that,
Connor,
like, Islam is a
Connor,
threat to the
just let me
Western
make the
world.
point, and then you know I'm going to give you a chance to respond. So just let me make the point.
Alright.
The thing is that yeah, he's been a fucking comic forever. He does comedy news. That's what he does. You can't get mad at the guy because he's fucking charismatic and made the audience laugh. It's ridiculous. And more importantly, not even in defense of Gavin McInnes, but what the fuck does that have to do with Tim Pool believing what he believes or not, or how he's bringing discourse down by bringing people together to debate in public, especially giving little piss ants like Pisco an opportunity, who was a Destiny hanger-on, okay, until Destiny fucked a bunch of shit up and now is still going back and sniveling and stuffing his nose up his ass. That is bringing
No,
fucking
look,
discourse down.
Isco is pretty independent. He's very
Oh,
independent,
give
so
me a
I don't think
fucking
that's true
break.
at
He's been
all.
stuffing his nose right back up the Coomer Gremlin's ass, and you know it. And
No,
on
he
top of that, you told me that would
hasn't.
never happen, and it did, by the way. And you need to admit that you said, Andrew, that'll never happen, but it did happen. And by the way, let me point.
Wait, hold on. What would never
That was
happen
a
and it did
Twitter
happen?
exchange when I said if the second that this blows over with Destiny, Pisco will be right back and stuff his nose right up his ass.
He's not.
And you and
He's
Red
not.
Hat were like, no, he won't. And yes, he fucking did. And by the way, let me
He
point
didn't.
this
They're
out.
fucking dude, they're
Let
they're
me
like
point
oil
this
and
out
water at
too.
this point.
Yeah,
I
bullshit.
don't agree with your
Let me
assessment of
point.
their
Well, hang
relationship.
on. Let me point this out too. And this is a very important point. How does it de-escalate or in some way bring down discourse because people like Pisco are given an opportunity on a huge fucking program like Tim Pool's show to debate with personalities they would never have any access to otherwise. That would
I
be
think
bringing
Pisco will do just
discourse
fine. I don't
up.
agree with your characterization. But hold on,
Oh, give me a break.
I'll answer
Pisco
your
is a
question. I'll answer your
tiny
question.
creator. Gavin McInnes and Stein are huge. And he had the
Okay,
opportunity to debate him, and you're going to beat up on
answer
Tim
your
Pool for
question.
it?
I'll answer your question. I get frustrated with Pisco because I don't think Pisco improves discourse because Pisco is on the Democrat warpath. He wants to fucking stuff the court. He wants to incarcerate people for like insurrection 10 years after the fact. He wants to bar any Trump people. Well, I don't even know if this is his position, but I have to assume that it probably is. He wants to bar, this is Destiny's position, not Pisco's. But let's pretend for the sake of argument that Pisco wants to bar anybody who supported the MAGA establishment at all from having office by saying that they're aiding and abetting the Trump administration. You
Yeah,
know what
but
I'm saying? Like, I'm
how
pretty
does
sure that
it
he would
bring
support that line of
discourse down,
argumentation.
though?
I don't think Pisco improves
Yeah, but how are
discourse
they bringing discourse down by bringing these people together to have these conversations who really
because they're
want to
oil
have
and
them?
fucking water. You got one guy saying that, "Oh, I don't care if the president is a pedophile," and then you got another
Yeah,
guy
people
saying, "If I get
disagree.
elected again,
People
I'm gonna
fucking disagree.
incarcerate you."
People disagree. That's not bringing discourse down, that's elevating it.
Oh, no, 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 no.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Saying
yeah,
I
yeah.
don't care if the president is an ephebophilic sex trafficking rapist is not elevating discourse. And saying that you're going to
Getting a
incarcerate
chance to
every Republican. Hold on, let me finish the
go
sentence. It's
ahead, go ahead,
important.
go ahead.
Saying that you're going to incarcerate every Republican to the right of Adam Kissinger is not improving discourse.
The fact of the
Okay?
matter is that you having access to a person who you disagree with, who's saying these things you disagree with, is indeed improving discourse. And the thing is that all these people that you fucking currently hate on the Christian right so badly, maybe you don't hate them, but you disagree with vehemently, the fact of the matter is if you fuckers hadn't removed them and they had to go and fucking build their audiences elsewhere from the underground up, they wouldn't be nearly as popular as they are right fucking now because you wouldn't allow any fucking discourse. These people wouldn't allow any. At least now, you got guys like Tim Pool hosting these mass debates where these personalities can get together and we can see what they actually fucking believe.
Okay. When I was in Twitch politics, I think you're familiar with this. I effectively was, while probably being, I think centrist is an apt description, but while being a centrist, I was probably the furthest right on Twitch politics that was tolerable to these people. And I punched left the entire goddamn time because they'd lost their fucking minds.
They used you
What
as a
I'm telling
heel.
you right
You were a
now, what
heel.
I'm Yes, but what I'm telling you right now is, in my opinion, politically, the right wing has run so far fucking right that I think that they are almost analogs to the conversations that I was having in 2020 and 21 when the left was dominant on social media. I think you guys have lost it to a fucking extent.
I don't know where you're getting that from. It seems like the takes from most of the right wingers are fairly sane in comparison to what these lefties are doing. And on top of that, let me just point this
Yeah,
out, Connor. I just want to point.
I don't want to talk about COVID, but just
I'm not
pretending
going.
that
Hang on, hang
COVID
on,
is
hang on. I just
Nazism
want
is
to
fucking
point one
crazy.
thing out, which is really
Yeah.
important. The fact that you were allowed on Twitch was because you were a centrist. Guys like me, we weren't fucking allowed over there. I was able only to go on and have debates because I refused to stream there so I wouldn't get kicked off so I could continue to have them. That was the only
Yeah, it's
fucking
probably because you
reason.
said mean things about trans people. I get
Well,
it.
no, it's not just because of that. It's because I told the truth about a lot of things that they hate. And if I never said a word about trans people, they would have booted my ass off that shit. And you fucking know it. And I know it. And everybody knows it. And the thing is that that's why I never was able to stream on Twitch. And you know that I would have fucking made a fortune if I had. I'm a great entertainer and a great commentator. They wouldn't allow it because I would have got thrown. It would have cost me all the debates. Because you were a centrist, how is that not you being a fucking profiteer? Why shouldn't I think that Connor
Because
adopted the
99% of
centrist
my
position because he was allowed on Twitch where he could make some fucking money?
not listen, I'm just gonna be real. 99% of my audience is on YouTube. Twitch never blew up for me.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is I'm just pointing this out. You were at least allowed over there to make it blow up, and other people weren't. And I'm just asking you to extend the same fucking grace to them that they would extend to you before you call them an evil profiteer, because I think that you getting on board with Progressive Victory was evil profiteering too, Connor.
Okay.
All right, all right. So, just so we have a lot more super chats, so I'm just gonna be reading the $5 questions and up from now on, just to move it along. Thank you very much, Joshua, for $5. If Connor is dismissing censorship against right wingers because the system held up, why is he crying about January 6th again? The system held up. Stop crying.
Go fuck yourself.
Actually, that's a really good criticism, bro.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a pretty good
Is it a good criticism? I
Yeah.
wasn't saying that censorship on the left was good. I'm saying that we survived. Saying that we survived by the skin of our fucking teeth on January 6th. Dude, I'm sorry, but being able to create a social media platform is not the same as overthrowing the
I
Republic of
would
the
have
United
dominated on
States. What the
fucking Twitch.
fuck? No offense, dude. Like, I
Dominated
know you
and
can
made
rant,
a
you
small
can
fortune
think,
doing
you can
it.
throw down. Some people in your audience are fucking
There wouldn't
retarded.
even be a Hassan Piker. No, well, this is a good internal critique. You can't bitch right? He
Yes,
says,
I can.
"You're
I can bitch
dismissing."
about overthrowing the
Hang on,
republic. What the fuck?
you're saying the system held up, so why are you crying about it, right? The
I
system
didn't say,
held
"Why
up.
are you crying about it?" I said that it fucking held up, so the system is working. I didn't say you couldn't cry about it.
Okay, alright.
As a matter of fact, I agree. Just to prove this, I agree with everything that you just fucking said. Not only should you have been on Twitch, being barred from Twitch made discourse worse. You know who the other heel was? Lecture fan.
I
And
know.
that motherfucker couldn't string a sentence together to save his goddamn life.
Whereas when I went on, I just destroyed all of Twitch poll over and over and over again and enjoyed it. The problem is I
And
wasn't
you should have
allowed.
been free to do
Yeah, but
so.
I wasn't allowed to be there to be an entertainer, was I? No
Okay,
fucking
but I
way.
don't think that you being barred from Twitch threatened the stability of the Republic of the United States of America.
Yeah, but the problem is like, do you really have all of these rights and all of these things that you're talking about when it is in fact the case that the way we do discourse is this way now between people and commentators? You have thousands upon thousands of people watching your face right this second having this discourse, which why you wanted to fucking have it. So if that's the case, Connor, you know that what they fucking did to us when they fucking deplatformed, depersoned, debanked all these right wingers and these wave after wave after wave, you know what they fucking did? System wasn't there helping us none.
Sure. And I argued against it now, and I'll argue against it in the future if, God forbid, some fucking Christian nationalist dickhead sees power and he tries to do the same thing.
All right. Next question from Fuck It Button for $5. Here is the game in question. Here is a goalpost. Three sentences later, your goal is in Africa, and there is no stadium to play in. Spurgflexion A plus.
I actually, I remember this one. This was about the government spending money. I stand by every single thing I said. We could have saved a shitload more money while not cutting what we cut or modifying what we cut. So fuck it, button, go fuck yourself.
And that would have been the lesser of two evils, right?
I mean, yeah, not killing a few 100,000 to a few million people would have
And
been the
that
lesser of two
and that would have
evils.
been good, right?
On the whole, it would have been good.
All right. Next one, XPTW XD for $10. Thank you very much. Connor, military industrial complex is based. Also, Connor, authoritarianism is a moral wrong. Please explain how authoritative foreign intervention is moral. Your morals are just a la carte.
No, they're not. There's literally nothing contradictory about this. Our country is started as a liberal and libertarian project. As somebody mentioned in a super chat earlier, it started with a fucking gunfight. It was militias getting into like armed conflicts with the duly appointed government of their time, and yet they still thought that a revolution was necessary. So, no, if you think the birthplace of American republicanism and democracy is somehow contradictory with armed conflict, you're full of shit. You don't understand the history of the 20th century. I don't think that military industrial complex is based also authoritarian moralism is wrong. I don't think that the World War II generation going to Europe to shoot Nazis or going to Japan to shoot Imperial Japanese was cringe. I think it was fucking awesome. And I think the fact that you don't understand that means that you're a fucking dumbass. Suck a dick, dipshit.
I don't feel like you really contended with that, but all right.
How did I not contend with that? How is being militant contradictory with being
Well, he
authoritarian?
says
Maybe
that.
you could explain it
Well, he's
better.
saying that the military industrial complex has an undue amount of authority over the United States government due to the
I
various
didn't say undo.
due to that's what he's saying. He's saying an undue amount of authority over our own government because they are trying to sell weapons and other things to foreigners overseas, like the Ukraine. So, if that's the case, that is a form of authoritarianism. That's a form of a shadow government, which has authority over your duly elected government. And so he's saying this is
I
an a la carte way in which you're picking what is authoritarian and what isn't. That is a shadow
Yeah,
government, right?
I don't think Boeing giving $10,000 to a Republican's campaign so they buy a new aircraft is authoritarianism.
Yeah, that's not what's going on. What's going on is there's hundreds of billions of
I think
dollars
that is
sunk
what's
into
going
black
on.
ops all over the fucking world where weapons manufacturers are giving money to people who we think could possibly stall out our enemies, including in the fucking Ukraine and other places. And they have an undue amount, and including Israel, by the way, they have an undue amount of influence over our federal government. And you are just kind of pretending that that's not a form of authoritarianism. If you're a person who wants democracy, then you can't say that having undue influence over your fucking the directives of your duly elected officials isn't a form of authoritarianism. That's what he means by a la carte.
Okay, but you're saying undo? I don't think it's undo.
And yours,
Also,
then
just
you're
to be
saying
clear,
authoritarianism is good as
authoritarian
long as you
is
like it.
okay, hold on. Favoring or enforcing strict obedience to authority, especially that of the government at the expense of personal freedom. How is Boeing lobbying the government to sell weapons overseas fucking with your freedom?
Wait a second. Read the definition again.
Sorry, I Googled it and I X'd out. Let me go for it. Authoritarian definition. Favoring or enforcing strict obedience to authority, especially that of government, at the expense of personal freedom.
Now read definition 2.
An authoritarian person?
And then what's definition 3?
I could screenshot it for you. I literally do not have
Yeah.
more.
So
Yeah.
you giving a prime definition, right? You will admit that there's sub definitions for authoritarianism. The idea here for the even for the authoritarianism that you're talking about, you want to kind of waylay it and say, well, it's based around restrictions of freedom. I would say that even tax increases restrict freedom, personal freedom. I would say that all sorts of different things that NGOs do ultimately end up moving towards a restriction of freedom. And the most important part that I would say is that if your government is bought and paid for by NGOs, you can't really trust that they're protecting your freedom anyway. Instead, they're protecting the interest of special interests, right? That's the whole point. The military industrial complex, which we were warned about by a very progressive president who said you should avoid them, was specifically about this, the fact that they were able to buy up politicians who then will pass legislation to restrict freedom. So, like in both cases, I think that that the chatter here is making a great point that you kind of need to contend with.
I think you're steel manning the fuck out of them. I don't think that there's a contradiction in fighting for liberalism or republicanism. Matter of fact, so I would make the argument that if you look at the history of the 20th century, I'll try to be brief because it is getting late. If you look at the history of the 20th century, there was really like two competing ideologies. It was like liberalism with mixed economy capitalism, and it was communism or socialism. Those were like the two ideologies that were vying for the soul of the world. And if you looked at the socialist nations, they were infinitely more authoritarian than what we called the proverbial free world. So I think that the Cold War, like, so for instance, like sending money and sending guns to militias in South and Central America, doing that in Southeast Asia, deploying American troops in order to fight authoritarian communism, making sure that the energy supply in the Middle East and North Africa was secure so the free world could continue to operate. I don't view that as authoritarianism at all. I view that as
See,
defending the free world against an enemy.
I view this as secularism against religious institutions more than I do the false dialectic of
Weirdly enough, we
hang
were
on.
classified as the religious force
I
in that
understand.
conflict
I understand, because we were, and they were classified as
by
the
comparison.
secular force, and that is why I think Christian nationalism is so necessary, because we see what secularists have done with power over the 20th century, and it wasn't fucking good, Connor.
Yeah, fuck them too. One of the most annoying things about secularists is they don't think that they're capable of evil. Earlier in the conversation, when I was pointing out that secular humanists wouldn't view butchering a city as a moral good, I wasn't trying to say secularists are without sin. That was never my point.
No, I understand that. I wasn't trying to say that it was. I'm just pointing out that even in this dialectic that you gave, I see this as a spiritual battle as much as I do a political one. And the idea here is that it was actually people who were trying to follow God against secularists who wanted to remove them. And that is what led to these fucking great evils, Connor. That's what led to it. The lack of participation
Okay.
in the energies of God, which is why I think I have a better view of what evil is than you.
Okay.
Alrighty. Fuck it button again for another $5. I wonder how the con would feel if he didn't have breakfast today. Also, nuanced W was still a W and reverse acknowledged as such.
I didn't have breakfast today. I only had caffeine until lunch, and I was hungry.
All right.
Yes, Andrew, I get it. Are you capable of understanding the hypothetical? I understand it. I was playing into it.
Oh. Whew.
I was
All right.
sarcastic.
But I'm gonna clip it anyway, Connor. I'm
All
dishonestly
right.
clipping it anyway, Connor.
All right.
Yeah, yeah. No,
Go
do
ahead.
it. Put it in the
All right.
intro. People will
All
be
right.
like, "Fuck this
I mean,
guy.
come on,
This guy sucks."
it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
All right. XBTWXD for $5. Connor, in a secular society, there is no reason to butcher an entire city. Please explain Hiroshima and Nagasaki literally butchered civilians.
I think we did get into that pretty detailed earlier. If I didn't finish that sentence, what I was trying to say is that I think few secular humanists would view butchering Hiroshima or Nagasaki as a good thing. Half of them would probably actually argue that it was an unnecessary evil, and it's one of the great shames of American history. I would personally argue that it was a necessary evil, and then we get into our whole good versus evil circular conversation, and I don't think we need to do that again.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
All right, you can explain philosophy to me another time.
All right. Let's see. Mem Birdman for 9.99. So then you're saying that Jesus did bad to others by turning water into wine?
No, I mean I think that's funny. Yeah, there's obviously a different context for alcohol in the ancient world that like alcohol was like purified. So to some degree, like drinking alcohol was more reliable than drinking water.
Why didn't he just
Um,
make purified water?
well, right, yeah, I mean, he's God, so he's omniscient and omnipotent,
Do you
so
know
he should have been able
why?
to make purified
Do you know
water.
why
So
he turned water into wine?
no, tell me.
It was a party, and his mom asked him.
Sure,
His
sure, sure,
mom
sure.
his mom asked him if he would make, water into basically if these people who were celebrating this great thing, which is marriage, which leads, to conception, that was worthy of celebration.
Sure. And I while we looped on it, the only thing that I'm trying to communicate with that is that sometimes goods can contain bad, and sometimes bads can contain goods. Saying something is wholly good or wholly bad is actually oftentimes pretty difficult.
I agree. There has to be nuance with the position.
Yep.
All right. Fuck it button with another $5. Oh loud. Oh loud. Their man's has terminal TDS. If Trump did not exist, would Connor?
Yeah. I have if you don't like my politics, that's totally fine. My most successful channel is a Warhammer 40K channel. Type in Counterpoints 40K, and yes, I would still
That was
exist
your
on the internet.
original channel, though.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So I my original channel, my Warhammer content did better than my political content, so I focused on that for a few years. I broke 100K. I think I'm at like 118 right now. I actually love my channel,
Well,
and I still do weekly
congratulations, by the
content.
way. That's not easy to do.
Thank you.
Not
And then what I would say is politics kind of ended up on the back burner for a while, but I was actually able to find somebody who was able to help me go full time on politics. So we're growing on politics. I'm not a rich man. I can't retire yet, but we're doing okay.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Don't call it art for $5. Congrats on the moderator gig. Counterpoint said authoritarianism is inherently evil, and he totally backtracked.
I
I
mean,
still
he's not
stand
wrong.
by. So for instance, like Tito. Does anybody? I forget Tito's first or last name. Tito was the leader of Yugoslavia. He was the dictator of Yugoslavia, and compared to Joseph Stalin and other people, he was viewed as a benevolent dictator. He did torture people, he did kill people, but he tortured and killed way less than everybody else during that time. And he also unified the people into a coherent ideology that actually seemed to serve the people of Yugoslavia really well. Now, the problem is that Tito was a benevolent dictator, but when he died, there was a power vacuum. And as a result, really vicious men filled in his gap. And that's what I was trying to talk about, where even if you have the just ruler, the philosopher king, even if you have Marcus Aurelius, you're going to have Commodus after. Even if you have Tito, you're going to have the Bosniak Serbian wars. So just because you have a good ruler doesn't mean that that's going to be good. And when you concentrate power, power can go off the rails really
You're
quickly.
not immune from that with democracy at all or any
Of
form of
course.
government, and by the way, let me just point this out.
I like republicanism more than direct
Yeah,
democracy.
Connor, you were a cop. Didn't you need to have authority?
Of course.
Was it evil?
No, but my authority was constantly checked. Constantly. I had a body camera, I had supervisors, I had to write reports, I had to report to a judge. My power was real, but my power needed to be
But,
diffused
I
by
mean,
other
don't you think
powerful
cops in the
forces.
1920s also needed to have authority?
Yeah, but they also probably should have had their authority arguably checked.
I
And what I
mean,
would
but that
say,
wouldn't say that it was inherently evil. That would be a silly state.
sure, I think Marcus Aurelius was a emperor, which is concentrated power. Marcus Aurelius was still a great man who did great things for Rome.
Not inherently evil.
Sure.
All right. Thank you very much, Azzy, for $20. Good stuff, Connor. Brothers of your ilk are built to keep Andrew in check, like another martial artist checking Bruce Lee to stay humble.
Thank you, Aziom. I appreciate it. Say what you want about Andrew. He's a good martial artist.
All right. Thank you, Halus or Haluche
That
for
was a nice way of
9.99.
Connor
I like
saying, "I
this
know I
Connor
got my
guy.
ass kicked,
He's
but
so
that's
close to
okay."
the dark side. Careful, Connor. It may consume
That
you.
was Connor's way of
The
saying, "I know I
liberals
got
and the
my ass
progressives
kicked,
have been
but."
trying to corrupt me for half a decade. So far, it hasn't worked.
All right. Right wing Nuck for 13.99. This debate was a perfect example of how Connor's worldview has no guardrails to prevent capitulating to a potential left wing revolutionary force to destroy America.
I don't agree. I think that the American law enforcement system, the American judicial system, the American military, I think the oath, I think the Constitution of the United States are all guardrails against a left wing revolutionary force. And I also think at the end of the
I saw this
day,
chatter.
we wrote it into our
He says, "Andrew
Constitution, or
getting
excuse
cooked
me, our
tonight, not
Declaration
gonna
of
lie."
Independence, that when a
"Then why are
government
you lying?"
becomes
This
tyrannical,
guy got fucking
it is the
stomped,
duty of the people
and
to
I was
overthrow
really
it.
nice
I'm
about
a
doing
huge
it.
proponent of the
I
Second
was even
Amendment. I'm a
nice
huge
about doing
proponent
it.
of awareness for small arms. I'm a
I
huge
know, it's like,
proponent of
you just can't
the right to
win.
self-defense up to and
I
including
nicely
against your own
destroyed this
government.
guy.
So I just don't agree.
All right. Airborne Animal for $10. Connor is a chameleon leftist. Charlie Kirk is a hero. And it is wild that this guy thinks that universities are not the center of discourse and debate are for. That is literally what they are for.
That has nothing to do with what I said. Number one, I don't think you could define leftism to save your fucking life. It's socialism and communism. I'm neither a socialist nor a communist. I'm happy Charlie Kirk is your hero, but rhetoric, you know, take Andrew's debate class. Doesn't he have a fucking debate class about becoming a good debater?
You should take the
Rhetoric
debate
is
class too.
powerful. What's that?
You should take it too.
Okay. Well, the point is rhetoric is a powerful tool that is not inherently good or inherently evil, but you can use rhetoric to argue for bad things and you can sound smart while doing it. So yeah, well, be careful of rhetoric, dickhead.
All right.
Right,
Thank
like,
you very much.
what did
Oh,
he say
sorry.
that was worthy of being called a dickhead?
Rewind it.
Yeah, he just said it's wild that you
Chameleon
literally think
leftist.
the university are not the center of discourse and debate. That's literally what they're for. This guy didn't say anything bad to you. He just pointed
He
out
called me
something
a
which is intrinsically true.
chameleon leftist.
Well, it did work for progressive victory, Connor.
That has nothing to do with whether or not I believe in socialism or communism. That has everything to do with what I believe about Trump. And I haven't changed what I stopped working for Progressive Victory in October of
If
2024.
they were still
I don't
paying
think
you,
you've seen me change a fucking thing about my rhetoric before or after.
would you have still worked for them if they were paying you though?
Would I have worked for them for free?
No, I mean after when they stopped paying you, if they had offered you a long elongated slot, would you still work for them?
They I'm not trying to put their business out there too much. They basically said that they thought it was a mistake to work with liberals and more right-wing people. They wanted to go in a more progressive direction. So they
Well,
I
that's
don't think
all.
they
That
were
was all Woo's plan. Woo's fucking retarded hatch plan. That was all him. But anyway, the point here is like, look, I've always giving you shit for the progressive victory thing, and I think you fucking deserve it. But the thing is like you can't say these things about Kirk, right? A literal fucking leftist progressive organization approached you and paid you cash to basically shill for one of their fucking for their big project, which is the anti-Trumpism. And I get it. I get that you're like, well, we had an agreement on this. But ultimately, you know that this was a destructive group run by fucking Wu. Why in the world would you then fucking try to bash on Charlie Kirk for debating with college kids? You're working essentially with the enemy here, right?
Yeah, but I view the MAGA movement, just as an example within the past week. Mamdani and Donald Trump should be oil and water, right? Mamdani is a socialist, jihadist, Islamist piece of shit who is probably hiding his power level. But one conversation with Trump, and Trump is singing his praises and saying, "Oh, he's a good guy. He wants what's best for New York. We're actually aligned on a lot of things, this, that, the other." I don't think Trump has a single coherent thing in his fucking body besides he wants to win and he wants a legacy.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I think he
This is
wants.
the problem with TDS. It's like, because if Trump said this guy's a fucking communist and we should do something about this, you'd be like, he's a fucking authoritarian warlord who just can't work with the left no matter what,
No,
won't
I
make any
fucking hate communists. What the
compromises.
fuck? I
Well,
hate Mamdani
hang on,
more
that's
than
what,
most
but you
people.
know that that's what the TDSers would do. They'd be like, he's a fucking
That's what the
authoritarian
liberals and the
dictator, blah,
progressives
blah,
would
blah, blah,
do. That's
blah.
not what I would do.
Like the guy can't fucking win. The guy can't fucking win no matter what. He
The
can't
guy
win.
could say, "Hey, I'll work with this guy on X, Y, ABC, but you know what? Realistically, he's a socialist, and that's something that
What
we
is
are
he
oil and
supposed to do?
water
Is
on.
he
Fuck
supposed to
this
come
guy."
in and say, "Hey, the new guy coming in is a fucking piece of shit and I hate his guts"? No, he's gonna have to take a
He
diplomatic
said that a
approach.
week before. The only reason why he changed his tune is because he met the guy.
And what is he supposed to do?
He's supposed to say, "Listen, man, the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, the only way that that is possible is if we have a slave race of robots. Besides that, that idea should be thrown into the trash bin of history."
Yes, but
So if the
this guy
leader of the right
oh my
wing,
god.
if the leader of the right wing is cozying up to this fuckhead, yeah, that's a
You
mistake.
cozied up to progressive victory because you thought they
70%
had
of them
something
aren't
you wanted to
communists.
do.
80% of them aren't communists or socialists.
What are you yes, they fucking are. Do you wanna go
No,
through the
it's
list?
Vosh and his ilk. Destiny isn't a communist.
Oh,
Destiny
it's
isn't a
not just
socialist.
Destiny. Let's talk about Vadim. He was a part of that. He's definitely a fucking socialist.
I don't even know if
Destiny
it.
does like
You're talking about
socialist
Hayes Vadim?
policies. By the way, Progressive Victory, they were also courting Dean Parker. These are socialist people as well. We could go through
I
an
don't even know
extent.
if Parker is a
We can
socialist.
go through an extensive list of these people because I went through all of them, and yeah, they were fucking socialists. And the thing is like it's fine for you to kind of cozy up to them for the purpose of the thing that you want. But if Trump is trying to be diplomatic towards this guy, suddenly the TDS takes over, and it's like,
But
come
I
on,
but
man.
I think hold on. I think this is a thing that's in your community where you guys think that I just like go over there and I'm like, "You know what? Actually, everything you guys say is correct, but I'm a conservative." That's not what fucking happens, man. Watch the content. Pisco and I fucking fight about everything. We fight about economics. We fight about immigration. We fight about this. We fight about that. We fight about progressive principles. We fight about whether or not the Republican Party can even be salvaged into something sane after the midterm. He's trying to convince me to be a fucking liberal. And I'm like, I don't agree with you on X, Y, Z, ABC. How the fuck could I be on your team? And if I don't change these things about myself, he wants me to come his way and bend my principles to his project because he sees the never Trump paradigm as useful to the left. But I'm saying you can't have me on your team while also saying that socialists and communists are on your fucking team. It's mutually exclusive.
No,
So fuck
well,
yourself.
wait a second. It wasn't mutually exclusive. Okay,
For
yes,
a
hang
general
on.
election voting block, not for
Yeah,
like actual long-term political
yeah,
projects.
but the thing is like this is a long-term political project that these people
No, it's
have.
not. If Trump would have
Yes.
lost, he would have been gone and the Republican Party would have needed to reform.
No, the progressive victories of the world wouldn't go
Yes.
away. They would just move to a different project within those confines. And the thing is
Sure.
that the enablement of such organizations is detrimental to everything you ultimately believe. And that is, in fact, the truth, Con. And you sh
I don't know, I don't think that's true,
it
and
is
just as an
true. You know what?
example,
You know they're working on a new
no, a
project
progressive
now?
no, 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 no. A progressive is not necessarily a socialist. There are progressives who just
Not
believe that they
necessarily,
want
I
black
agree.
people to stop getting the fuck kicked out of them by cops.
I'm not
There's progressives
disagreeing.
who are normie
But
capitalists, and
Progressive
they just don't
Victory
like
and the
police
heads of
brutality.
Progressive Victory, I've heard their speeches, and one of the things about me, Connor, is
Well, fuck them.
I do pay very close attention to everybody's content in this space, including yours. I am well
Yeah.
informed on the things that you talk about, well informed on the things everybody talks about. That's my fucking job. It's what makes me excellent at it. And the thing is that I knew what the heads of Progressive Victory were. I knew exactly what they were proposing. I knew exactly what they were fucking doing, and I knew exactly when Brianna fucking Wu was trying to cozy up to me to get me on Team Progressive Victory, and I told Brianna Wu to go stuff her penis up her ass, right? And I would rather fucking hang myself than be a part of such an organization. Just note it's because I knew the involved people who were there were actually many of them avowed socialists, including Wu himself.
Brianna Wu probably hired me in September. I think she was gone by December. So there was a whole year where Brianna had nothing to do with the
That's
project.
because
And
Wu
realistically, it became the DGG show.
Yeah, well, Wu was trying to build a coalition for this place based around the fact that right wingers were giving validity to the socialist politics of progressive victory. And that is a very socialist organization. If you listen to what the heads talk about and why they wanted to infiltrate the red pill, because they were trying to move young men out of the red pill and over to the left. That's why they were courting conservative or middle of the road content creators because they thought that they could bribe you, get access to that younger audience, and move them left. And I knew all of that shit, Connor, and the thing is like, you shouldn't have. Yeah, I don't think you should have done that. It was terrible, honestly. It was a terrible thing to move into. And these fucking people were avowed socialists. And it's like, for you to say that Charlie Kirk is somehow a bad guy, it's like, or Trump for working with a leftist, like, did the same shit on that.
I don't Okay, the difference here is I'm not pretending that all in a sudden, like, I don't there was never a time, never. You will never be able to find I might say, "Oh, Vosh can be funny, Vosh can be charismatic, he's
Sure.
rhetorically gifted." You might find me saying stuff like that. You will never, ever find me being like, "You know what? Vosh is right on policy. We have a lot in common on policy." That clip doesn't exist.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it does, but you do give validity to an organization who can use your name and its face in order to say, hey, we have right wingers on board with us too. And they were promoting you as a right winger. And that isn't bullshit because they were. You were
Well,
the right
I
wing
believe in
portion of the
institutions. I believe in
organization.
Edmund Burke. I believe in the Constitution of the United States. I am a Republican philosophically, so they can use me that
I
way.
get it,
There
but
there's
that's what
there's
they were using you
there's a
for.
dozen never Trump Republicans left in America, and I am one of them, okay?
Come to the dark side, Connor.
Mm, I have to fight the dark sides on both sides, and I'm not gonna lie, it gets tiresome.
All right. 512 Texas Red for $10. Thank you very much. Connor is such a disingenuous POS. Out of one side of his mouth, he says destiny makes discourse worse. Then out of the other, he defends him when he said that conservatives should fear for their lives. F you.
Okay, I'll explain this one too. Although Jesus Christ, it's getting late, guys. Although I'm happy to hang out, I'm having fun. I'm getting tired. That's all I'm saying. Okay. I swore 2 oaths to the Constitution of the United States. One as a law enforcement officer, one as a military member, and I took those oaths pretty seriously because I either potentially had to die for them or I had to kill for them. And part of that oath is effectively being willing to defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. If you try to overthrow the Republic of the United States, I hate to say it, but you're definitionally my enemy. So I'm happy that Trump failed. I'm happy it's not a civil war. I'm happy that Mike Johnson said that Donald Trump is done after his next term. I'm happy that we don't have to go to bloodshed. But yeah, if you advocate for the overthrow of the United States of America as a republic, then you're definitionally my political enemy. I hate to say it. So,
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, MKK I3D 15X for $10. Trump played the Democrats by making the Epstein shit look like something that was going to hurt him so he could get Dem support, also to demand their release. And they did. Trump played Dems like a fiddle.
I think this might be the dumbest person in our chat. Why would you call Nancy Mace and Marjorie Taylor Greene trying to get them to get off of the petition? Why would you bully Thomas Massey if you thought that it was going to be good for you politically? MK Kid, you might be the dumbest person here.
All right. XBTW for $5. How is paying hush money to Stormy Daniels as a private citizen a crime, Connor? You just equated that to Epstein accusations. You're struggling, bro.
I think the way that it was a crime was that he used his lawyer to pay the hush money. That way, Stormy Daniels wouldn't know that the story was being bought by a third party, and then he reimbursed his lawyer from campaign funds. So I think it was a campaign finance violation, and then equated that to the Epstein accusations. You're struggling, bro. Listen, man, I'm just saying if it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, if it cheats on its wife while its wife is pregnant, if it hangs out with pedophiles, if it talks about banging young chicks, then maybe it banged underage chicks. So
Quite the
it's
stretch.
a pedophile duck.
Quite the stretch.
Oh, we'll see on December 18th.
All right. Jake P for 4.99. Leftist policy requires force because no one actually wants it. It requires stealing to make it possible, which kills the incentive it steals from.
I think that this person would probably think all taxation is theft. So I don't. It's okay.
A lot of forms of it are.
All right. Gaming trucker for $5. Sorry, but that's not true. I don't agree 100% of Tim Pool, but he always brings all sides to debate and have a conversation.
We'll
All
fight
right.
about it another night.
Yeah. We actually do have to wrap up. We've been going for hours. In respect for Connor's
Okay.
time, I'm gonna
Um,
have to call the stream here. Plus, I have to get to an invasion tomorrow evening, so I got to be well rested. And this debate went well over, but I do appreciate you moderating this for us. Cool, is very kind of you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you both for coming on. I appreciate it greatly. It's been great, and it was a great debate. It was a great conversation between you guys. Yeah, if you guys want to just shout out where we could find you guys, anything you want to promote real quick before heading out.
Sure. If you hate my politics, but you thought that I was funny or I have a nice talking voice, check out Counterpoints 40K. I'm also starting up Counterpoint Star Wars and Counterpoint Sci-Fi. Those are my side hustles to my side hustle. And then also, if you want VODs and or political debates, check out Counterpoints Politics and Valor Media Network. VALOR Media Common Spelling Network Common Spelling.
We should have a debate on whether or not the Jedi were actually the evil
The bad
ones.
guys?
Yes, because I'm
No,
def
if you think they're the bad guys, we're actually on the same team.
Oh, damn it. Okay. Well, then Jedi were good guys. That's what I meant to say. You can find me at The Crucible. I'm the host of the one and only Crucible, Andrew Wilson. You don't have to go very far to see content of me. It's all over the place. And one of the reasons I've always been very graceful towards counterpoints is because when I first started The Crucible, my very first debate was against him, and he was a much larger creator than I was at the time, and he very gracefully went over and did a debate, which helped launch the channel. And so for that, I'm always very graceful. And I don't rip him to pieces like I do most people as brutally because I remember that that's the case. So, counterpoints, a little bit of benevolence from the evil Smoky Man. I do not forget things like that. So, I did
Nope,
appreciate it.
I appreciate it. We don't always see it eye to eye. We get a little bit spicy, but I always have a good time.
Yeah.
So I'm while I might demean your success by saying that you're bullying e-whores some of the time. I'm proud that you've turned it into something awesome. So
Well, I mean, I
congratulations.
also debate with the top debaters in the fucking world. So,
True.
it's like I've always wondered about the criticism of the fact that I take all
It,
comers. These
no, no,
fe
no, no.
A lot of
It's
these feminists, they have fucking degrees. They're way better educated than me. You know what I mean? And it's like, why the fuck is it that I can debate with 2 PhDs in a weekend, Daniel Kakikachu and then Richard Carrier. And then if I go on to talk to a bunch of fucking poli sci majors, somehow because they have a pussy, that means that it's completely invalidated. It's the weirdest shit to me.
no Honestly, the Hakika Jew thing was fucking wild. I'm just gonna say, like, I actually borderline hated it as content because I'm like, we're gonna get into theology, we're gonna get into history, we're gonna get into this, then we're gonna get into that, and then you're like, hey, Muslims fuck their cousins, and I was like, there's no way that's the argument. And then I started googling the stats, and I was like, fuck.
It's such a great argument. It's brutal. It's brutal across the board. But anyway, I appreciate it,
Yeah.
gentlemen. It was very kind of you to do this evening. With that, I got to get out of here. Have a good night.
All
All
right.
right, you too,
Good night,
Andrew.
bud.
Take care.
All right, cool. You need anything from me before I dip out as well?
Uh,
Well, there's only one thing here that needs to be discussed. Where's my fucking money? I don't bring you the blood and the excellent debates and the fucking excellent commentary and all of that without my money. Where's fucking where's my cash? Those are the rules. I bring you awesome entertainment. You bring me the casholes. That's how it works, boys and girls. That's how it goes. We can't have a grift stream without a grift. And you know what? I want to listen to a little bit of Metallica. Just a little bit. A little bit of fucking Metallica for no particular reason at all. There we go. Oh, yeah. When the chat says Venti's gonna mess you up. Yeah, whatever. They're gonna come out of retirement to try to get Smokey Man. Good luck. Good fucking luck. Hey, everybody, did you know? Did you know? When Andrew was in his 20s, a woman sucked his dick. Can you believe it? Oh! Fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. The whole argument of my enemies. We have no morality, so therefore you can't judge us. Because he has moral standards, you can judge him. That's the we have no morality, so he believes in actual moral standards. So therefore, he's bad because he was a stepfather. He doesn't want to make the entire thing about past relationships from fucking 20 years ago that nobody gives a shit about. What a psycho.
Biggest fight on the hill in the early days. Constant chill deep inside. Shouting gun on they run through the endless gray. On they fight for the right, yet refuse to stay. For a hill men would kill, why they do not know. Sniffing wounds test the pride. Men of five still alive.
Bring your whole whore coalition. Bring them all. Have them all come at me from every single angle. Does it look like it fucking hurt me an iota? Massive fucking audience. Just crossed the 250K Rubicon. It always fucking backfires. And here's why. Because nobody gives a shit. They don't care. They don't care about information we've already told people for years. Who gives a shit? But Andrew, come on, surely. It's hypocrisy that you, as a Christian, who says that single motherhood is not a great conditional for women, and then marry a single mom. Stupidest fucking people on planet Earth. Those are my enemies.
Take a look to the sky just before you die. It's the last time you will. Rock and roll, master roar, build the crumbling sky. Shattered door, build the soul with a ruthless cry. Stranger now are his eyes to this mystery. Here's the silence so loud. Crack of dawn, all is gone except the will to be. Now they see what will be, blinded eyes to see. For whom the bell tolls, time marches on. For whom the bell tolls.
It's funny. Oftentimes, the attempt to poison the well with a broader and larger audience backfires greatly. All the personal attacks they did against Donald Trump, just attack after attack after attack after attack, never went anywhere. People don't give a shit. Doesn't matter. And what's the attack here anyway? Attack here has always been exactly the same. Andrew Wilson's a hypocrite who doesn't follow the values that he preaches. Which ones? Which ones, you fucking bitch? Which ones? Would be charitable to call that a debate. No argument, just emotional trauma. There's always emotional trauma with these people. Always. Am I worried about getting copyright strikes? Nah, it all goes behind a paywall. Fuck them. Why did you lie about not having a black ex-wife, you scoundrel? How dare you deny Tyrone? I know. Out of control. Thank you, Andrew. One particular monologue you made tonight should earn you something between an Emmy or the Medal of Freedom. Well done, brother. Appreciate it. Interesting debate. What did we get at our peak on the debate tonight, by the way? Anybody tell me? I don't know. I can't pay attention to the numbers in debate at the same time. What did we end up with before we end the stream this evening? I would have donated more cash, but you didn't play Backstreet Boys. Yeah, that doesn't matter. I could raise 50 grand in a night for families in need. Nobody fucking cares, right? All my enemies care about is that Andrew, that Pokemon bet. 7,000 between both platforms. Oh man, rough out here. Rough time. Rough time to be the Smoky Man. They always drive more to me and then wonder what the fuck happened. Fucking people. Always going to be the fucking case. The truth is that if you're a wonderful entertainer and you're a great debater, people aren't tuning in because they're worried about where my dick was 20 years ago. I can tell you that much. I don't tune in because I'm worried about that either. I was drinking double IPAs. Nice. Appreciate that. Connor saying a birthday card is proof, all while ignoring the possibility of it being fabricated like the Russian dossier. Yeah. Is Jefferson a black conservative or Florida gator hunter? I don't really know. I was just making Jefferson up as I went, and somehow it worked for a while. Isn't it a false equivalency to compare Rachel to those women just based upon she has kids to no, get the fuck out of here, dude. To what women? These women abort their kids. The reason that they hate Rachel's guts is because she didn't. So what they try to do is they want to hide how many men they fucked. That they hide how many men they fucked is by aborting their offspring. That was the entire argument from Chuck. These are very evil fucking people. The cousin for debate was a master class. Wish I could have been there. It was great, man. It was great. So whatever. Bring it on. Bring it the fuck on. Sometimes I wish, these people from years and years ago, these are private people, you know? Some ways I wish some of them would come out and try to fucking talk shit so that we could fucking some ways I'm like, "Fucking I wish you would." But, the truth is that, um, all that would ever happen with me would be vindication. Philippians 3:13, "Bro, consider but one thing I do, forgetting what lies behind, straining forward with what lies ahead, press on." Read, read. So, but yeah, this is the nature of the politics of personal destruction. The entire idea behind it is to destroy the messenger rather than the message, destroy the credibility of the debater rather than the points of the debate, destroy these things. And I think that people get off on that. They enjoy it. It's the crabs in the bucket mentality. And how dare Andrew do so well at this? Not fucking. We're not going to tolerate that. Like fuck you. Even if it's all true, fuck you. Even if it's all true, even if all of it is true, every shred of it, you can still go fuck yourself. Because when you make entertaining content, people are going to watch it anyway. Go fuck off. Hell's in the chat from Mr. E. He knows it's destined. I can't believe he pounded January 6th, even though the only casualty was a conservative. What's the point in even diving into it? What's the point of even diving into it? Do you miss working robotics? Sometimes. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I miss it. And then I remembered that it was hard ass fucking work and it was very physically taxing. And then I miss it a lot less. Yeah, and it's not true. Yeah, exactly. But the point is like these motherfuckers, you got Vosh out there looking at fucking Lolicon and fucking Destiny sucking dicks and blackmailing underage kids and shit like that. And these fucking people are worried about fucking exes me and Rachel may have had from 20 years ago or 18 years ago or what. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. At this point, Connor is no different than not so erudite. They wear Christianity like a skin suit while defending deeply unchristian persons and ideologies and admit it as an engine for political gain. True. Mitochondria says for Canadian 50, absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Yeah, just fuck off. Make your hit pieces. And then, as usual, I don't bother responding because I have better things to do with my time. I'll just fucking hit piece after hit piece. The truth is, though, I almost don't blame people. When you have it's a very lucrative counter industry. You think about how many people hate me and will literally pay in order to have other people around to hate alongside of me. It actually makes sense why there is a counter industry. I did say early on when a personality becomes, almost industrialized when you see them everywhere all the time, debating, from all walks of life, their view, when they become a very popular personality, creating a counter industry can be very lucrative for people. Think about all the people who have hyper focused on people like Andrew Tate and others. They created entire counter industries behind it, and that's what these like troll heads do. They go and they try to look up personal info or things like this in your background in order to create the politics of personal destruction, create these endless reveals, right? And and here's another thing, and here's shit that people forget because they just don't care. You know what I mean? From years and years and years. And you're just like, I don't even know how to respond. Sometimes people will say shit and I'm like, I don't even fucking remember. I don't even remember. It was so fucking long ago. Um, but yeah, the counter industry is a real thing for sure. It's early yet. What are your predictions at this point for 2028 runs for Dems and reps? I have no it's way too early to even talk about it. Way too early. You should start writing your own anti-Andrew articles under a pseudonym. That would be funny. Make my own counter industry and then profit from it. Smoky Man invasion tax. I appreciate it. We're gonna do an invasion tomorrow, boys. Gonna try it with my real. Try it with the real. See how that goes. If you really think about it in perspective, the universe is big. Those rumors are so damn small. It's not worth your time to get mad over. They're not worth your energy. Some of them are kind of funny, though. You know, some of them are kind of funny. Hey, Andrew, you your wife's baby daddy? Huh? Huh. Who the fuck says that? Hi, this is my wife, and this is child Stephen. So your wife has a baby daddy, huh? It's like, what? Fucking people are so fucking crazy. I don't even know how they spin it. I can't even envision how they spin. For everything you do to better minds, personal attacks, like your higher class of human with no flaws. Yeah, well, it's fucking these people are ridiculous, dude. They're fucking ridiculous. Just fucking ridiculous. But anyway, who cares? Who gives a shit ultimately? The entire argument ideal of an argument from hypocrisy, which is that I say that single moms are bad people or something like this when I don't. Rather, I just condition it with what is true, which is that we want to see less single motherhood in society, not a thing which should be celebrated. And by the way, the reason that Rachel got into the entire field in the first place was because she went, "Oh shit, this is fucking terrible. This is awful. How the fuck how the fuck did society get like this?" It's how it works. Just woke up and missed this. Look forward to catching this on the Crucible video. It'll be good. Much appreciation for what you do, Andrew. You do it well. Now one step back and one SB. Those who mind don't matter. And matter. You and Rachel planning any double debates would kill to see that. I don't think we have anything in the plans just yet. Nothing in plans just yet for that. Yeah, that's the other problem, right? It's like I saw these fucks Sitch and Adam talking shit. That does irritate me because these guys pride themselves on being debaters. They talk all this shit, and it's like I've said many times, like, let me come on the fucking program and debate these issues with you because you guys are full of shit, lying sacks of shit. Nope, never bring me on. Fucking cowards. Those guys, those are the worst fucking cowards on planet Earth, constantly fucking sniping at me. Never ever letting me actually defend myself in any way, shape, or form, though. Are some of Andrew's words dropping out for you guys? That could be the case. Mr. E told me that I needed to drop the sound gate here a little bit. Let me do that real quick. If I don't forget later. Go ahead and drop the second, the noise gate here. All right, that should be way, way, way better. I think, yeah, that should be way better. Should sound way better. Southern doing it with Destiny after he himself did it with a man is probably worse than anything you've ever done, Andrew. Yeah, look, I ain't a perfect man. And in my 20s, yes, I was. Well, I had a little fun. That's true. But I've always said this and maintained it. You ever catch me sucking a dick? That's it for me. That's it for me. And I think it probably should be. But, these people, they're just like it's fucking just awful, fucking horrific people. And they're just like they just look for anything, you know what I mean? Anything to square the fact that they're just horrific bastards. Love to hear you or Rachel's take on book SMU2 being I don't even know what the fuck you just said. Mida says for 50, sometimes saying nothing is better than substandards to gotcha questions. Look at who you're debating. Remember, keep your shit together for the rest of us, brother. Yeah, well, these people are always this way. Well, I mean, you should be over. You know what I mean? You should be over. Do you ever blame Mr. E for normal everyday stuff? Oh, all the time, constantly. They can't out debate, so they just ad hom. Yeah. Well, that's been the case for years and years. You were supposed to defeat the Coomer Gremlin, not join him. Yeah, that's fair. That's funny. You better find that somewhere, ladies and gentlemen. You better find it. Unfortunately for you, not a faggot. Unfortunately for my enemies. Oh, wait, did I say that out loud? It's a good time to end the stream. Ladies and gentlemen, from all of us here at the Crucible, to all of you out there in Crucible land, I hope all of you have a wonderful night.